Loser. My sister said it like nothing 4 months later. Her charity auction froze. When the bank and court officer walked in, less than 18 hours after returning from Afghanistan, I experienced the most humiliating event of my life. My name is Emily Carter. Over the years, I had frequently dreamed of my return. In other versions, my dad was still alive and waiting with that clumsy half-smile he wore whenever he felt uncomfortable about something. In others, I came quietly, gave him a quick hug, and then we continued as if nothing significant had occurred. Dad wasn't a sentimental person. I wasn't either. As it happened, reality was colder. Somewhere in suburban Pennsylvania, I was alone under a flickering streetlight as the Greyhound bus hissed and pulled away. With a ferocity that obscured everything beyond a few yards, the rain battered the pavement. My shoulder was buried by my duffel bag. My old military backpack strap was pressed against my collarbone, frayed, faded, and obstinately dependable. 9 years. Deployments, sand, dust, heat, and noise, for 9 years. 9 years of learning how to work in environments where discipline was the only constant. And now I was back, standing in the kind of storm that people typically drank wine while watching through windows. I looked at my phone. No fresh messages. Lauren didn't say that. Not from anybody. There were no drivers available, according to the ride-sharing app. Naturally, I set off on foot. It wasn't far to the mansion. I remembered the road. Despite the neighborhood's increased wealth, brightness, and polish, as well as its new gates, landscaping, and cars, it still had obedient animals sleeping under its tidy carports. My jacket was completely soaked by the time I arrived at the curved driveway. Warm, golden rectangles of light poured from the house's windows. Glassware, low, expensive, carefully curated laughter, and voices raised just enough to convey status without coming across as crude were all heard over the rain. A gathering. For 2 more seconds than I should have, I stood there. After that, I went to the door and pressed the bell. Steps. The door opened. Lauren gazed at me, her face cracked for half a heartbeat. Astonishment, acknowledgement, a nearly human quality. The mask then slid into position. God, oh God. Not comfort, not warmth, just frustration cloaked in incredulity. The living room behind her was as bright as a magazine spread. Guests wearing tailored silhouettes, soft lighting, high-end furnishings, and effortless wealth. A champagne flute was held by someone. Leaning against the marble counter, someone else was laughing too loudly at something inconspicuous. The taste of the rain was swallowed. Hello, Lore. Slowly, she examined me from head to toe, wet jacket, duffel, backpack, and travel-worn boots. A specter from another life. You didn't inform me that you would be here tonight. I was unaware that I required an appointment. She clenched her jaw. You look like someone who just got off a bus, she said in a hazy gesture. Yes, I did. Near the fireplace, a couple turned to face us. As a reflex, Lauren moved slightly out of their line of sight. This is a very bad moment. I just returned. I need a place to stay because I just got from Dulles. Quiet. The glass rattled as thunder cracked overhead. After letting out a sharp breath through her nose, Lauren went outside and pulled the door halfway shut. The porch was battered by rain. Your timing is amazing. I was unaware that you were hosting. Emily, it's not hosting, networking is what it is. Correct. She crossed her arms. You had the option of staying at a hotel. I have no hotel funds. She blinked. Are you serious? I was just let go. The paperwork hasn't even reached me yet. Her mouth twisted. A smile, but not quite. You're broke after serving your country for 9 years. It's true, but I wouldn't put it that way. One more thunderclap. All I need for a few nights is a couch. Lauren gave a quiet, unimpressed laugh, sharp. On one of the most significant evenings of the year, you suddenly appear on my porch, dripping rainwater. Lore. You also request a couch. I'm not a shelter manager. I'm your sister. There was no drama in the words. Surgical, clean, and flat. I gazed at her. She lowered her voice and leaned in. You don't have the right to simply re-enter my life whenever it suits you. For convenience, I didn't leave. You went out. For a period. I signed up. The same distinction. The lake behind the house was a sheet of silver violence as lightning flashed across it. When Dad died, I returned home. You arrived late. I was sent out. You're deployed all the time. That was more painful than it needed to be. I was attempting to avoid being killed, so I did not attend the funeral. And I was doing all the planning by myself. She stood up straight. How difficult has it been to support this family while you were away playing soldier? I wasn't having fun. Anything that aids in your nightly sleep. A faint swell of music filled the room. Lauren's name was called. Her annoyance flickered as she looked back. I am unable to do this at this time. All I need is somewhere to sleep. Her eyes became stony. I look at you, and you want to know what I see? I didn't respond. A warning story, Lauren, a woman who squandered 10 years, pursuing meaningless medals. Medals were not what I chased. You searched a desert for meaning. One more lightning strike. Rain poured from the roof. "And now you're standing here, without anything," she said softly. My hold on the duffel tightened. She glanced at it and then at me before uttering those words. "Loser." It sounded almost kind, almost bored. However, it cut more deeply than any yelled insult. She snatched my duffel from my shoulder before I could respond. "Lore." She threw it from the veranda. With a dull, unsightly thud, it struck the sopping lawn. Internal gasps. The door opened more widely. The spectacle, the wet soldier sister, and the graceful younger sister were now visible to all. In front of my guests, "I'm not doing this." Lauren lost her temper. "Nothing is being done by me. You're making me look foolish. I just requested assistance," and I simply replied. She grabbed a document from a folder on the entry table and pushed it in my direction. "You obviously haven't checked your mail, so here it is." The ink was blurred by rain. I used my sleeve to wipe the page. Robert Carter's last will and testament. My dad. I felt sick to my stomach. According to Lauren, this is the official synopsis. Filed, run, finished. I took a look. Property 1. Lauren Carter's lakefront home. Emily Carter owns the Carter Fuel and Service Station. It's not. It is precisely that. He refused. Yes, he did. I must speak with the lawyer. Tomorrow, you can give him a call. When Dad made decisions, I should have been present. Her head was cocked. It's funny how that operates. I raised my head. She went back inside, Lore. Then, loud enough for everyone to hear, she said. "You can't stay here, I'm sorry." She shut the door after that. I locked it. Staring at my own reflection in the gleaming wood, I stood there in the storm. They started talking again behind the glass. Quieter now, inquisitive, disengaged. Because soldiers pick things up early, I grabbed my backpack and headed down the driveway without turning around. Sometimes all it takes to maintain dignity is the will to keep going. Shortly after midnight, I arrived at Carter Fuel and Service. The lights were long dead and the sign was rusted. Rain trickled through the awning's crack. The smell of old oil, cold metal, and desolation filled the air inside. My father's parting message, my inheritance. I put my bag down and listened to the storm while standing in the dark, unaware that everything was about to change beneath my feet. The storm persisted. It took hold. Like something alive, the wind pressed against the ancient building, rattling loose metal and whistling through seams that had not been repaired in years. From the inside, Carter Fuel and Service appeared worse than it did from the outside. The ceiling was streaked with water stains. Spiderweb patterns were visible in the cracked tile behind the counter. Every flat surface had a layer of dust that was thick enough to document the history of neglect. By habit, I locked the door. Just training, not fear. My flashlight beam moved over shelves filled with antiques, motor oil bottles that had gone bad, yellowed maps, and a faded rack of wipers that no modern car would use. Like a mouth in the middle of a sentence, the register sat open and empty. My backpack fell to the side of the counter. For a second, I was suddenly exhausted, the sort that comes after the adrenaline wears off. I closed my eyes and leaned against the wall. I learned how to sleep anywhere in Afghanistan. I hadn't learned how to return home from it. The rear office was hardly standing. A filing cabinet, a metal desk, and a chair with one wheel missing. Long ago, discolored tape was used to seal a crack that ran diagonally through the window pane. I wrung water from the sleeves of my soaked jacket and shrugged it off. The air back here was still, but there was no heat or power. I took inventory after opening my backpack. Everything I owned, including clothing, documents and a few personal belongings I had transported across continents, now fit into 2 bags because discarding them would have been equivalent to erasing evidence of my existence prior to the military. After finding a dry sweatshirt, I hastily changed. I moved in an automatic, effective, and nearly detached manner, because I wasn't sure what would come to mind if I let myself think about Lauren, my father, or the word loser. I was surprised by how big the storage room was. Dust-covered drums with handwriting from decades ago that no one still lived on, a concrete floor, rusted shelves, and stacked crates. It smelled of old chemicals, rubber, heavy oil, and stale air that had been sealed for too long. I moved a crate, then another, searching for something of value. Anything soft enough to lie on, such as tarps or blankets. It was then that I saw the floor. Near the far wall, a rectangular area didn't look right. Different, but not immediately apparent. Cleaner around the edges. Long ago, the dust had been stirred and then settled once more. I squatted down and rubbed the seam with my fingers. Not concrete, but wood, a hatch. My heartbeat quickened. There was nothing about this place that suggested dramatic revelations or hidden compartments, so I sat back on my heels and stared at it. It was not a spy film. It was a defunct gas station in rural Pennsylvania that had been abandoned by both memory and progress. Nevertheless, my father had been a quiet, perceptive, and careful man. He fixed things that no one else even realized were damaged. I pulled the oil drums aside slowly. They were empty and lighter than they appeared. A recessed handle on the hatch was almost imperceptible in dirt. After cleaning it with my sleeve, I paused before pulling. Not loudly, but loud enough to reverberate in the void of darkness. The hinges moaned. From below came a rush of drier, cooler air. The beam from my flashlight pierced the aperture. The stairs are narrow and descend. For half a second, my breath stalled. Retraining. Examine. Pay attention. Take a whiff. Not an immediate danger. There is no gas leak. Not a move. I went down slowly. It wasn't a basement at all. It was an intentional vault. Drice closed. Kept intact. The walls were lined with metal shelves that were so precisely arranged that my throat constricted at once. Boxes with year labels. Benders. Cases for equipment. Long dead but silent in the corner, a tiny dehumidifier unit was proof that someone had once taken great care to keep this area in good condition. My dad. There was no question. And my dad. I closed the hatch above me, stepped all the way inside, and felt something almost like shock for the first time since I got back. Decades worth of paper, tax returns, real estate records, maintenance logs, receipts, and insurance files were stored on the shelves. But for everything, not just Carter Fuel and Service. The lakeside house, cars, testimonies, and more. Schematics for communication, engineering diagrams, and technical manuals. One binder was opened by me. I looked back at my father's handwriting. Neat, in control, and emotionless. Telecom systems and project notes. One more binder. Contract labor. Infrastructure. For federal communications. I blinked. My father's career had never been a topic of conversation. Technical work, consulting, nothing of interest. He said that all the time. However, these were not part-time freelance jobs. These were long-term agreements from the late Cold War era that were connected to improvements in government communications. Not cloak and dagger fantasy, not espionage. Something more American, more plausible, a cleared civilian contractor. A man whose systems, not secrets, are trusted. A fireproof lockbox, distinct from the others, was positioned at the middle shelf. Intentional. All over the top was my name. Emily. Painfully, my chest tightened. My fingers were trembling as I opened it. There was a folder with trust instructions, a set of certified copies of legal documents, a leather-bound journal, and a sealed envelope inside. I gazed intently at the envelope. The handwriting of my father once more. I took it open. If you're reading this, Emily, you did just what I thought you would. You returned to the location where everyone else would leave. I took a deep breath. I owe you honesty, which I did not provide when I was living. Timing is important, not because I didn't trust you. My vision became hazy. Not with tears. From exhaustion crashing into emotion I wasn't expecting. There was never any punishment at the gas station. I thought only one of my daughters could pass this test of character. For a moment, I stopped breathing. Value is rarely the first thing that comes to mind. Slowly, I opened the folder and lowered the letter. The trust documents were real. They weren't extravagant or unrealistically wealthy, but they were significant enough to make a difference. Conditional, meticulously planned funds intended for community or veteran-related projects, the restoration or sale of Carter Fuel and Service, personal stabilization during transition, and the legal protection of estate assets. There was no money hidden by my father. He had unspoken power. Another file, handwritten tab, personal notes, and Lauren were located beneath the documents. My heart pounded. I took it open. Observations, dates, incidents, references to pressure, loneliness, behavioral changes during my father's last illness, and no accusations or resentment. One last entry. Lauren may not be aware of the distinction between taking and winning. Now that my mind was racing, I slowly closed the file. Pieces coming together, not retaliation. Clarity, but not yet. The storm was still raging upstairs. For the first time since my return, however, I realized something crucial down here. I wasn't left in ruins by my father. He had given me a job. Lauren was also standing on much less stable ground than she thought, whether she realized it or not. Neither the following week nor the following morning did I confront Lauren. The retaliation that results from humiliation is noisy, impetuous, and messy. In my life, I had witnessed enough of that in barracks, on battlefields, and in broken families. People are reckless when they are emotional. Carelessness leaves traces. I wasn't brought up to be careless by my father. Sometime before dawn, the storm passed. In the morning, Pennsylvania appeared surprisingly tranquil. Pale winter light shimmered on wet asphalt. The air was clear, sharp, and unaffected by the previous night's events. Other than me, nothing had changed inside Carter Fuel and Service. Trust documents were arranged neatly in front of me as I sat at the office's metal desk. Refill 1, $49, in bright red letters, steamed in a paper cup filled with coffee from a nearby diner. Michael Donovan, a probate lawyer, was seated across from me. A conservative suit, a voice trained to remain neutral even when absorbing information that could blow up a family, and a person in their late 40s. I took certified copies out of the vault, and he looked through them. His forehead furrowed a little, then more. I saw that the estate packet did not contain these. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and took off his glasses. In what location did you claim to have found these? Under the service station, in a sealed storage space. A pause. Was there anybody else with access? Not lately. He looked at me for a long moment. You know what this means? Indeed. And you held off on bringing this up. First, I wanted to comprehend it. His face flashed with something like grudging respect. Donovan put me in touch with Victoria Hayes, a forensic accountant. 3 days later. Precise, effective, the kind of professional who avoided emotional speculation in favor of speaking in clear numbers. She asked for all financial information pertaining to the lakeside property. Unpaid bills, credit lines, and business accounts associated with Lauren. I wasn't prepared for the picture that came back, but it was one that my father had. Lauren wasn't rich. She floated. Mortgage with a valuation close to maximum. 2 refinances. Credit lines were aggressively extended. Inconsistent business revenue, high visibility and low liquidity. Maintaining a luxurious lifestyle requires leverage rather than ownership. Victoria tapped the area that was highlighted. She is only financially stable if nothing threatens her reputation or sources of income. And she quickly collapses if something does. Just math, no drama. That week, I made one drive by the mansion. New landscaping. In the driveway is a brand new, foreign SUV, delivery vans and caterers. There was no indication of financial fragility from the outside. The trick was that, in America, the most costly addiction is appearance. I went back to work at Carter Fuel and Service. Not literally, but symbolically. Inventory disposal, cracked shelving, and broken door hinges. To partially restore power, I engaged a local electrician. Paid with cash from trust funds, appropriately recorded, and distributed. The small town was quickly filled with word. It was the Carter girl again. It's being fixed by the soldier who lives at the gas station. The majority of people didn't inquire. The etiquette of Pennsylvanian towns is characterized by curiosity without intrusion. Lauren lacked that self-control. One afternoon, she showed up without warning, perfect hair, designer sunglasses, and the subtle aroma of pricey perfume that cuts sharply through the metal and fuel smells. After exiting her SUV, she glanced at the building before turning to face me. Grease-stained jeans and a wrench in hand, they stood there. She had a slow, deadly smile. This is tragic, indeed. I didn't respond. Her heels clicked on the concrete as she approached. I thought you would be gone by now. I'm occupied. With what? Reconstructing the 21st century. Silently, I tightened a bolt. Like a bored predator, she circled me. Are you really doing this? Indeed. I'm currently residing here. She chuckled quietly. God, oh God. Emily. I slowly stood up and looked her in the eyes. Her head was cocked. Do you really believe your father wanted you to have this? I believe Dad was very intentional. Her mouth twitched. Then she grinned once more. She waved her hand around us and said, whatever helps you cope, this place is a fossil. Maybe you could have asked me for money. I did ask you for something. Immediately, her face hardened. Don't, you called me a loser. If the shoe fits. Stillness. The loose edge of the sign above us shook in the wind. Lauren remarked, you know what your problem is. I waited. You confuse stability with visibility and endurance with success. Her grin briefly disappeared before reappearing with a sharper, still resentful expression. Excellent. At least it's human. She went to her vehicle. And Emily, too. I raised my head. She took off her sunglasses, saying, if you ever decide you can't handle this little survival experiment, don't expect pity. She took off in her car. I filed the legal motions the following Thursday, convinced that she had won. Donovan took care of the submissions quietly. Probate dispute, judicial review request for withheld estate documents, and communication and financial record preservation. At the same time, we obtained ownership of a secondary lien note attached to the lakeside property through a structure authorized by the trust. Just enough debt, not the whole amount. Enough to legally exert pressure. Exactly. The foreclosure process took time. Myth fiction also adores that. Reality is a process, notifications, due dates, and windows for compliance. However, pressure has a psychological impact long before any repercussions show up. Within a month, Lauren started phoning Donovan, Hayes' office, banks, and anybody else who could help her understand why some of the options she had previously depended on were no longer flexible. She returned to Carter Fuel and Service with a new edge to her voice, tired eyes, and a less polished appearance. What did you do? I was refinishing the counter when I looked up. It's good to see you as well. This isn't amusing. I'm not giggling. My bank gave me a call. They probably did. She gazed at me. This is your fault. I have paperwork to catch up on. Half of what you're tampering with is beyond your comprehension. I know enough. She began to breathe more rapidly. Jealousy has always been a part of you. Of what? My life. I stared at her. Lauren, your life is paid for. She winced. Then anger flared. You discovered some dusty files, so you think you're smarter now? Dad, I believe, kept excellent records. You're attempting to ruin me. I am rectifying a story. Her voice was shaking now as she leaned closer. This is not yours to do. This wasn't started by me. You can't take losing, so you're punishing me. I spoke in a composed manner. I didn't lose. For the first time, she looked at me with uncertainty. The delusion had already broken by the time the court date was scheduled. Thick cream cardstock was used to deliver the invitation. Minimalist elegance, embossed lettering, and the type of design that effortlessly conveys taste. The Carter home hosts the annual winter charity auction for the Donovan Lakeside Foundation. Underneath it was the name of Lauren Carter, a digital brand strategist and entrepreneur. Not because it surprised me, but because it didn't. I held the card for a long time. One thing Lauren had always intuitively understood: being visible means surviving. She was still performing well, especially at this moment, despite financial strain, legal scrutiny, and tightening deadlines. The mansion was glowing like a staged dream by the night of the auction. The valet attendants walked with practiced civility. The curved drive was lined with luxury sedans. Every time the door opened, the heated air leaking from the entrance was accompanied by the gentle melody of jazz. I got out of the vehicle. Black suit with a tailor's cut. Easy, accurate, and devoid of showmanship, but I sensed the change right away. Eyes lingered. Not acknowledgement. Evaluation, considering that presence is a language. Furthermore, mine was no longer interpreted as a storm-tossed sister. With its carefully chosen generosity, crystal glassware, low golden lighting, tables showcasing auction items, weekend getaways, artwork, and private dining experiences, the interior glistened. Lauren, radiant, in control, and wearing her confidence like armor, was at the center of it all. She was standing close to the opulent staircase, giggling lightly with a group of local celebrities and donors. Every smile was calibrated, every gesture refined. I briefly caught a glimpse of the person who used to braid my hair before school. Then she saw me. Her face momentarily froze before readjusting. A tight, slow smile. With her heels silent against marble, she left the group and approached me. "All right," she said quietly. "This is not what was expected. Lauren, good evening." She looked at my calm, my posture, my suit. Something flickered behind her eyes. "You clean up nicely." "I try." "What are you here for?" "Observe. I'm here because I was invited." She clenched her jaw. "I didn't invite you. The foundation did." A beat. She leaned closer. "You really chose tonight." "I didn't choose the timing. You always do." I stared at her. She searched my face, looking for anger, bitterness, something messy, finding none. That unsettled her more than hostility ever had. The program began shortly after. A local board member took the stage, voice warm with practiced sincerity. Gratitude, community, philanthropy, then Lauren's introduction. Applause rippled through the room. She ascended the small platform gracefully, poised, unshaken. "Success," Lauren began, "is never a solo journey." I watched from the back, still silent, waiting. Because revenge, if done properly, is not interruption, it is inevitability. Michael Donovan stepped forward before she finished. Not abruptly, not rudely, but with the quiet authority of legal procedure. A subtle murmur moved through the audience. Lauren turned, irritation flashing. "Michael," his voice was even. "I'm afraid we need to pause the program briefly." A hush spread, confusion, tension. Lauren forced a smile. "Is this really necessary right now?" "Yes." Her eyes hardened. "This is a charity event, and this is a legal matter concerning estate assets and financial instruments tied directly to this property." The room shifted. Interest sharpened instantly. Two individuals entered behind Donovan, a bank representative and a court officer. No drama, no shouting, just documentation. Donovan addressed the audience calmly. "There are pending probate proceedings involving withheld estate records and financial disclosures." Lauren's face drained slowly of color. "This is insane," she whispered. He continued. "Additionally, foreclosure actions have been activated due to unresolved lien obligations and material misrepresentations under review." A ripple of shock moved through the crowd. Lauren stepped down from the platform, voice rising. "You cannot do this here." "I'm not doing anything, Lauren, I'm enforcing procedure." She looked at me finally, fully, realization striking like physical force. "You." I didn't move. The bank representative spoke next. "Professional, detached. Effective immediately, transfer or liquidation of assets is restricted pending court determination." Gasps, whispers, phones subtly raised. Because scandal travels faster than empathy. Lauren's composure shattered. "This is harassment." "No," Donovan replied quietly. "This is consequence." She spun toward the guests. "There's been a mistake." But people were already stepping back. Distance forming instinctively. Social oxygen evaporating. Donors murmuring to one another. Board members stiff with discomfort. She turned to me, eyes wild now. You did this to me. I didn't do this. You're destroying my life. I'm exposing a structure that was already collapsing. Tears pooled but didn't fall. You hate me. I hate what you did. Her voice cracked. I did nothing wrong. I held her gaze. You locked your sister out in a storm the night she came home from war. Silence, heavy, absolute. You manipulated a dying man's final days. Her breath hitched violently. I took care of him. You isolated him. I protected him. You controlled access. I was there. Yes. I said quietly. You were. The guests began leaving quickly now. Polite exits dissolving into urgent retreats, because reputation is contagious, and nobody wealthy risks infection. Lauren's knees buckled. Not theatrical, not staged, just gravity claiming someone whose reality had shifted too violently to stand. She clutched the edge of a table, voice breaking. Emily, please. I stepped closer, looked down at her, not triumphant, not cruel, but unflinching. Power, I said calmly, was never in this house. She sobbed openly now. It was in who you were without it. And for the first time in my life, Lauren had no audience left to impress. People assume revenge ends at the moment of collapse. It doesn't. Collapse is loud, public, spectacular. What comes after is quieter and far more revealing. 4 months after the charity auction, winter had settled over Pennsylvania with a steady, colorless patience. Snow edged the roadside in uneven banks. Bare trees stood like witnesses, stripped of opinion. Carter Fuel and Service no longer looked abandoned. Not impressive, not glamorous, but alive. The neon sign had been repaired, not replaced, just restored. The pumps worked. The windows were clean. Inside, the shelves held practical things again. Coffee, snacks, windshield fluid, motor oil that hadn't expired a decade earlier. The place smelled different now. Less rust, more purpose. Lauren arrived just after opening. No SUV, no designer coat, just a borrowed sedan and a hesitation I could see even before she stepped out. She stood beside the car for a long time, studying the building as if approaching a version of reality she still hadn't fully accepted. I was behind the counter, balancing the morning receipts. She entered slowly. The bell above the door chimed, a small sound, but it changed the air instantly. She looked thinner, not fragile, but reduced, like someone who had been living on adrenaline and applause, now forced into the unfamiliar territory of silence. Hi, she said. Her voice was careful, uncertain. I nodded once. Lauren. She swallowed, eyes moving around the store. You really fixed it. I repaired what worked. A pause. It looks good. It functions. Silence stretched between us. Not hostile, not warm, just honest. I didn't know where else to go, she said quietly. I continued writing. I assumed they all disappeared. People attached to image usually do. Her jaw tightened faintly, then relaxed. I lost everything. I met her eyes. You lost leverage, not existence. Tears threatened again, but she fought them down. I don't have anywhere to live. You have options. No, she whispered. I don't. That wasn't entirely true. But humiliation reshapes perception. And for the first time, Lauren was seeing life without filters, edits, lighting adjustments. The settlement terms still stand, I said calmly. She nodded faintly. Work placement, debt restructuring, supervised income recovery. Conditions my attorney had insisted, be written clearly, legally, without emotional ambiguity. Not mercy, structure. You're serious about making me work here? Yes. I don't know anything about this. You'll learn. I built a brand. Emily. You built visibility. I built a business. You built dependency on perception. Her shoulders slumped. I can't believe you're doing this. I can. She stared at the floor, voice barely audible. I'm sorry. The words were raw, unpolished, late, but real. For the storm, for everything. I stared at her. An apology doesn't erase consequences. I know. It doesn't restore trust. I know. It doesn't change what you did to Dad. She flinched. I know. Another silence. Different this time. Less tension, more gravity. But it can begin something else, I said. Her eyes lifted slowly. Hope, fear, confusion, accountability. I finished. Lauren started that day. No ceremonial speeches, no dramatic reconciliation, just a shift schedule taped behind the counter. Morning inventory, cleaning, register training, customer service. The first week was brutal for her. Not because the work was impossible, but because it was ordinary, uncelebrated, unseen. Standing 9 hours, smiling at strangers who didn't know or care who she used to be online, learning the difference between followers and customers, between engagement and trust. She complained less than I expected. Collapsed once in the back room, exhausted. Cried quietly where she thought I couldn't hear. I did hear. I didn't comment, because some lessons only take root in silence. By spring, Carter Fuel and Service had become something unexpected. A small but steady stop along the county road. Truckers, locals, travelers, veterans. They lingered sometimes, talked, Not about tragedy, about life, work, bills, children, regret, second chances. I established the Carter Transition Fund using a portion of the trust assets my father had structured so carefully. Housing assistance for returning veterans, job retraining support, legal guidance, referrals, nothing grandiose, just practical stability. Lauren helped with the paperwork occasionally. Quiet, focused, different. Less performance, more presence. One evening, we sat outside the station after closing. The sky stretched clear and deep above us, stars scattered across it with an indifference I found strangely comforting. Lauren broke the silence first. I used to think winning meant being envied. I didn't answer. She continued. I didn't realize how empty that was. Wind moved softly through the grass. I didn't destroy you, I said finally. She shook her head. No. A pause. I did. We sat there in the quiet. Not fully healed, not magically restored, but no longer enemies. My father had left me a gas station. Yes, but more than that, he had left me a choice. Become bitter, or become deliberate. Revenge, I learned, is most powerful when it does not consume the one who carries it. Justice is colder, cleaner, and strangely more merciful. If this story moved you, unsettled you, or reminded you of something unresolved in your own life, take a moment, reflect, share. And if you'd like to hear more stories about resilience, truth, and the quiet forms of strength we rarely talk about, subscribe. Because sometimes the most important battles happen after the storm ends. My stepdaughter called my twins Spawn and wished they had never been born. So I stopped paying her $28,000 tuition fees. My stepdaughter referred to my twins as offspring, and expressed her wish that they had never been born. I therefore stopped paying her tuition entirely. When Daniel's daughter Emily was 12, I married him, and for 4 years we were practically a family. Her mother lived across the nation with her new husband, and I never attempted to replace her. Emily spent her summers with her mother, and her school days with us. I used to assist with schoolwork as part of our wonderful routine. On Sundays, she would tell me about her crushes as I braided her hair, and we would bake together. She referred to me by my first name, which was acceptable, but she always made me cry when she told her friends that I was her bonus mom. Emily was 16 when I became pregnant with the twins, and she appeared thrilled. She attended ultrasounds, assisted with painting the nursery, and even organized a surprise baby shower for me with her friends. She learned how to change diapers, declared herself the greatest big sister ever, and would run home from school to hold the boys after they were born. Seeing everyone together made Daniel immensely happy. After turning 18, Emily was accepted to her ideal university, which was 3 hours away. We were ecstatic. Daniel and I decided that her family would take care of the books and spending money, and we would pay for the tuition and accommodation. Pricey. But Emily's future will make it worthwhile. During that first semester, she returned home every few weeks, and everything appeared to be as usual. When the twins saw her, they would scream with delight as they passed by. Something changed in the second semester. Emily began critiquing my every action. The twins wore gaudy attire. Their playthings made too much noise. I didn't make enough organic food. Despite the fact that we had merely installed a toy box and kept all of her belongings, she complained that we had transformed her room into a playroom. She was just getting used to college life, according to Daniel. She took Amber, her roommate, home for spring break. Amber was among the females who believed that parents were nothing more than ATMs, and that having younger siblings was a source of embarrassment. She kept saying that Emily was unable to travel to Cancun like everyone else because she was stuck visiting relatives. Emily began to concur, stating that it was hard to unwind at home with the twins. I asked Emily to watch the boys for an hour one afternoon while I went grocery shopping. When I returned, Emily and Amber were watching Netflix on the couch as they were sobbing in their cribs. She put them in timeout after claiming they wouldn't stop making noise. They were 3 years old. She simply rolled her eyes, and stated that we were being theatrical about newborns who wouldn't even remember when Daniel spoke to her about duty that evening. Emily declared that she would remain in school for an internship when summer arrived. An internship did not exist. Daniel didn't want to make trouble, so we continued to pay tuition even though her friends shared pictures of them at the beach every day. The twins went to embrace her when she returned home for Daniel's birthday. But she actually pushed them away, claiming they were sticky. Daniel then said at supper that since the boys were growing, we were thinking about moving to a larger home. Emily went crazy, claimed that no one cared about her anymore, that we were deleting the house where she grew up, and that everything was now focused on the twins. I attempted to explain that if we bought a house, we would make sure she had a room. She remarked, I wish the twins had never been born because they ruined everything and made my dad into someone who only cared about his new family, looking me in the eye. Daniel's cheeks turned pale. There they were, the twins. The older one questioned why he was upset. As Daniel attempted to speak with Emily, I led the boys upstairs. The twins were evidence that I had replaced her, and I could hear her yelling about it. How she had a better life before I arrived with my spawn. My babies are the subject of that word. An hour later, Daniel appeared defeated. Stated that everyone might need some space, because Emily was returning to school early. Though I sensed something needed to change, I still consented. I went over our accounts that evening. The annual cost of Emily's education was $28,000. Monies that could be used to pay for the twins' college education. With 2 babies, we were having financial difficulties. I decided we needed to update our payment details for the upcoming semester. The college financial aid office informed us over the phone, removed our card and replaced it with Sarah's contact information, Emily's mother. I then called her mother, Sarah, and informed her that due to the twins' expenses, we were no longer able to pay for tuition. Sarah panicked out and said she couldn't do it on her own. I advised Emily to either transfer to a less expensive location, or take out loans like most students. Emily yelled at Daniel over the phone 2 weeks later, claiming that her registration had been blocked due to non-payment. For 5 days, Daniel roamed the house like a ghost. He would go to his home office till midnight, have dinner with the twins while ogling his plate, and then get coffee in the morning without glancing at me. I didn't know how to respond to the boys' repeated questions about why Daddy was quiet. I made 2 attempts to speak with him, but he simply nodded and turned to leave. Before the boys woke up on the 4th morning, I discovered him in the kitchen. Instead of acting as like I didn't exist, I asked if we could truly talk about this. His coffee mug smashed against the counter when he slammed it down. He claimed that before making such a significant decision regarding his daughter, I ought to have spoken with him. Morgan takes of. My face started to get red, so I informed him that when his daughter called the boys spawn, he ought to have spoken up for me and the boys. I was shifting the topic, he argued. And that wasn't the point. I pointed out that he was upset with me for taking action after he allowed her to abuse our kids without any repercussions. Without saying goodbye to the twins, he picked up his keys and headed off to work. When Aiden asked me at breakfast why his father hadn't given him a hug, I had to pretend that he was simply preoccupied. Sarah's number rung on my phone the following afternoon. Daniel's phone began ringing after I sent it to voicemail. I heard the entire exchange on the baby monitor while he was upstairs changing Liam's diaper. I could hear every word Sarah was yelling. She claimed that because he had neglected his financial responsibilities to his daughter, she was suing him. She claimed that in order to put his new family first, he was now breaching the vows they had made. Daniel sounded worn out as he attempted to clarify that they had never signed any enforceable contracts. Sarah shouted that it didn't matter because she had witnesses and he had verbally committed. She claimed that he was favoring his offspring over his first daughter, and that she would ensure that everyone was aware of his true fatherhood. Sarah hung up on Daniel when he stated that he wanted more time to think things out. Part of me was happy that Sarah was displaying her crazy side, but I also felt awful that I had placed Daniel in this position, so I stood in the kitchen feeling strange. Even though we both knew I had heard the call, we didn't discuss it when he walked downstairs 10 minutes later. 2 days later, my mother called. We often only speak on Sundays, so I was taken aback. She claimed that Daniel's mother had brought up the matter, and that she was interested in hearing my perspective. I gave an explanation of everything, from the spawn comment to the tuition cutoff. I thought she would be supportive, but she became silent. She went on to say that while I had every right to feel hurt, it was unfair to abruptly stop paying tuition. She claimed that I was portraying Emily as malevolent when, in reality, she was just a bewildered adolescent observing her family's transformation. Mom interrupted me as I was trying to explain the money and how we couldn't afford it. I realized what she meant when she claimed that wasn't the true problem. She claimed that rather than considering my options, I had taken a significant decision out of rage. I informed her that she had no idea what it was like to hear someone refer to your baby as offspring because I felt my throat tighten. Even if she claimed to understand, my response was nonetheless inappropriate. Feeling like I was being attacked from all sides, I hung up. My own mother believed that I was the villain. Sitting on the couch, I pondered whether or not I was perceived by everyone as the bad stepmother who destroyed everything. I took out our bank statements that evening after the boys had gone to bed. Daniel took care of the most of the bills, so I hadn't seen our real finances in months. There used to be $18 in our savings account, but now there is $2,500. In the previous 2 months, we had used credit cards 4 times to purchase food. Beginning in January, the twins' daycare expenses increased to $1,500 per month. We had been paying about $2,500 a month to Emily's school, until I totaled up the tuition. It makes sense why we were broke. When I saw the numbers presented that way, I felt justified. We were practically unable to raise 2 children and continue to make payments. However, I wondered what would happen if Daniel felt that I had ruined his connection with Emily, to the point where he was unable to forgive me. Would he go? Would he always be angry with me? I went to bed after shutting down the laptop, but I was unable to fall asleep. Daniel had already fallen asleep with his back to me. The following morning, Daniel received a text from his sister that included screenshots. He showed me his phone as I was giving the twins breakfast. Emily had shared on Facebook that her father had left her behind, and preferred his new, ideal family over hers. There were 50 comments on the post, all of which expressed sympathy. I was being referred to as a cunning stepmother, and Daniel as a deadbeat father. I had never met them before. But some distant cousins told me they always knew Daniel would do this. Stepmothers always take fathers away from their real children, said one of Emily's pals. Reading them made me ill. Daniel snatched his phone back before I could respond honestly to what she had said. Posting anything, he claimed, would make things worse. I questioned how it could be worse than everyone believing I was a bad person. As the twins saw us quarrel, Aiden broke down in tears, and he remarked, "Trust him. It could get a lot worse." Daniel looked discouraged as he stared at his phone as I grabbed him up and led the 2 youngsters to the playroom. Daniel was quieter than normal during dinner that night. He said he needed to speak with me after we had put the twins to bed. As we sat in the living room, he confessed that he had been discussing ways to assist Emily with Sarah, without telling me. I had the impression that he had struck me in the stomach. He said that he had been doing that ever since the registration was blocked when I asked how long he had been doing it. He was undermining me and making me appear to be the only villain, so I got up and said so. He claimed that because he was her father, he couldn't simply leave her. I screamed that he had betrayed me by seeing his ex-wife behind my back. He claimed that since I had made a decision on my own, he was also doing so. He was aware that what I stated was completely different. He rose and picked up a pillow from the sofa. He told me he was sleeping in the guest room when I asked what he was doing. I asked him if he was serious as I followed him down the hallway. Without responding, he shut the door to the guest room. After 5 minutes of standing there, I returned to our bedroom. Thinking about how I might have ruined my marriage over one terrible supper kept me up until 4 in the morning. 5 nights later, at 2 in the morning, Aiden woke up screaming. When I rushed to his room, I saw him sobbing over how angry he was. He kept asking when Mom was coming home because he missed her, even though I hugged him and told him I wasn't angry. Restoring his sleep took an hour. When I took a shower the following morning, Liam wouldn't let me leave the bathroom. Before I left, he was sobbing outside the glass door. Instead of using his high chair for breakfast, he perched on my lap and refused to eat until I fed him. This continued for a week. I reported the differences when I took them to their pediatrician for their routine examination. If there was stress at home, the doctor inquired. I acknowledged that Daniel and his daughter were at odds. Children pick up on household stress and it affects their behavior, she remarked gently. She recommended family counseling. I felt worse when I left than when I arrived. To shield the twins from Emily's brutality, I had severed our relationship. But now my choice was harming them in a different way. After a week, Daniel received a big packet from a law firm in Sarah's state. As I prepared the twins' lunch, he unwrapped it at the kitchen table. As he read, his face turned white. And he read, "Ease intensive tame." Without a word, he gave the letter to me. It came from Sarah's attorney, who insisted that we start paying tuition again right away. The letter threatens to sue Emily for emotional harm and breach of verbal contract. It said that due to our abrupt abandonment, Emily was depressed and her grades were slipping. She had been prescribed antidepressants, according to the medical reports that were attached. Daniel had a defeated expression. I took a seat and read it twice in its entirety. Daniel said that verbal agreements may be enforceable in some jurisdictions, and that Sarah most likely had emails or texts in which we had discussed tuition payment. I asked. We never signed anything. So how could they sue us? I inquired about the expense of hiring a lawyer to challenge this. Probably $10,000 just to start, he added. I came to the conclusion that we would lose money either way. Not only were we unable to pay for tuition, but we were also unable to pay for attorneys. Daniel just sat there looking at the letter, while I buried my head in my hands. That weekend, I got a call from Trish at work. She claimed to have done some research, and that her daughter attended the same college as Emily. When I questioned Trish about it, she revealed that she had ordered her daughter to look through Emily's social media accounts. She forwarded me 3 months' worth of Instagram story screenshots. Emily was seen at a concert, at someone's lake house, at a party with red cups all over the place, and at the beach with friends. These weren't the actions of a distraught girl who was experiencing abandonment. When I saw evidence that Emily had lied to both the lawyer and her mother, I felt justified. However, I was also depressed. Sarah and everyone else were being duped by this girl who used to bake with me on Sundays. I saved the screenshots and thanked Trish. I texted Daniel to let him know that I had information about Emily when he and the twins were in the grocery store. 5 hours passed before he responded. On Monday morning, Ken gave me a call on my cell phone. I had always gotten along well with Daniel's father. But when Daniel wasn't there, we didn't talk much. Without Daniel knowing, he asked if we might have coffee together. Despite my suspicions, I consented. We got together at a diner close to his residence. Ken got right to the point and placed his coffee order. He claimed that he had to share with me the details of Daniel's first marriage. Ken shook his head when I replied I understood the fundamentals. He clarified that Emily had always been a weapon for Sarah. Sarah had threatened to deny Daniel custody whenever he didn't comply with her demands. She would abruptly decide Emily needed to spend the holidays with her, or she would cancel his weekends with Emily. In a panic, Daniel would give in to Sarah's demands in order to see his daughter. According to Ken, this continued for years until Emily turned 12 and was able to make her own decisions. He gave me a serious look and told me that while I was right to set limits, I had to realize that Daniel was afraid of losing his daughter entirely because Sarah had done it once before. My chest tightened. "Do you think I should just let Sarah win?" I said. Ken declined. But perhaps there was a compromise that didn't require hiring attorneys, or severing ties with Emily entirely. As I drove home, I considered all Ken had said, and pondered whether there was any way to clean up the mess I had made. In the dining booth, Ken leaned back, and used both hands to wipe his face. He appeared older than normal, and his fatigue went beyond simple sleep deprivation. He claimed that roughly 10 years prior, his brother Ashton had experienced a similar situation with his stepchildren. Every time they came to visit, the children from his wife's first marriage made life terrible and never welcomed him. They would steal money from his wallet, smash things in his house, and accuse him, and tell their mother he was cruel to them even though he had only spoken 2 words. Ashton loved his wife, and did everything he could to make it work. He transported them to practices, paid for their school vacations and sports teams, and attended games where they pretended he didn't exist. They never did, despite his wife's constant assurances that they would. He couldn't give them instructions because by the time they were teenagers, they were openly hostile, calling him names and claiming he wasn't their father. The oldest daughter's accusation that Ashton had smacked her during a fight about her curfew was the tipping point. Although it was untrue, Child Protective Services became involved and looked into him for 3 months. Even after the lawsuit was closed, his bond with those children was permanently ruined, and his marriage barely made it through. According to Ken, Ashton continues to pay their college tuition because his wife pleaded with him to. But they no longer communicate with him, and don't attend family gatherings. He gave me a serious look, and explained that biological parents with blended families are constantly caught between their old and new families. Their child losing the whole family, the divorce, and selecting a new spouse all cause them to feel guilty. Despite their best efforts, the step-parent constantly feels like an outsider because of the entire history they were not a part of, because they are upset over things that aren't truly anyone's fault. Children can sense this tension and occasionally use it as a weapon. He claimed that I had every right to be hurt, because what transpired at Daniel's birthday dinner was nasty. However, Emily had been coping with her parents' divorce since she was 7 years old. So it's likely that seeing her dad start a new family triggered emotions she wasn't prepared to deal with. As I stirred my coffee, I noticed a change in my chest. This was more than one bad remark or one supper. Before I even met Daniel, there had been years of complex family issues. After the divorce, Emily had taken center stage in his life. After I arrived, there were 2 infants who need round-the-clock care. I hadn't given much attention to what it may have been like for her to see her role in her father's life dwindle since I had been so preoccupied with keeping my boys safe. Before I departed, Ken gave me a hug and paid for our coffees. He claimed that although Daniel loved Emily, he also loved me and the twins. We all had to figure out how to live together as a family, without ruining one another. Daniel was feeding the twins lunch in their high chairs when I arrived home. He asked me where I had been after glancing at me. He halted with a scoop of mashed carrots halfway to Aiden's mouth when I informed him I'd met with his father. I told him to just talk about Emily and the whole thing, when he asked what his dad wanted. Daniel set down the spoon, and used a towel to wipe his hands. I shouldn't have gone behind his back, he added, and his dad had no business getting involved. I was furious because I had gone to grab coffee with his father, rather than plotting a plot. For the remainder of the day, we did not speak. For the first time in a week, I checked Facebook after the twins had gone to sleep that evening. My notifications were piling up. Emily wrote a lengthy essay about how her dad's new ideal family felt like a replacement for her own, having grown up with divorced parents. In fact, she had used the twins' names and labeled Daniel. After 6 hours, the post had received more than 300 comments. With each one, I felt worse as I scrolled through them. Daniel is being referred to by many as a deadbeat father, who abandoned his first daughter in favor of his new children. Someone claimed that I was obviously a cunning stepmother who desired Emily's exclusion. The tragic fact that Daniel had forgotten his origins was mentioned by one of Emily's aunts from Sarah's side. I had met some extended family members maybe twice, and they were sharing their thoughts on our private family business. Even strangers, friends of friends, added their opinions about what awful parents we were. As I read Emily's account of feeling forgotten and erased, returning home to discover her childhood room transformed into a playroom for the replacement kids, and her father picking his new bride over his own daughter, my hands began to shake. She gave the impression that we had cast her out into the open. She gave the impression that Daniel had just accepted her suggestion to have the twins. She gave the impression that I had deliberately excluded her from her own family. There was a part of me that wanted to write a comment outlining her genuine remarks regarding my babies. A part of me wanted to share screenshots of her pretending to be depressed while having a good time at the beach. There was a part of me that wished I would never be seen again. I was staring at my phone when Daniel entered the bedroom. I rotated the television to face him as he questioned what was wrong. As he began to read, his face turned white. He scanned through the comments while perched on the side of the bed. He remained silent for a considerable amount of time. I shook my head when he finally inquired if I had replied or remarked. "Good," he said. I questioned how it could get worse than hundreds of people believing we are monsters. "Don't engage, it'll only make it worse." He had no response. Daniel recommended marriage counseling the following morning. "We obviously couldn't work this out on our own," he continued, "and perhaps a professional might improve our communication." I had no other option, so I consented. That Thursday, we were scheduled to see Dr. Smith, a therapist who specialized in blended families. I walked in hoping she would see my point of view, acknowledge how offended I was by Emily's remarks, and concur that stopping tuition was a fair punishment. Rather, she asked me defensive-sounding questions for the entire hour. She was curious as to why I hadn't consulted Daniel before making such a significant financial choice. She wondered if I had thought about Emily's reaction, if her registration was suddenly blocked. She pointed out that by calling Sarah directly, I had completely circumvented Daniel. I attempted to clarify that I was shielding my kids from someone who had referred to them as spawn. Dr. Smith acknowledged that it was hurtful, and nodded. But she also questioned if I had discussed with Emily why Emily had said it or if I had just retaliated right away. She arched an eyebrow when I pointed out that the word retaliated was strong. She claimed that I had withheld $28,000 in financial assistance as retribution for remarks made during a disagreement. My face began to heat up. I explained to her that she had no idea what it felt like to hear someone wish your children had never been born. Dr. Smith assured me that it was really painful. But then she said something that made me want to leave. She claimed that by penalizing Emily, rather than talking to my husband about how we might resolve the matter together, it appeared as though I was parenting Daniel. She claimed that I had deprived Daniel, Emily's father, of his right to make choices regarding his own daughter. Daniel sat motionless on the couch next to me. When Dr. Smith was asked how he felt about my choice, he replied he understood my hurt but wished I had spoken to him first. Daniel said that we hadn't talked about money before I made the move. Daniel replied that we hadn't decided on punishments for Emily jointly, when she inquired. I felt deceived and ganged up. "I don't think this is helping," I remarked, getting to my feet. I picked up my bag and left even though Dr. Smith begged me to have a seat again. I got inside the car even though Daniel followed me to the parking lot and asked me to get back in. Silently, we drove home. A second session was not scheduled. Our bank statements were laid out in front of me as I sat at the kitchen table that weekend while Daniel took the twins to the park. I went line by line through 6 months' worth of charges. I insisted on purchasing organic baby food, which was about twice as expensive as conventional. In just 3 months, the expensive baby outfits I purchased from that downtown boutique totaled more than $800. I had read that the particular educational toys were excellent for development, so I had ordered them online. I felt terrible when I summed up the identical Halloween costumes I had purchased in August because I thought they may sell out. In only the last 6 months, I had spent more than $2,500 on unnecessary items for the twins. Every time Emily's tuition was deducted from our account, I was secretly resenting it. I recalled all the times I'd been irritated that we were helping her when I'd noticed a fee for her apartment or food plan. When Daniel said that she needed to send her more money for textbooks, I recalled feeling resentful. I convinced myself that it was because she didn't value what we were doing and was ungrateful. However, as I sat there examining the evidence of my own expenditures, I had to acknowledge something unpleasant. I was jealous of the money Daniel had spent on Emily over the years, which contributed to my animosity at her. Instead of going to me and the twins, the money went to her. Money reminded me that we were Daniel's second family, and she had been his first. I was ashamed of myself for even having such thoughts. When I married Daniel, Emily was still a child. Her parents' divorce was not anything she chose. She didn't request that her father be married again and have more kids. Eventually, though, I had shifted my perspective from Daniel's daughter in need of assistance to one of competition. I laid my head on the table and closed all the bank statements. I would stop at nothing to keep the twins safe since they were my babies. However, it's possible that my actions weren't actually intended to safeguard them. On Tuesday afternoon, Daniel was working from home when his phone rang. His voice became low and solemn as soon as I heard him respond. His expression was odd when he entered the living room where I was building blocks with the twins. "That was Emily's college financial aid advisor," he said. "Emily was on academic probation, and if she didn't improve by the following semester, she might lose her merit scholarship completely. She was barely passing her current classes, after failing 2 last term. The counselor had contacted to let her parents know what was going on since they were worried about her." Daniel merely gazed at the wall, while seated on the couch. He stated he had no idea when I asked what he wanted to do. Daniel accepted the block that Aiden brought him, but he did nothing with it. I experienced a complex range of feelings that I was unable to identify. I honestly worried about Emily's future, since I knew that she would suffer for years if she didn't graduate from college. I was a little upset that she was squandering her chances by pretending to be a victim on Facebook. I felt bad because I wondered if her grades had suffered because of the tuition. Based on those Instagram pictures, I had a sneaking suspicion that she had been partying excessively and that this was her own fault. Despite everything that had transpired, I came to the realization that I still cared about her. That perplexed me since I wanted to dismiss her as ruthless and self-centered, yet I was unable to do so. For years, she had been a member of our family. She had cradled the twins while they were babies, and assisted in painting the nursery. On Sunday afternoons, she had joined me in baking cookies, and referred to me as her bonus mom. Somewhere beneath all the hurt and rage, that girl was still there. Daniel informed me on Thursday night that he would be visiting Emily at college this weekend to discuss the situation. He answered no when I asked whether I was invited. They have to be the only ones involved. I had the impression that he had struck me in the stomach. After everything she had said and done, I questioned whether he was siding with her. "This isn't about sides," he said. "It was about attempting to make things right as her father before she totally ruined her future." I told him that because I was his wife, we ought to decide jointly. He gave me a look and remarked that I had decided on her tuition on my own. Thus, he was choosing to visit her on his own. I tried not to cry when I started crying. I accused him of betraying me during our heated disagreement, and he accused me of attempting to distance himself from his daughter. He said that I had forced him to make a difficult decision between his wife and his child. I accused him of being overly dramatic, and he accused me of being domineering. Both of us uttered things that were probably inappropriate. Once more, he slept in the guest room. Without saying goodbye, he packed his bags and headed out to Emily's college on Friday morning. As I watched him drive off in the kitchen, I questioned whether this would truly be the end of our marriage. While the twins stayed with my mother, Daniel and I worked through everything over the weekend. We actually discussed what we could manage without going bankrupt, as we were seated at the kitchen table with our bank accounts spread out and the community college tuition figures scrawled on a notepad. Daniel said that he had been throwing money at the issue rather than dealing with Emily's conduct, because he was afraid she would become like his cousin, who never completed school and spent 20 years working in retail. I told him that I had been so preoccupied with keeping the twins safe that I had forgotten Emily was still a little child, who had witnessed her family fall apart, and was unsure of how to deal with it. Instead of paying $28,000 with explicit requirements, we decided to pay about $7,000 for a semester at the community college close to Sarah's home. Emily was required to maintain a B average, go to in-person or video family therapy sessions twice a month, and stop disparaging us on social media. We would assist her in transferring to a state school for her junior year if she maintained her grades and made an effort. Even if it wasn't the ideal education she had envisioned, it was something, and it seemed more legitimate than simply giving her money while she called my children shit online. While I stayed at home with the boys, Daniel drove to Sarah's house to personally notify Emily. 3 hours later, he returned, looking relieved yet fatigued. Emily sobbed and acknowledged that she had been struggling because she was angry and depressed, but didn't know how to seek for help. She stated she would attempt treatment if it meant not losing her dad entirely. And she accepted the community college idea. I wanted to think she was sincere, but I had also witnessed her manipulate circumstances in the past, so I felt this strange mixture of hope and caution. 2 weeks later, we received word that Emily was living with Sarah at the community college for the spring semester, and that her first therapy session had been set. Daniel appeared lighter, as if he had finally set down the concrete blocks he had been carrying. Thanksgiving arrived sooner than I had anticipated, and Emily and Sarah were on their way up for supper. While the twins ran about wondering when she was coming, I spent the morning cooking, and trying not to throw up from nerves. Daniel kept shifting items on the table that didn't need to be moved, and checking his phone. Emily's hair was pulled back in an untidy ponytail instead of her normal flawless curls, and she appeared thinner and more exhausted when they arrived. Instead of pushing the twins away, she actually went down on the floor, and let them to climb on her as they shouted and ran to her. Sarah made awkward small chat for an hour before departing. Then it was just the two of us. At first, dinner was somber, with everyone speaking carefully. However, when Liam knocked over his milk, we all laughed, which helped to diffuse the atmosphere. Emily asked if we could have a quiet conversation after the twins went to bed. Even though I felt sick to my stomach, I went with her to the back porch, where we used to sit and braid our hair. She apologized for referring to the twins as spawn, saying she was so upset over feeling replaced, that she had said the most heinous thing she could think of while glancing at her hands. She claimed that although her feelings concerning the divorce and the new family were real, the way she had expressed them was incorrect, and that her therapist was assisting her in seeing this. I apologized to her for abruptly stopping her tuition, and I said that rather than making such a big decision out of rage, I should have spoken to Daniel first, and dealt with my injured feelings more effectively. It wasn't flawless or fully healed, but it was something genuine, and we both shed a few tears. Before going to bed, she went inside and played blocks with the twins, and Aiden dozed off while clutching her hand. After 5 months, Emily phoned the twins every Sunday, to video chat with them. She would point at the TV while holding up drawings she had done in art class, goofy images of trucks and dinosaurs that made the boys giggle. At the conclusion of the semester, she had 3 B's, and an A-. And when Daniel saw them, he started crying. When we shared family pictures, she occasionally commented that she felt excluded. There were still times when it was clear she was having difficulty with things, but she was making an effort rather than merely being upset. I had to come to terms with the fact that our relationship would never be like it was when she was 12 and we spent Sundays baking cookies. That was the simple fact that she was no longer my bonus daughter. And whether anyone wanted to acknowledge it or not, the twins had altered the course of history. However, she was making progress, and that was important. Daniel and I went to therapy together to go through how we had both handled things poorly, with me making important decisions by myself when I felt upset and him avoiding conflict. We had difficult talks about priorities and communication, and how our lack of communication had nearly cost us our marriage. Every time she made a video call, the twins lit up and asked about her nonstop. They also followed her around the house like puppies when she returned home for spring vacation. We were learning how to truly be a blended family, rather than acting as though everything was great, while animosity festered beneath the surface. Things weren't perfect and probably never would be. I had discovered that sometimes the best way to safeguard my children was to have awkward conversations rather than make grandiose gestures. Additionally, Even if Emily's expression of her complex thoughts about her family altering was entirely incorrect, she was permitted to have them. I drove myself to the hospital with no one to help, alone in labor at 9 centimeters dilated. My husband was MIA. And after 12 calls to my mother-in-law, I got no response. I contacted my mother-in-law 12 times while in labor, but she ignored me because she was at a restaurant with my sister-in-law for their weekly mother-daughter date. My husband missed our baby's delivery. My sister-in-law indicated she didn't care if the baby died when we challenged them. My husband, Thomas, 34M, and I, 32F, had our first child 8 weeks ago. I'm writing this because I can't believe what happened and need independent feedback on whether I overreacted by shutting off Thomas's family. A large downtown Seattle company employs Thomas as a corporate lawyer. He works outrageous hours. Sometimes 60-75 hours a week, especially with big sales. We knew it was bad timing when I got pregnant because he was closing a huge merger that would take months. However, we were delighted and thought it would work. My family lives in ND. Bellevue, where Thomas's family lives, is 45 minutes distant. His sister Claire is 33F, and his mother Elizabeth is 58F. Elizabeth quit banking early and now does charitable work and spin classes. Claire is a part-time marketing consultant with a flexible schedule. The issue began in my third trimester. Thomas told me one July evening that the transaction was nearing completion. He'd need to work or travel practically constantly for 2 months, until my due date in mid-September. Although he looked unwell, he said this deal would launch his career for the next decade. Telling him I understood. Even though that worried me, I understood. We planned. For hospital transportation, Elizabeth would be my backup. She volunteered instantly when Thomas asked. She promised to keep her phone blaring $24, $7, and drop everything to fetch me. Thomas added her number to my phone favorites. We discussed the proposal at an early August family dinner. Elizabeth seemed happy to be needed. She kept repeating she couldn't wait for her first grandchild's birth. Claire attended that meal. She mentioned that she'd love to help, but she was preparing a large vacation in October and wanted to conserve energy. Elizabeth said Claire shouldn't worry since she had everything handled. I thought it unusual that Claire appeared annoyed by the whole exchange, but I ignored it. My due date was Wednesday, September 20th. Thomas told me he'd be in meetings all day Wednesday for the final merger signing, but he'd have his phone and run out the door if I phoned. The infant had different ideas. I got up at 6:30 a.m. on Friday, September 15. With cramping. I ignored them and continued my morning. Timing contractions by 9:30 a.m. They were strong but erratic. After calling my OB, the nurse urged me to watch them and come in when they were 6 minutes apart. At 11:30 a.m., things picked up. Tensive contractions occurred every 8 minutes. I called Thomas first. He remained silent. I texted him to call me quickly because I was in labor. Then I called Elizabeth. After 5 rings, her phone went to voicemail. I called to say I was in labor and needed her immediately. I called again. Voicemail again. Voicemail. I tried 6 more times in 25 minutes as contractions worsened and grew closer. Every call went to voicemail. I contacted Thomas again. No response. I texted him in uppercase that Elizabeth wasn't replying and I needed him now. No reply. Contractions were 6 minutes apart. Thomas worked hours, leaving me home alone without a car. As I leaned on the kitchen counter, I remembered I had to drive. I grabbed Thomas's garage-stored backup car keys with shaky hands. Only because I had to pull over twice due to contractions do I remember the drive. My white knuckles were from squeezing the driving wheel hard. Never before had I made such sounds. I ran a red light without realizing it until I was through the junction. I noticed a police cruiser at a gas station 3 miles from the hospital. Honked as I entered. The cop arrived and I said I was in labor and couldn't drive. Another officer drove my car while he put me in his cruiser with the lights on after calling for backup. They took me to the hospital and within 6 minutes. The ER team rushed me upstairs after one look. Already $9, math room CM dollar dilated. After that, everything happened fast. A nurse told me I was doing well while holding my hand. I screamed for Thomas. I recall the doctor telling me to push. I had our son at $3, C.05, math room, P.M. dollar. I was shivering and crying when the nurse laid him on my chest. Thomas's voice came from the corridor. He entered the room 3 minutes later, breathless, with his tie and shirt untucked. In a conference with his phone on mute, he didn't receive my texts until 3. He ran out of the office and drove madly there. He held me and the baby and apologized repeatedly. He asked his mother's location. I told him I didn't know. She never returned my calls. His face transformed completely. He grabbed his phone and called her in the delivery room. She responded, "First ring." I heard her happy voice on the phone. Thomas asked her where she was and why she hadn't answered my calls. A pause. She then explained she and Claire had gone to their customary Friday lunch place and put her phone on quiet because they were having fun. She assumed I'd call closer to the due date, as first infants are often late. She was disconnected by Thomas. He stared at the infant and then at me, attempting to absorb what his mother said. The nurses needed to continue inspecting me and the baby, so we didn't talk about it, but I could see his furious jaw clenching. The hospital received Elizabeth and Claire at 9 p.m. I was in recovery. With shopping bags and perfect hair, they entered. Elizabeth's hair was blown and groomed. Claire appeared to have had her nails done because she kept staring at them while talking. When they saw the baby, Elizabeth cooed about how perfect he was and how sorry she missed the birth. She said traffic was bad and her phone died. Standing behind her, Claire scrolled her phone. She glanced at the baby for 2 seconds before saying I looked sleepy. Thomas got up from my bedside chair. They were told to leave. Elizabeth looked astonished and stated she arrived. Thomas repeated loudly. He demanded that they go because they chose lunch over his wife's safety and his son's delivery. Claire grumbled. I was fine, and the baby was fine, so what was the big deal? First-time moms always overreact to everything. Thomas backed away when Elizabeth sought to touch his arm. They had 30 seconds to depart or he'd contact security. They left. Elizabeth cried in the hall. Claire shouted about Thomas's drama. Our outside hospital security guy asked if we were okay. Thomas closed the door after thanking him. We spent 3 days in the hospital. Elizabeth probably called Thomas 15 times. He remained silent. She texted, asking why he was upset. Claire texted that I was turning Thomas against his family. Thomas blocked both. Thomas sat me down at home to tell me something. He contacted Elizabeth's sister, his aunt in Portland. He learned from the aunt that Elizabeth and Claire had been having Friday lunch for nearly 6 years. They went to the same upscale restaurant every Friday at midday for 3-4 hours, then shopped or got their hair or nails done. The aunt said everyone in the family knew not to bother them on Friday afternoons for mother-daughter time. I asked Thomas if Elizabeth knew when she became my backup. Yes, he said. He told her the baby might arrive any day within 2 weeks of the due date. She said she understood and would help. I reported what happened in our extended family chat. I didn't exaggerate or omit. I explained the timing and asked if I was upset. Divorced from Elizabeth, Thomas's dad contacted immediately to express his horror. Thomas's uncle said Elizabeth was usually selfish, but this was worse. 2 of Thomas's cousins said Elizabeth skipped crucial events too. Claire and Elizabeth departed the group conversation. They started texting me immediately. Elizabeth wrote chapters about her mistake, but I was harsh by telling everyone. Claire texted me that I was overdramatic and trying to steal Thomas from his family. After I didn't react, Claire texted that I was a stranger who didn't understand their family. Thomas installed Ring doorbell cameras and modified our locks. He doubted they wouldn't show up unannounced. 5 days after we returned from the hospital, Elizabeth and Claire arrived. Around $11. 0. Mathrame. $. Hearing screams from the front porch while upstairs with the baby. I saw the Ring notification on my phone. On our doorway. Thomas came to the door and told them to leave. Elizabeth sobbed and longed to see her grandson. Claire yelled at me for manipulating and controlling. Thomas denied them entry and closed the door. They left after 12 more minutes of doorbell ringing on the porch. The noise woke the baby, and I spent an hour putting him back to sleep. Our neighbors brought food. The couple next door delivered lasagna, and said they heard shouting and came to check on us. The family across the street gave us diapers, and suggested to ask if we needed anything. People checking on us helped. Betty, Thomas's Portland aunt, drove up the following weekend. She watched the baby for 3 days while I recovered. She said Elizabeth had been contacting her nonstop to persuade Thomas to forgive her. Betty stated she informed Elizabeth she was on our side and that her actions were inexcusable. I'm writing this because I don't know if I'm unreasonable. Elizabeth constantly trying to contact family. She sent a lengthy email yesterday stating she erred but family should forgive. Claire wrote, "I'm tearing the family apart over one mistake. But I keep thinking about driving myself to the hospital while having contractions. I keep thinking about how the baby could have been born in the car or at home with no one there. I keep thinking about how Thomas missed the birth because his mother chose a restaurant reservation over being available like she'd promised. Thomas claims, we're not overreacting and he's done with both of them. I understand his stress. He hardly mentions it. But I can see he's digesting the notion that his mother prioritized a weekly lunch tradition over her first grandchild's birth. So, am I wrong? Should I welcome them back in or keep our distance?" Update 1. I was surprised by the response to my first post. Thanks to all who responded. I realized I wasn't crazy after reading the comments. Lots has happened since I posted. Thomas and I agreed to meet with Elizabeth and Claire one time to set limits the day after my announcement. We had Thomas's Aunt Betty here for support. Coffee shops in neutral territory were where we met. Elizabeth looked like she'd cried for days. Being there annoyed Claire. Thomas explained the terms while we sat. He said we needed to know why they did what they did before reuniting. Elizabeth immediately cried and blamed herself. Claire checked her phone. Thomas bluntly asked Elizabeth why she put her phone on silent when I could go into labor any day. Elizabeth glanced at Claire and Thomas. Fridays were their only consistent time together, therefore she and Claire valued them. She told herself that first infants are always late and that I'd definitely go into labor on or after my Wednesday due date. I asked her why she didn't notify us. She wasn't available on Friday so we could change plans. That stumped her. She maintained that it would be all right. Then Claire spoke. She remarked Elizabeth and she revered Friday afternoons. She said they'd been doing it for 4 years, and that was the only thing that got Claire through her divorce. I should have avoided Friday labor, she said. Thomas inquired about her sincerity. Claire stated she meant it. She stated the pregnancy had disrupted enough family occasions and was inconvenient timing. She tired of everything being about the baby. Betty asked Claire to define that. Claire claimed that since I got pregnant, every family event was about me and the baby. She stated Elizabeth used to spend more time with her, but now everything were about grandmotherhood. She said my early labor destroyed her and Elizabeth's day off. I asked Claire whether she understood that I or the baby could have perished. She shrugged, saying hospitals cater to that. She stated I got to the hospital fine, so she didn't understand. Thomas rose. He informed Claire she was sick and should prioritize. Claire said he'd changed since marrying me and that I'd turned him against his family. Elizabeth tried to calm everyone. She suggested we take a break and try again in a few months. Betty said not for months. She claimed Elizabeth's daughter's lunch date versus infant safety attitude said all about her morals. Betty was a cruel elderly woman without children, Claire said. She couldn't grasp family ties. We departed. Thomas was quiet the whole way home. He immediately ordered more security cameras for the backyard and side gates on his computer when we returned home. He doubted Claire. Elizabeth called Thomas from an unblocked number while I fed the baby that night. He replied on speaker. She stated she needed to tell us but was scared. Thomas inquired about her topic. After the coffee shop encounter, Elizabeth reviewed her September 15th phone records at home. She stated she checked my call timestamps. She said her phone wasn't silent. She stated Claire took her phone and turned it on airplane mode at lunch. Thomas wondered why Claire did that. Elizabeth stated Claire confessed when she approached her. Claire said she'd seen my calls on Elizabeth's phone when she was in the restaurant toilet. Claire grabbed the phone and put it on airplane mode. She removed call notifications before Elizabeth returned to the table. Elizabeth said Claire said she did it because she was tired of my getting attention. She said Claire had complained for months about Elizabeth's pregnancy limiting her availability. She claimed Claire wanted to teach me not to assume Elizabeth would always be available. I was speechless. Thomas asked Elizabeth why she hadn't told us sooner. Elizabeth stated she only found out because she never questioned if her phone was on quiet as she remembered. Betty's words made her realize Claire had been acting unusual all day, so she checked after the meeting. Thomas asked Elizabeth whether she knew that Claire purposefully endangered me and the baby. Elizabeth could scarcely speak from crying, saying she knew. She said she and Claire had fought for 2 hours. She said Claire laughed and said I and the baby were okay. Elizabeth was unhappy over what? Thomas informed Elizabeth, this didn't affect our relationship. He stated she still agreed to be my backup but went to lunch anyhow. It was Elizabeth's failure to be available when promised that caused the problem, not Claire's behavior. Elizabeth asked for babysitting. She admitted she'd erred, but she was his grandmother. Thomas declined. He suggested she needed time and space to think out why she'd allowed Claire's behavior for so long. His call ended. Thomas's dad called 2 days later. He said Elizabeth called crying and told him everything. He stated he drove to Elizabeth's and confronted Claire. He stated Claire instructed him to leave it alone and everyone was overreacting. He stated he warned Claire to stay away from us or face legal penalties. Betty contacted that weekend to say she'd heard from other family members that Claire had been posting on social media about Thomas and I withholding her nephew from his grandma over a misunderstanding. She uploaded screenshots of her apology text to Thomas. She removed her slurs and felt the situation was overdone. Thomas's relative called Claire out on her posts via comments. My initial Reddit post was shared. Claire deleted everything and concealed her accounts. We believe things were calming. One night at $2. 0 Mathroom. A.M. Our Ring doorbell camera detected front porch motion. I heard the alarm on my phone while feeding the baby. Claire was on our porch when I checked the camera. She stood gazing at the door. I awoke Thomas. Both of us viewed his phone's camera. Claire turned and walked back to her car after about 6 minutes. She drove away from our house after 12 more minutes in the automobile. Thomas reported the incident the next morning via non-emergency police. The officer who gathered the information advised us to document and consider a restraining order if it continued. Thomas sent himself Ring footage via email and kept it in a folder. That weekend, Betty drove up again. She retired after 20 years in mental nursing and worried Claire would break down. Elizabeth's actions, social media posts, and overnight visit to our house were warning flags, she stated. She said compulsive attention seekers like Claire might become explosive when they feel disconnected from their primary source of validation. Thomas installed house-wide motion sensor lights. Our neighbors inquired about our well-being. We told them we had family troubles and wanted to be careful. The neighboring husband offered Thomas his cell number and said to call anytime, day or night. Although Claire hasn't spoken since that night, Elizabeth keeps contacting Thomas to sit down again. She says Claire is her daughter and can't be cut off. But she wants to stay in our life. Thomas has ignored her texts. I expected to feel better once we knew the facts. I feel numb. I keep staring at the infant and thinking about how Claire made Elizabeth ignore my calls. I keep wondering what may have gone wrong on the hospital drive. Thomas barely slept. He checks the cameras several times a night, even when there are no warnings. He claims he should not have trusted his mother with such a vital matter. Betty advised us to quit blaming ourselves and focus on family. Elizabeth and Claire made their own decisions, not ours, she remarked. She said our only responsibility is to raise the baby safely and lovingly. People wondered what occurred after the initial post, so I'm updating. I wish I had better news. Wish I could say we sat down and collaborated. Unfortunately, some things are unsolvable. Some things reveal people's true selves. He gave her 7 minutes. She requested entry. He declined. She stood on the porch and told him everything while I watched through the house's camera. She said she had gone through Claire's room while Claire was out 4 days after Claire arrived at our house at 2 a.m. A notebook was under Claire's bed. She said. Claire wrote about the baby in the notebook. Elizabeth found the entries disturbing. Claire wrote about how the baby ruined everything. She wrote that if the baby hadn't been born, things could return to normal. She wrote of ways to make the baby disappear so Elizabeth wouldn't obsess about being a grandma. Thomas inquired if Claire had threatened our son. Elizabeth agreed. She stated she confronted Claire about the journal that night. Claire yelled at Elizabeth for overreacting. Their fight was yelling. Claire stated Elizabeth picked us over her daughter. Elizabeth advised Claire to get help. Claire left with a bag. Elizabeth reported 4 weeks without Claire's reply. Claire didn't return calls or texts. Claire didn't answer the door when Elizabeth drove to her apartment many times. Elizabeth reported Claire missing to the police, but they stated she was an adult and there was no proof of criminal play, so they couldn't help. Thomas questioned Elizabeth why she waited 4 weeks to tell us. Elizabeth hoped Claire would return so they could treat her. She was afraid we wouldn't let her see the baby if she told us. Her fear of Claire's actions prompted her to inform us now. Thomas showed me the discussion ring footage inside. We promptly reported the incident to the police. R.2a. Porch footage of Claire was shown to them. We informed them. Elizabeth's notepad comment. The officer suggested a restraining order and noted it in the system. Next day, we filed a restraining order against Claire at the courtroom. The judge issued a temporary order and scheduled a 3-week hearing. Our address was required on the form. Thomas was frightened. But the clerk claimed it was necessary. It happened 5 days after we sought the restraining order. It was 3 a.m. My kid cried and I got up to nurse him. The nursery was dark save for the little bulb when I heard something outside. It sounded like distant shouting or conversation. I opened Ring on my phone. The front porch camera caught Claire at our door. She was shouting, but her distance from the microphone obscured the sounds. Her mouth moved and arms waved. She looked wild. She had messy hair and slept in her clothes. I hurried to our bedroom and woke Thomas. He accessed the camera stream on his phone. We observed Claire vanish from the front porch camera. Thomas turned to the backyard cam. Nothing. He switched to side gate camera. She was trying to open the gate. Lock held. Thomas dialed 911. He informed them that someone was trying to break into our house and that she was under restraining order. The operator indicated police were arriving. We heard glass break. From the nursery. Thomas hurried down the hall. I carried the baby and followed him. The nursery window broke. There was glass everywhere. Claire threw a brick or rock through it. The shadows obscured her going through the window. Thomas yelled that she leave. She was halfway through the window, bleeding from the glass. She screamed. She said we stole her mother, everything was good before the baby, and she needed to mend it. Thomas pulled her arm through the glass to force her out. She screamed and fought him. She had blood everywhere from her injured hands. I left the room with the infant, and called 911 from the corridor. She was inside the home, I said. I heard more yelling and struggling. I heard sirens. The police moved up the street. Claire must have heard them because the yelling turned to tears. Thomas had pushed Claire through the window and held her on the nursery floor when the officers arrived. She was crying, wounded, and confused. Officers seized control. I remembered one from September 15th when he drove me to the hospital. He inquired about our health. Thomas agreed, but she had to be arrested. Claire was handcuffed. Still crying, she wanted her mother back. The blood from glass cuts prompted an ambulance call. Paramedics bandaged her hands while she was handcuffed. Officers stated she'd be guarded in the hospital and jail. They required us to provide formal statements at the station in the morning. While we boarded up the damaged window with plywood, one officer lingered. They left as the sun rose. Neither of us slept. We sat in the living room with a baby and didn't chat. Elizabeth rang Thomas at 8 a.m. Police contacted her as Claire's emergency contact. She was crazy. She inquired about our safety. We were all right physically, but Claire was going to jail, stated Thomas. Elizabeth stated she feared this might happen. She stated she should have told us about the notebook earlier. She should have notified us immediately, remarked Thomas. He claimed she endangered our son by waiting. He refused to hear from her again. His call ended. We visited the police later that morning. Presented our statements. Claire was charged with attempted burglary, criminal trespass, and restraining order violation, according to the detective. Given her mental state, he predicted a psychiatric evaluation. He stated the district attorney will discuss legal processes. The house was deserted when we returned. Disaster continued in the nursery. The floor was covered in blood and glass. After seeing us pull in, our neighbors came over. They helped Thomas clean as I brought the baby to our bedroom. The neighbor couple said they heard sirens and panicked all night. They requested we notify them of any needs. That afternoon, Betty called. She said the family told her. She advised us to leave the house. She told us to pack bags and come to Portland to stay with her as long as needed. With so much trauma in the house, she suggested we needed room to process. We drove to Portland the next day. We arrived a week ago. The infant is okay. Thomas is suffering. He barely eats. He routinely checks his phone for police updates. He regrets not splitting off his family sooner. Betty sits with him and says it's not his fault. He couldn't have known Claire would do this, she says. Mental illness can emerge years later. She warns. He can only focus on keeping us secure, she says. The detective called yesterday. He said Claire saw a hospital psychiatrist. She was incompetent to stand trial, according to the psychiatrist. A long-term psychiatric center will treat her. The criminal charges would be halted awaiting her treatment. He said. He stated the restraining order stands. Elizabeth keeps calling Thomas. Not responding. She's called Betty too. She needed to realize that her daughter is sick and her grandson's family needs distance, Betty said. Elizabeth understood, but she's lost both her children and doesn't know how to deal. Betty stated Elizabeth should consult a professional, not us. Thomas's father apologized for everything by phone. He believed he failed Claire as a father, by not noticing the indications earlier. He admitted to failing Thomas by not shielding him from his mother's problems. Thomas said that wasn't his job. His dad wants to meet the baby when we're ready, if we're okay, Thomas answered. Maybe eventually. We're going back to our house tomorrow. He hired a company to replace the nursery window and paint the room. He wants anything that reminds us of that night gone. He's also installing a full security system with cameras on every door and window and police-connected alarms. No idea what's next. Claire may never recover. I doubt we'll ever feel safe at home again. Thomas may never forgive his mother for not alerting us sooner. I know we'll prioritize our son, we'll safeguard him as he grows up. We will ensure that no one from Thomas's side of the family hurts us again. Final update. I wasn't going to update, but folks have been texting for closure. Here it is. We moved. The only time we returned to Seattle was to pack. Thomas listed the house 3 weeks after we returned from Portland and sold it in 4 days. We lost money on the transaction to get out soon, but neither of us cared. We bought a smaller Portland house 12 minutes from Betty. It's safe and in a friendly area. Our neighbors have kids. Our neighbor has a son-aged child. Feels different from Seattle. Feels manageable. Thomas took a job break. His firm was accommodating. They would maintain his position for 7 months and let him work remotely when ready. Early December saw him work from home part-time. He believes employment helps him forget what occurred. Claire remains in mental care. We obtain updates from the DA. The doctors claim she's been diagnosed with various problems I won't disclose here to avoid armchair diagnosis and stigma. What matters is her treatment. Despite the ongoing criminal accusations, the DA stated her mental health suggests a plea offer with continued therapy rather than jail time. We told the DA we're good as long as the restraining order continues in place and she can't visit us. Elizabeth stopped phoning after moving. Betty informed her we'd moved from Seattle and weren't telling Thomas's relatives. Elizabeth said she understood and respected our choice in a late December email. She said she was going to therapy to understand her position. She stated she'd be open to touch again if we were ready, but she wouldn't push. Thomas didn't reply. Thomas's dad respects. He texts us every few weeks to check in. Thomas provides quick updates. His dad sent a Christmas card with a gift card and a note saying he hopes to meet his grandson when we're ready. We haven't decided, but Thomas suggests next year. Extended families formed camps. Some think we overreacted by moving and isolating everyone. Some argue we didn't go far enough and should have charged Elizabeth for delayed notebook disclosure. Thomas only communicates with Betty and his dad after leaving the family group chat. My family celebrated Thanksgiving outside. My mom helped with the baby for 3 weeks. I could breathe for the first time since everything transpired. She asked few inquiries. She assisted me and let me speak. The child is 5 months old. Healthy and reaching his goals. He doesn't know what happened. His parents, Great Aunt Betty, and peaceful Portland house are all he knows. We want it that way. People keep wondering if we'll reconcile with Elizabeth, or let Claire back in if she's well. No, indeed. Thomas and I discussed it extensively. We concluded risk wasn't worth it. Even if Claire stabilizes and Elizabeth resolves her concerns, the damage is done. They're untrustworthy. After seeing their actions, we won't put our youngster in danger. Some find that harsh. Others believe families should be given second opportunities. Here's my opinion. Your family should protect you. When family threatens you, makes you drive yourself to the hospital in childbirth, or breaks into your house at night, they stop being family. People you used to know hurt you. That thought challenges Thomas more than I do. Raised to value blood ties above all else. Relearned what family means. He now believes family is built, not born. He says, our family is us, our son, Betty, and his dad. If he can find a safe place, that's enough. We're not going back to Seattle. We're not maintaining relationships with people who enabled what happened or who think we should get over it. And we're not placing ourselves in situations where we have to be on guard. We're choosing peace over obligation. The Portland house is quiet. We have a small circle of trusted people and safe routines. The baby's room has white walls, blue curtains, and a window that looks out onto a tree. There's no broken glass, blood on the floor, or history of harm. Thomas sometimes wonders what his life would be like if he had seen the warning signs earlier. If he had known that his mother's need to please Claire was toxic, and that Claire's jealousy was more than sibling rivalry. He feels stupid for not seeing it. He's not stupid, and I tell him you can't prepare for people you love to hurt you or when someone will cross a line you didn't know existed. Betty says we did everything right, we set boundaries and enforced them. We protected our son when it mattered most. We can Argus Reese's man. We can port place laugh, we can place laugh. She says, good parents do that. Not sure if we accomplished everything right. I know we did our duty. I know we selected our son above others. That's the update. We're good, healing, going forward, and doing it without our attackers. Story 2. During home renovations, I found pre-signed separation papers and a strange note from my husband hidden beneath our floorboards. The truth left me questioning everything I thought I knew about our marriage. Yesterday started like any other Thursday. We've been married for 6 years and together for almost 10. I'm Sarah, 32F, and I've always thought we had something special. James is caring, attentive, and makes me feel valued. He plans surprise dates, brings home my favorite desserts when I've had a bad day, and texts me random jokes to make me smile. We've been trying for 7 months to have children. We bought our first house 4 years ago, a small but charming 1,940 seconds bungalow that needed some work. Since I left my marketing job 9 months ago, James earns enough at his engineering firm that we agreed I could take time off to make our house ours. Yesterday, I decided to refinish the original hardwood floors in our upstairs hallway. The previous owners had carpeted them, and I'd been putting it off because it seemed daunting. I started by pulling up the carpet in the far corner, where I noticed a noticeable difference. One board was slightly raised, and when I pried it up, I found a metal lockbox tucked into the floor joists. It wasn't locked, but inside were legal documents, and a sealed envelope with James's handwriting that said read when needed. I shouldn't have opened it. I know that now, but finding a hidden box beneath our floors made my heart race. I opened the envelope first and found a letter clearly written by James to himself. It made my blood run cold. James, when you read this, your suspicions were right. Your loving marriage with Sarah has fallen apart. I don't know what happened. Maybe she found someone who makes her happier. Maybe you weren't enough. Maybe the love faded. All those memories you treasured with her will have to be forgotten. She's leaving or you're making her leave. You stupid, worthless, delusional fool. You never deserved her in the first place. You should have known this would happen eventually. Or did she betray you? She promised to be faithful, but she let another man into her life and bed. She chose him over you. Let her go. Forgive her. Your anger will destroy you. James, you'll survive this. My hands shook when I set the letter down. Listen to that song from our first date to remember happier times. Then get some sleep tomorrow, hit the gym, call your lawyer, and start rebuilding. I then looked at the legal documents. They were separation papers prepared by a law firm I'd never heard of, with both our names filled in except for signatures. I sat on the half floor, surrounded by carpet tacks and dust, staring at these papers that ended my marriage. That morning, James kissed me for a long time before leaving, told me he couldn't wait to see my floor progress, and promised to pick up dinner on his way home. Why did these papers exist? Why was this letter hidden beneath our floors? When had James written this? Had he been planning to leave me all along? Was this just a backup plan? My mind raced through every conversation, ever. James is everything I wanted in a companion, therefore I didn't understand why this was coming from. James has always been emotionally restrained. He never talks about his feelings, so when we started dating, I had to adjust to his communication style. Instead of long, deep conversations about emotions, he showed his love through consistent, thoughtful gestures. The letter's tone changed from resigned sadness to blistering self-hatred to strange calm acceptance. It sounded nothing like the James I knew, who was confident, level-headed, and secure. I tried calling him at work, but he didn't answer. I texted asking when he'd be home, trying to sound normal. He replied he'd be home by 7. followed by a heart emoji. So casual. So normal. While I sat surrounded by evidence that he had prepared for our marriage to end, I spent the afternoon in a daze. I gave up on the floor project and paced around the house, looking for signs of unhappiness in his eyes I might have missed. We looked happy in every picture and in love. Around 6:30, I took the box downstairs and put it on our coffee table. I waited on the couch. I was too confused and shocked to cry when I heard his key in the door at 7. He called out my name as usual, but I didn't answer. He entered the living room with takeout bags, his smile disappearing when he saw the box on the table. He froze, dropping the takeout bags on the floor. We stared at each other for several seconds, his face drained of color, and I saw pure terror in his eyes for the first time. I asked him to explain the box, papers, and letter, and if he wanted to leave me. If he thought I was cheating, I asked why he would hide something like this instead of talking to me. James sank into the armchair across from me and wouldn't look at me. After what seemed like forever, he started talking. He said he created the contingency plan 7 months ago after several triggering events. Over dinner, his father, Richard, casually mentioned how James was always anxious, and how they tried to toughen him up. James tensed beside me but said nothing. Later, when we were alone, I asked James about his childhood. For the first time, he opened up about his father's unpredictable temper, and his mother's emotional distance. James told me he learned early to hide his emotions and project confidence even when he felt insecure. His parents' divorce when he was 13 was preceded by years of fighting and his mother's affair, which his father detailed in excruciating detail. His parents' marriage unraveling, despite appearing solid to outsiders, planted a seed of doubt about relationships that never fully went away. I realized our entire relationship has existed alongside his unspoken fear that history would repeat itself and that I would leave him for someone else like his mother. I was most moved by James's explanation of why he hid the box under the floor. When he was 14, shortly after the divorce, he found a similar box in his mother's closet while looking for a baseball glove. Inside were letters between his mother and the man she left her father for, letters from 3 years before she left. The floor hiding place wasn't random, it was directly related to his childhood trauma. He created his contingency plan and hid it like his mother hid her affair. In his anxious mind, he was preparing for a betrayal he subconsciously expected to occur. At James's request, I attended his therapy appointment yesterday. His therapist explained that James has relationship anxiety due to childhood attachment issues, trauma complicated by obsessive thought patterns. The Reddit forums likely triggered and reinforced these anxieties, creating a fear feedback loop that led to the contingency plan. I asked about the self-loathing language in his letter. The therapist said it represents his internalized voice of criticism, likely modeled after his father's treatment of him. James nodded in agreement, unable to speak as tears fell from his face. On the drive home, James told me something that broke my heart. We sat in the car in our driveway for almost an hour as he shared more fears and anxieties he's hidden from me throughout our relationship, like how he checks my phone when I'm in the shower to calm his anxiety. How he rehearses what to say if I tell him I met someone else. How he sometimes drives home during lunch to make sure everything is normal. I'm still processing all of this. I feel heartbreak for James, anger that he had so much from me, and guilt that I never noticed his struggles. We've agreed to weekly couples therapy along with James's individual sessions. His therapist recommended someone who specializes in rebuilding trust and improving communication. The floor project remains unfinished. I can't bring myself to work on it anymore. The exposed section with the missing board is covered with a rug. James offered to hire someone to finish it, but I think we should finish it together when we're ready. For now, we're taking things day by day. After decades of hiding his anxieties, I can see how hard it is for James to be more open about them. I still love him, and I'm committed to working through this together if possible, but I know we have a long road ahead. For the first time in our relationship, we're seeing each other fully, flaws and fears included. Update 2. Much has changed since I found James's contingency plan 4 months ago. I want to thank everyone who shared their experiences in the comments of my previous posts. Reading about similar situations helped me feel less alone during this difficult time. The biggest change is that we've learned James has had undiagnosed OCD and anxiety for most of his life. After several sessions, his therapist identified the patterns: intrusive thoughts about me leaving, compulsive checking, hidden preparation rituals, and extreme distress. When the box was discovered, this diagnosis was a relief for both of us because it gave James a name and framework and opened up more treatment options. His daily anxiety levels have decreased since starting medication and therapy. Our couple's therapist has been helping us develop new communication patterns. James is learning to express his fears instead of hiding them, and I'm learning to reassure him without feeling smothered by his anxiety. Each evening, we have a structured, supportive check-in time to discuss concerns. Last month, James's therapist helped him realize the full extent of his father's emotional abuse. Richard had convinced James that his mother's affair was James' fault. James's fears about our marriage were rooted in this devastating belief that if James had been a better son, his mother wouldn't have needed to find comfort elsewhere. After this revelation, James decided to set stronger boundaries with his father. We had dinner with both his parents separately. His mother apologized for how her choices had affected James and admitted she should have protected him more from Richard's manipulation after the divorce. His father's dinner was more difficult. When James calmly explained how Richard's words and actions had hurt him, Richard became defensive and dismissive. James kept his cool when Richard told him to man up and stop blaming his childhood for imaginary problems, but he decided to take a break from his father until Richard admits his mistakes. On a positive note, James has stopped browsing the infidelity and relationship subreddits. His therapist showed him how these forums were triggering his OCD cycles and anxieties. He's found healthier online mental health communities instead. 7 weeks ago, we returned to the floor project. James insisted on replacing the floorboard where the box was hidden. We discussed having children while working on the floors. Before all this happened, we'd been trying to conceive, but we've decided to pause those efforts until James feels more stable with his treatment and we've had more time to strengthen our relationship. My part-time contract job with my former employer was unrelated to our situation, but I was starting to miss the creative challenges of marketing work. And it's been healthy to have something outside the house to focus on. His therapist agreed that adding parenting stress right now could overwhelm our progress. Last week, James's brother Tom visited from across the country. Tom is 6 years older and had moved away for college when James was still dealing with their parents' divorce. He was shocked to learn about James's experiences and their lasting impact. Tom told me unusual family stories, including how their father had been paranoid during his marriage to their mother, accusing her of affairs years before she had one. This was uncomfortable, but important. James could see how he had unconsciously adopted some of his father's worst tendencies despite desperately trying to be different. Last month, I worked late on a project with a male colleague and James's anxiety spiked dramatically. He didn't accuse me, but I could see the fear in his eyes when I came home each night. Instead of hiding it, he talked to me about it and worked through it with his therapist. This experience has changed us both. James is more authentic than the carefully controlled person I married. There's vulnerability where there was a polished facade and honesty where there were secrets. It's like meeting a deeper version of the man I've loved all along. I'm more assertive about my needs, and more aware of subtle signs of trouble. James is learning that exposing his fears doesn't make them come true. The hidden box forced us to confront issues that might have festered in our marriage for years. Update 3. It's been exactly 7 months since I tore up our hallway carpet and found the hidden box. This will be my final update as our life has settled into a new normal that feels both familiar and completely different. James continues his therapy and medication, which has made a huge difference in his daily life. He describes it as the constant background noise in my brain finally being turned down. He still has anxious days, but he has better coping mechanisms. James said, "I'm going to be a different kind of father than mine was." His therapist has been helping him overcome parenting fears and break generational emotional damage. We've kept in touch with James's father, who denies his actions, but Richard recently started dating a woman who required him to attend a few therapy sessions as a relationship requirement. He reluctantly went, but it seems to have sparked some self-reflection. During our last brief visit, he awkwardly admitted that he may have been hard on James as a child. It's not the full accountability James deserves, but it's more than we expected. James's relationship with his mother has deepened. She's become an unexpected source of support, checking in on his mental health progress and sharing her therapy journey after the divorce, which has helped James see that healing is possible even decades after trauma. Our house is finally finished, with the kitchen backsplash installed last weekend. It feels like ours now. Built on honesty, rather than secrets. We've talked about the symbolism of tearing everything down and rebuilding it stronger. The biggest change is in our communication. James no longer hides his anxiety. When it arises, he tells me, "I'm having a hard day and need reassurance." Sometimes it's more specific. When you mentioned your colleague's divorce, my mind started spinning worst-case scenarios about us. I realized I had been walking on eggshells around James's emotions even before discovering the box, intuitively sensing his anxiety but never addressing it. Now, I don't hesitate to point out when his OCD patterns seem to be intensifying or when his father's critical voice seems to be influencing his self-perception. Our first real vacation since everything happened was a weekend trip to the coast last month. While walking on the beach, James told me that for the first time in his adult life, he's not constantly waiting for disaster. He's learning to live in the present. On that trip, we scattered the ashes of his letter to himself in the ocean as a ritual to release his fear. I watched the paper dissolve into the waves and felt closure. Our marriage isn't perfect. We still have disagreements and challenges. The pregnancy has brought new anxieties for both of us. The box beneath our floor forced us to confront the hidden cracks in our relationship, which was painful but necessary. What looked like betrayal turned out to be deep-seated fear. By addressing that fear directly, we've built something more resilient than before. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if I had refinished a different floor or never noticed the slightly raised board. James's anxiety and trauma might have shaped our relationship for years or decades in ways we didn't understand. Finding the box was the worst and best thing that happened to our marriage. It broke the illusion of perfect understanding but allowed something more authentic to grow. Thank you to those who followed our story and offered advice and support. Your shared experiences helped us through the darkest moments. Bringing secrets into the light is terrifying but transformative for those facing similar relationship challenges. As we prepare to become parents, I'm grateful that our child will grow up with a father who's confronted his past, and a mother who's learned that real love sometimes means uncovering difficult truths. We'll confront whatever comes next without secrets under the floorboards. You destroyed her identity. My wife screamed after naming our daughter without my consent. In retaliation, I legally changed it to something worse. My wife named our daughter poorly without my consent. I legally made it worse. Emily and I had decided on Grace for our daughter when we found out we were carrying a girl. After months of deliberation, our families adored it. Grace was my grandmother's middle name and Emily's favorite virtue name. It was elegant and meaningful. Everything was planned until our daughter's birth. After 36 hours of labor, Emily filled out the birth certificate as I had coffee in the restaurant. The nurse congratulated me on Lila Mackenzie when I returned. I asked her to repeat because I thought I heard wrong. She handed me the document where Emily spelled Lila Mackenzie that way. Emily told me Grace had an insight during labor that our daughter required a unique name. She stated Grace was ordinary and our daughter deserved more. I informed her we'd chosen Grace for 8 months and told everyone. Emily stated she had ultimate say because she carried and labored the baby for 9 months. The nurse offered to hold the paperwork for 48 hours for discussion, but Emily stated it had already sent electronically. That was a lie, but I discovered it later. The announcement of Lila Mackenzie devastated our relatives. Mom asked for help spelling it 3 times and got it wrong. It sounded like a drug to Emily's dad. My sister wondered if we were kidding. Emily lashed out that everyone was jealous of our daughter's originality. She called the infant Leela, but spelled it Leela in texts, cards, and social media, never recalling her daughter's spelling. It was misspelled 5 times in the pediatrician's system. The insurer said it exceeded their character limit. Daycare sent Brittany Mackenzie documents home and didn't understand why. Emily chastised others for ignoring creative names. When Lila was 4 months old, I asked Emily to modify it. I tried to erase her birth and motherhood. She said. She believed altering the name would destroy their spiritual connection because she saw it during contractions. While everyone mispronounced our daughter's name, she used those phrases. The preschool years were horrible. Lila was called everything but her name. Teachers gave up and called her B. Kids couldn't say it. Parents felt we were arrogant fools. Emily aggressively corrected others, insisting they were wrong. She interrupted story time to correct the teacher's pronunciation. She made other parents repeat until they got it. Even though Lila was 4, she made her spell it hundreds of times. Lila cried at home when she started kindergarten because kids called her name silly. Emily said they were jealous and dull while their daughter excelled. Lila asked to be called Grace, but Emily grounded her for being ungrateful. I began planning then. I studied legal name changes for youngsters and learned that one parent might petition if the other abandoned or was unfit. Emily was fit, but about to leave Lila. Emily needed a spa weekend for mental wellness, I convinced her. We booked a resort 3 hours away and I'd handle everything at home. Friday morning, Emily headed for her relaxing vacation. Friday afternoon, I submitted emergency paperwork indicating Emily had left the state and stopped parenting. The resort was across state boundaries, so technically. When the clerk saw Lila Mackenzie on the form, she realized why a change was needed. She accelerated this hardship case. After Emily returned Monday, our kid was legally Amelia Harper Weatherbottom. For flair, I added Weatherbottom as a third name. When the school phoned about updated documentation, Emily learned I did something wrong, and she drove home yelling. Requested Reds is on Spotify. Check the description or comments link. When the automobile screeched into the driveway, I knew she'd found out. Emily burst through the front door. Red. Twisted face. She shouted that I'd damaged our daughter's identity and hurled her pocketbook at the wall. She asked me how I could be so harsh and hateful. I relaxed on the couch with my hands on my lap. I told her I utilized her logic perfectly. The parent who handles the papers has ultimate say. I did. Emily pointed at me with shaking fists. She branded me a monster and stated my actions were different. A sacred and meaningful vision during labor inspired her name. I reclined and crossed my arms. I mentioned that my vision also inspired Sizzle and Morgani. Imagine teaching her how it feels when your partner betrays an arrangement. I felt only delight as she cried, mascara dripping down her face. Around 3:45, the school bus arrived. Through the glass, I observed our daughter descend the stairs with a slumped back and dragging backpack. It took her longer to climb the driveway. She was crying when she entered. Emily ran over and knelt, wondering what happened. Her daughter wailed as her instructor couldn't pronounce her new name. The youngsters laughed harder at her. Everyone laughed at her Pizza Lynn name. Emily turned around and shouted that I'd ruined everything. She stated I turned a terrible situation into a nightmare. I felt something chilly enter my gut. That was my first significant doubt about my actions. Daughter hurried to her room and banged door. While Emily paced back and forth, mumbling about how bad I was, I stared at my hands. I got up and headed to work. Closed the door, I took my phone. Hold music lasted 5 minutes when I contacted the county clerk. I inquired about reversing a name change when someone answered. The phone operator told Emily she could petition to change it again. A pause. She inquired about Friday's Amelia case. Yes, I said. Her voice quieted and grew uncomfortable. She expedited my paperwork without knowing it was a marital conflict. She would have needed both parents' signatures if she knew. I hung up after thanking her. Sitting at my workstation, I felt nauseous. An automobile entered the driveway about 6:30 that evening, followed by another. I spotted Emily's parents exiting. Mark, her father, was outraged. Her mother, Linda, had a strong jaw. I opened the door before they knocked. Mark pushed past me silently. He immediately walked to the living room where Emily was holding our kid. After following him, Linda looked at me. She avoided my gaze. She called my actions psychological abuse of Emily and our children. I explained. But she raised her hand. She refused to listen. Mark confronted me after returning from the living room. He said Leela Mackenzie was pronounceable but not excellent. At least it was love, not malice. He stated my monster was worse than Emily's. I stood there taking it because I had no choice. They spent 3 hours talking to Emily in the other room while I sat alone in the kitchen. The next morning, my parents arrived. Emily called them nights before. David, my father, wanted to talk outside. We stood on the front porch in the cool morning air. He called me shameful. He stated he understood being mad at Emily, but using her as a weapon was wrong. He interrupted me when I tried to convey my argument. He added, "The point I made was that I cared more about revenge than my own child." Mother. Rebecca put her hand on my shoulder. Though milder, her words wounded deeper. She stated, I made a bad situation worse. She stated I hurt my daughter to hurt my wife, making me no better than Emily. They left soon after. Watching them drive away left me hollow. 3 days later, school called. It was kindergarten teacher Ethan Green. He requested an emergency meeting with both parents. The phone caller wasn't telling me what was wrong, but his voice was worried. He indicated our daughter had school-related emotional issues. Though he didn't realize what was going on at home, the boy was plainly hurting. He felt his concerns had to be documented. Next afternoon's meeting was set. Emily and I drove separately to school. Outside the principal's office, we sat in separate seats without looking at each other. Principal Charlotte Mitchell summoned us. She looked glum with papers on her desk. She said our daughter told her instructor she wanted no name. She stated our relationship must end immediately. We were hurting our child's self-esteem. I said that I was referencing Emily's original treachery. Charlotte interrupted me with her hand. Our marital issues didn't matter to her. A 5-year-old being used as a weapon worried her. She threatened to report this to child services if we couldn't fix it. Words strike me hard. Emily wept. Charlotte handed her a tissue box and waited. She gave us 1 week to improve or she'd call. We left office quietly. First, Emily drove away. I waited 20 minutes in the school parking lot. Watching the steering wheel, I wondered how my righteous retaliation had become child services threats. I wanted Emily to realize her error. Instead, I'd shown I might be incorrect. Maybe worse. Finally started the car and drove home. The house was deserted when I arrived. I sat in my driveway with the engine off, watching the sun set through my windshield. I waited until the streetlights came on and the sky turned purple. Around 7, Emily's automobile entered the driveway. She exited gently and approached my window. Rolled it down. Was I coming inside? I nodded and left. We entered the house silently. Our daughter watched cartoons in the living room. She looked up nervously when we entered. She inquired about our conflict. Emily drew our daughter onto her lap on the couch. I took the chair across from them. With huge, anxious eyes, our daughter gazed between us. She inquired why we changed her name. She asked if we didn't love her. Emily immediately wept. Her body shook, and she couldn't speak. I watched her fail 5 times to speak. Emily's crying made our daughter cry. I touched our daughter's back on the couch. We love her. I told her. We made terrible decisions, I told her. I assured her we'd fix it together. How? Our daughter asked. Not ready to respond. Emily wiped her eyes and said we'd sort things out. Our daughter requested a name change again. I promised her no more changes. Emily looked at me but didn't argue. We tucked our daughter in early. She asked 5 more times whether we loved her before sleeping. Emily and I went to the kitchen after she left. I proposed we file immediately to alter the name to Grace as agreed. Emily sat at the table with her head in her hands. She couldn't erase the name that came to her in her most vital time. I reminded her our daughter suffered daily. Emily claimed she knew, but Grace felt wrong. She explained we couldn't revert since too much had transpired. I inquired about her desires. She denies knowing. We waited 15 minutes in silence. I recommended we try something fresh. Shaking her head, Emily, nothing will feel right after this, she murmured. I was furious again but tried to stay cool. I wondered if she would let our daughter suffer from her feelings. Emily inquired if I was really caring about our daughter after what I did. We were stuck for weeks, unwilling to give up. The next morning, my mom called while I made coffee. She didn't chat or ask how I was. She stated she contacted John Brooks, a parental dispute attorney. We couldn't figure this out, so she paid for a consultation. She believed our daughter deserved better than parents who used her name maliciously. I started to thank her, but she hung up. Emily went downstairs to learn who called. Told her about the lawyer. She inquired about my request to my mother. No. Emily drank coffee and added, maybe it was good. Since we couldn't agree, maybe someone else needed to tell us what to do. John Brooks' office scheduled appointments that afternoon. They wanted to meet with us individually first, then collectively. Emily went Tuesday. I went Wednesday. Emily was sitting against the wall in his office when I entered for the joint meeting on Thursday. John examined papers at his desk. He had glasses and gray hair. Maybe 50. His smile and handshake were absent. He ordered us to sit. Seating in the 2 seats facing his desk. John looked up from his papers and pondered us. He said we'd committed parental alienation by manipulating names. He stopped Emily from interrupting with his hand. A judge would see through both our activities. He continued. He said courts only considered the child's best interests. He stated neither of us considered that. Emily flushed. My stomach sank. John persisted. He admitted reviewing the birth certificate. He reviewed my emergency petition. He addressed the school. He read the pediatrician's report on our daughter's suffering. Emily stated her choice was about spiritual and parental bonding. Not revenge, she said. Over his glasses, John watched her. He said she changed without permission. After specifically agreeing otherwise, he said the unilateral choice infringed her husband's parental rights. John stopped Emily from arguing. He faced me. I answered. Mine was about proving a point. John stated bad parents prove points at their daughter's expense. I allegedly used my child as a weapon in a divorce. He called it textbook parental alienation. My words were lacking when I tried to justify myself. John warned that my emergency petition would certainly be rejected. He said I included incorrect information. Emily didn't abandon the child. It was a weekend spa trip. He said the court would see through it. He claimed they wouldn't automatically restore Leela Mackenzie either. He listed all the name-related issues. Teachers couldn't confess. Kids mocked it. Our daughter cried several times at home. He added, the court may reject both names as damaging and choose another. Emily and I gazed. Neither of us considered that. He advised us to compromise on a name before the court does. He advised we ask our daughter what she wants. Emily quickly remarked a 5-year-old couldn't make such a big decision. John stated she's old enough to have an opinion we should respect. Our daughter had to live with her name, he remarked. He stated her voice was more important than ours now. Emily appeared offended but didn't argue. Next week, John organized another meeting. He advised us to talk to our daughter first. Again, we drove home separately. I arrived first and waited in the living room. Emily arrived 15 minutes later. Our daughter wouldn't return till dinner from a friend's place. Only a few hours. I asked Emily whether she was ready. I was asked. I insisted we had to do it even though neither of us was ready. Emily's friend dropped off our daughter at 6:30. We thanked her and took our daughter in. Emily proposed talking in her room. Again, our daughter seemed afraid. I assured her everything was fine. We sat on her bed upstairs. I asked her favorite name. Our daughter initially stared at Emily, then me. Grace. Emily spoke. Our daughter cried before Emily spoke. She wanted a common name teachers could speak. A name youngsters wouldn't laugh at was her wish. She cried now. Emily hugged her, but our kid cried. Emily quickly stood up and departed. I heard her walking to our bedroom down the hall. Our daughter asked mother where she went. She required a moment. Our daughter calmed down while I was with her. Her name Grace is lovely, I told her. I assured her we'd name her that. She asked whether mommy was furious. I assured her mother wasn't mad. I stated mama had significant feelings to process. My daughter hugged me and said she loved us. I told her we love her. Emily was seated on the floor by the bed in our bedroom. She cried a lot. I sat next to her. She said Grace didn't honor her birth. She claimed Lila's arrival was unforgettable. I was caught between comforting her and being irritated she was still thinking about herself. I understood her feelings, but our daughter suffered. Emily acknowledged her selfishness. She said she couldn't control her emotions. My arm wrapped her shoulders. I said our daughter's pleasure trumped our egos and experiences. I suggested putting her first once. Emily looked at me. She inquired if I truly prioritized our daughter. She said I made her name worse out of spite. She wondered how that prioritized our daughter. My response was poor. She was right. My attempt to prove my argument made everything worse. We sat on the floor silently for a while. Emily and I spent 4 days in tight silence. We moved like strangers in a house. We sent our daughter to school each morning with her absurd name. She returned home quieter daily. The first afternoon, she said youngsters called her Pizza Lynn. She tried to chuckle, but her eyes were watery. Emily started talking about youngsters being creative but stopped when she saw our daughter's face. The second day, our daughter ate dinner silently. She pushed her food around her plate and requested early dismissal. Emily left and Emily and I sat at the table without looking at each other. Ethan Green brought home a note in our daughter's backpack on day 3. Checking her assignment folder revealed it. Notes stated that other children have adopted Pizza Lynn as a moniker. Our daughter didn't respond or correct them. Her recess was spent alone, not with other kids. Ethan wrote that he worried about her isolation. Please contact him to discuss the situation. I showed Emily the note silently. She read it twice and placed it on the kitchen counter. Her hands shook. I heard our bedroom door close as she left. I held the message in the kitchen and felt the weight of what we'd done to our kid press on me. Emily arrived the 5th morning. I had coffee in the living room before work. She sat across from me on the couch with her hands in her lap. She agreed to change the name to Grace. She spoke quietly and flatly. She reported one ailment. She wanted legal proof that I admitted my actions were improper and hurtful. She wanted me to sign a document admitting I damaged our daughter. I put down my coffee and glanced at her. I agreed immediately. I promised to sign anything to give our daughter a normal name and end this horror. Emily stood up after nodding. She advised us to call John immediately. Before Emily changed her mind, I called him on my phone. John answered on the third ring and I expressed our need. He offered to write the paperwork that afternoon. He invited us to his office at 4. I promised we'd arrive. John worked downtown near the courthouse. Emily and I met in the parking lot after driving separately. Walking silently, we entered. The receptionist took us to a conference room where John was waiting. He spread papers on the table. He said he wrote a joint petition to name our baby Grace. We both acknowledged in the petition that our earlier acts were not in her best interest. He required both signatures and would file it with the court within hours. Emily read the statement first. She scanned the text slowly. She pushed the papers toward me and signed them at the bottom. I read where I admitted that altering my daughter's name to Amelia Harper Weatherbottom was damaging and done without deliberation. I signed beside Emily. John stored the papers in a folder. He promised to take them to court quickly. We left after thanking him. Court letter arrived 3 days later. The hearing was 4 weeks away. John contacted to say 4 weeks was rapid given family court's backlog. He considered us lucky to get a date so soon. The school sent another letter that day. The principal wrote that Grace will be used informally in class until the legal name change. They sought to ease our daughter's adjustment. Emily nodded as I showed her the letter. She didn't say anything, but her expression showed relief and pain. Our daughter came home from school the next day talking more than in a week. She was called Grace by her teacher that morning. Some of the other youngsters heard and used Grace. Olivia said Grace was a nice name, she remarked. I hadn't seen our daughter so delighted since I changed her name. She chatted about Olivia and their recess play tomorrow during dinner. Emily stared at her oddly. A smile appeared when our daughter gazed at her. When our daughter looked away, Emily's face tightened and saddened. She seemed to be battling internally. Emily stared at nothing on the couch after our daughter went to bed. I inquired about her health. She claimed to be all right, but her voice sounded different. Sitting close to her, I didn't push. She would speak when ready or not. Linda, Emily's mother, arrived 3 days later without calling. After hugging our daughter, she asked to speak with Emily alone. I heard their voices in the kitchen but couldn't understand them. They returned after 20 minutes. Linda looked at me and said she needed to talk too. Emily played with our daughter upstairs. Linda sat down and informed me she'd been thinking about everything. To encourage her daughter, she originally backed Emily's choice of Lila. She realized her mistake after watching her granddaughter's reaction. She stated maternal bonding wasn't about dominating your child. She said the best mothers respond to their children's needs, even if they disagree. She stated Emily was challenging to let go of her ideal parenting, but she needed to for her daughter. She looked fatigued when Linda said that. She hugged me goodbye and told me to watch her girls. Next night, David, my father, called. He invited me to their place. My parents were waiting in their living room when I drove over after supper. My dad requested the court petition signed admission of misconduct. The copy John gave me was seen to him. Dad read it carefully and set it down. He suggested I may admit my faults. He spoke less harshly than before. That was beyond most males, he remarked. He then advised me to seek serious marriage counseling with Emily. He stated we had lost all trust. He noticed how we interacted. He stated marriages couldn't endure such destruction without labor. My mother put her hand on my shoulder and said they would help, but we had to work hard. Emily and I started therapy the next week. Dr. Lawson worked at a hospital area medical building. In the first session, she had us sit across from each other and explain why we were there. Emily initially discussed the name dispute and its progression. My side was then explained. Without interruption, Dr. Lawson listened. We were astonished by her statement afterward. She indicated both of us had significant control difficulties. She said we utilized our daughter to fight marriage-related conflicts. Name disagreement was a symptom of bigger issues. She claimed the true concerns were respect, communication, and collaborative decision-making. We had to fix those issues or they would destroy our family, she said. Emily and I gazed. Neither of us considered that. Dr. Lawson assigned weekly homework. She wanted to practice modest decisions and appreciating each other's opinions. She stated we'd advance to bigger challenges after learning the basics. The next therapy was harder. Emily was asked by Dr. Lawson why she changed Grace to Leela without my consent. Long silence from Emily. She stated she felt powerless during pregnancy and labor. She said everyone told her what to do and feel. She felt that the name gave her power over her life. The name wasn't important, she said. Proving her strength was the goal. Dr. Lawson inquired why I used a worse name. I had trouble expressing it. I finally admitted to being betrayed and humiliated. Emily humiliated me in front of our families, and I wanted her to feel weak. I said my revenge was scale balancing. Dr. Lawson looked up from her notebook while writing. She stated we sacrificed our daughter's well-being for our own power and control. Without a major adjustment, she indicated that pattern will ruin our family. She led collaborative decision-making processes. She advised us to respect each other's boundaries and listen instead of responding. Emily and I felt naked after that experience. Something had changed between us. We both confessed our motives. Honesty hurt, but it could lead to better things. After 3 weeks of weird stillness, the hearing date arrived. Emily and I talked mostly about logistics with our daughter. We moved like strangers in a house. Emily donned a navy dress that made her look serious and responsible on court day. Our daughter donned her special purple sparkling shirt. Outside the courthouse, John explained what would happen. He suggested the court will likely question our daughter directly, and we should let her answer without coaching. Emily's hands shook as she walked up the courthouse stairs with our daughter. Wood paneling and buzzing fluorescent lights made the courtroom smaller than imagined. The judge was seated when we entered. She was about 50 with gray hair pushed back and nose-mounted reading spectacles. Her expression as she looked up from the stack of papers made my stomach plummet. She looked jaded and unimpressed, like she'd seen every idiotic thing parents could do to their kids. John stood to present our united petition after the bailiff called our case number. Judge raised one hand to halt him. She reported having read all the paperwork and had several queries. She stared at our daughter on the front row between Emily and myself. Softly, the judge inquired her name. Daughter said she didn't like her name, Amelia. The judge requested her preferred name. Our daughter uttered Grace. Clearly, and steadily. Grace, like her great-grandmother, was her dream name. Judge nodded slowly and wrote on her papers. Her face tightened when she stared at Emily and me. She authorized the name change to Grace instantly. She signed and gave the clerk the order immediately. However, her voice was icy when she spoke. She stated she'd seen parents abuse children for 25 years as a family court judge. A child's name as a weapon in a divorce was one of the cruelest things she'd seen. She told Emily picking a name without her father's agreement was wrong. Her eyes told me retaliating with a worse name was worse. She said we prioritized our egos and wrath over our daughter. She said our actions hurt our daughter. We were ordered to take a child-centered decision-making parenting course. She gave us 60 days to finish and present proof to the court. She promised to personally supervise our compliance. She took another document from her stack. She also denied my emergency petition. She said I lied in court about Emily abandoning our daughter. She said Emily spent 3 hours at a spa without leaving anyone. She warned that lying in court files could lead to contempt proceedings. This time, she was letting it go because we'd made an arrangement, but she warned that manipulating judicial systems in the future may lead to jail time. She stated neither of us should appear in her courtroom again. She waved us off. Leaving the courthouse felt like a stomach hit. Emily was quietly crying beside me. Our kid grasped our hands and asked whether we were okay. I told her everything would be okay now that she was Grace, but I didn't feel okay. We got what we wanted, but the judge was right about everything. I wounded Emily with my daughter. Emily exploited our daughter to demonstrate her motherhood. Both of us were bad parents. Emily and I waited on the courthouse steps while John copied the signed order. None of us knew what to say. Though we won, it didn't feel good. Our daughter tugged on my hand and requested ice cream to celebrate her new name. Emily looks at me and nods. No one spoke as we went 2 blocks to the ice cream shop. Our daughter got chocolate chip and exclaimed over telling her teacher her real name. Emily and I ate little ice cream. Emily apologized for everything after our daughter went to bed. I apologized too. Sitting on opposite ends of the couch, we didn't touch. Within 7 days, the school updated records. The principal contacted to confirm the legal name change and promised a smooth transition. Our daughter was excited to come home from school on Friday. Her teacher told the class to call her Grace, her new name. She said she made 2 recess pals who wanted to play. Someone said Grace was a nice name. The teacher wrote home that our daughter seemed more confident and participated more in class discussions. She reported that the name change reduced anxiety. I watched our daughter change over 3 weeks. She grinned more. She chatted more at dinner. She offered to read bedtime stories. Her shoulders stopped tensing. But Emily struggled. I caught her saying Lila and halting. She slipped. And our daughter kindly corrected her. Emily would apologize and say grace through tears. I saw her body ache every time. After our daughter corrected her 3 times that night, Emily shut herself in the bathroom and cried. I hesitated outside the door, unsure what to say. We had twice-weekly therapy. Emily finally cried at the name in one session. She felt like she was eliminating her most crucial moment. She stated giving birth had changed her, and picking that name was part of becoming a mother. The therapist listened and asked Emily if her motherhood was more essential than her daughter's personhood. Long silence from Emily. No, she replied. The therapist helped her recognize her birth in various ways. Emily may write, draw, or join a support group, she said. She advised Emily to separate her metamorphosis from her daughter's. They were different. My therapist focused on me in another session. She wondered why I retaliated so strongly. I said Emily had humiliated me, broken our agreement, and made me appear stupid. The broken trust was slowly restored. Every time Grace came to her instead of me, Emily looked relieved. I tried more to involve Grace in house decisions. I'd ask her what she wanted for supper instead of cooking. I'd let her choose Friday night movies. She valued small signs of her opinion. She seemed astonished, like she wasn't used to being asked. When we were reading before bed, she got quiet and glanced at me. Her name changes terrified her. She said she didn't know her role. Hearing her say that tightened my chest. I apologized for the ordeal. I blamed my anger at her mom for my wrong choices. Although she wasn't to blame, she hugged me and said it was okay since she was Grace and liked it. I clung to her and vowed never to hurt Emily again. Grace ran in from the bus stop waving construction paper 3 months after the courthouse hearing. She drew stick figures of us for a school family art project. I had brown hair and glasses. Emily had long yellow hair. Grace held both of our hands in the center. Our names were written in her careful kindergarten calligraphy with some letters backwards under each person. It stated Dad under my stick figure. It said Mom under Emily. Grace with a capital G was under her name. Emily and I cried together in the kitchen as we stared at the drawing. Grace seemed confused and asked if we didn't like her photo. Emily snatched her up and exclaimed, "We loved it. We loved it so much." I magnetized the photo to the fridge. Throughout the week, I stopped to gaze at the name in shaky letters, Grace. Just Grace. Emily and I attended weekly therapy. Our therapist offered us home exercises. Even silly decisions like towel color and lunch location had to be discussed before making them. Checking in about anything seemed odd at first. It gradually felt natural. We improved at listening, instead of waiting to speak. We said I hear what you're saying, and help me understand your perspective. It sounds cheesy, but it worked. We hadn't recovered from Lila. Our old self was gone, but we were building something more honest. We both know their current abilities. There was no pretending we were perfect, agreeable couples. We were trying to improve after hurting each other. Family dinners with our parents got easier. Mom and Dad started coming for Sunday lunches again. Emily's parents joined us. Initial dinners were strained, with guarded talk about weather and Grace's school. Once they witnessed us solving our challenges, everyone relaxed. My dad grabbed me aside one Sunday and said he saw our effort. He was proud of our perseverance. Emily's mother told her the same thing, but nobody forgot. My sister still joked about drug names. Mark occasionally shook his head and said weather bottom. They turned the calamity into a family warning. When someone was going to make a unilateral decision, someone would add, "Remember the name situation." Everyone laughed. Shameful, but probably deserved. November saw parent-teacher conferences. Emily and I sat in little kindergarten seats as Ethan Green held Grace's folder at his desk. He noted her schoolwork and friendships had improved greatly. He reported she was happier and engaging more in class. We saw her reading scores had improved dramatically. He stated she was now a high-class reader. He was courteous and didn't mention her name, sobbing, or isolation issues. But his countenance showed relief that the matter was addressed. Our parents were probably the worst he'd met. He nodded and continued, "Grace was a wonderful kid." Emily gripped my hand as we left the conference. We both realized we nearly hurt our daughter. Emily showed me her writing a few weeks later. Grace's letter was saved to give her later, possibly in college or as a teenager. The letter conveyed Emily's view of Lila. She described feeling powerless during pregnancy and labor. She wrote about seeking one personal choice. She described her vision during contractions, and how vivid it felt. But then she apologized for not considering Grace's situation. She apologized for putting her feelings before Grace's. She apologized for years of hardship and shame. The letter was straightforward and painful. Emily cried as I read. After finishing, I praised her for writing it down. I told her it helped me comprehend her reasoning, but I still thought she was incorrect. She admitted she'd been wrong. She wanted Grace to know it came from a sincere place, not cruelty. The chat made me realize I needed to write a letter. After bedtime, I worked on it for a week. For retaliation, I wrote Grace about the sizzle and why. I mentioned how angry and humiliated I was when Emily changed her name without asking. I said I wanted Emily to feel powerless. I then blogged about my newfound knowledge. Anger, control, and hurting loved ones to prove a point were my topics. I discussed her weaponization and its wrongness. I wrote about my fatherly failures during those months. So sorry for adding to her anguish instead of protecting her. Sharing these letters in therapy changed everything. Our therapist made us read them aloud facing each other. Emily cried during mine. Through hers, I cried. Afterward, the therapist remarked this was the first time we'd both acknowledged our damage. She stated we had to acknowledge before moving on. In recent months, the therapist stated we'd made tremendous progress. We had done well on communication and collaborative decision-making, but she warned us that our habits could return under stress. Unilateral decisions, using Grace as a weapon, prioritizing our egos over our family. These were patterns that felt natural to us now. She stated we had to battle them, especially when circumstances became tough. She advised us to continue therapy after healing. She said maintenance was as vital as repair. Emily and I agreed immediately. We both knew we'd almost destroyed everything. We wouldn't revert just because things felt better. Emily and I made a new family rule around the kitchen table that night. We wrote it in large letters on paper. Both parents must agree on important Grace decisions. If we disagree, we table it until we reconcile. No exclusions or emergencies to go around others. No spiritual or visionary connections override partnership. They signed it like a contract. We posted it on the fridge with Grace's family drawing. Every time we entered the kitchen, it reminded us of our promises to each other and our baby. Grace ran in from playing outside 4 months after the courthouse hearing. Grace wondered whether she could take ballet classes like her neighbor. She was excited and described her pink leotard. Emily and I regarded each other across the living room. We were clearly thinking alike. Our unilateral decisions were typical of this moment. To maintain control, Emily would have signed her up without asking, or I would have declined. Instead, we asked Grace to allow us a few minutes to talk. We discussed logistics, cost, timeline, and compatibility in the kitchen. Our thoughts were conveyed. Both listened. We returned to Grace and said, "Yes, ballet sounded great. We'd look into classes this week." She squealed and hugged us. Though little, it felt big. Actually, we did well. A dull community center room with folding chairs and a table of homemade-looking but store-bought cookies hosted the parenting class graduation. Each parent's growth presentation was awkwarder than the last for Emily and me. A father discussed validating his adolescent daughter's sentiments instead of ignoring them. A mother cried after saying she quit using guilt as a parenting strategy. On our turn, the lecturer called us together and gave us similar certificates on rich cream paper. Emily clutched it carefully as if she cared. I folded mine in half for my jacket pocket. The instructor thanked us for finishing the program and noted our group communication had improved. Emily thanked her sincerely while I nodded and tried to look grateful. Over the next few weeks, Emily and I discussed baby names around the kitchen table. Conversations felt drastically different. Instead of making decisions, Emily proposed names and asking my opinion. I let her explain why she liked certain names and expressed my opinions. Family names, meanings, and how they sounded with our last name were discussed. None of us pushed or dismissed the other's views. We marked things off and added new possibilities to lists. Emily liked Olivia, and I thought it was nice but worried about popularity. Emily said it reminded her of a childhood bully, but she appreciated me suggesting Thomas. We giggled at internet celebrity baby names that were dreadful. Uniqueness wasn't worth hurting a child. We decided. Instead of fighting. The process was fun and collaborative. Emily felt heard one night but hadn't during Grace's pregnancy. She felt powerless and alone, so she took control. Respectful, not steamrolled. I had struck out to reclaim authority after being misled and humiliated. We realized how poorly we'd handled things and how much better it felt. We concluded we weren't ready for another child after a month of conversations. We recognized we were still practicing collaborative decision-making rather than planning a pregnancy during one of our name debates, so the decision was easy. Emily said she needed more time to trust our new patterns before having a kid. I agreed fully and wanted to make sure we could handle normal life stress before pregnancy and baby stress. These interactions had helped us practice the skills we were learning. We'd listened, established common ground, respected limits, and reached a choice without feeling overruled or discarded. Our therapist indicated this therapy would benefit us whether we had another child or not. She claimed these sessions would help us develop collaborative decision-making, which required ongoing practice. Grace entered first grade at her kindergarten school in September. I wrote Grace, her legal name, in every blank on the enrollment form. There was no record of Lila Mackenzie or Amelia Harper at the school. Her new teacher didn't know about the commotion before this new start. At our first parent-teacher meeting in October, the teacher said Grace was confident and well-adjusted, engaged in class and making friends effortlessly. Grace seemed confident and secure, without the fear or withdrawal typical of first graders. Emily and I thanked her without mentioning that our daughter was falling apart from an awful name a year earlier. Emily was grateful Grace would never remember the worst of what we put her through as she walked to our van after the meeting. I was glad, but I believed we shouldn't forget our mistakes to avoid repeating them. After Grace went to bed, Emily and I had a peaceful meal at home for our anniversary in November. We got takeout from our first date restaurant and ate at the kitchen table with candles Emily found in a drawer. We discussed how labels, control, and ego nearly destroyed our marriage. Emily stated she worried we would fail for months when anger and betrayal were too much. I said I'd wondered if we'd harm things beyond repair. We chose to work hard, rather than give up, or continue in our habits. We repeated our vows to each other and Grace at the kitchen table with cold Chinese cuisine and half-melted candles. We pledged to continue therapy, improve communication, and prioritize our family over ourselves. Emily clasped my hand across the table, and stated she was proud of our arrival. I returned her hand and stated I was proud of us. John Brooks emailed me a few days later wondering about our family. He appreciated checking in with old clients with challenging cases to see if the resolutions held up. I replied immediately to thank him for his candor during our conversation. I told him we had finished parenting classes, restored our marriage via therapy, and our daughter Grace was doing well. He refused to take sides and said we were both wrong, forcing us to realize what we were doing to our kid. John responded within an hour, stating he was delighted we took it seriously because many couples in similar situations didn't. He said parents spent too much time defending their viewpoints and forgetting family court was meant to safeguard children, not boost egos. He was glad Grace was doing well and wished our family prosperity. Grace inquired why her name was different one day in early December after school. She wanted to identify Lila after finding an old envelope in the recycling bin. Emily and I looked at each other and saw we agreed. We expected this conversation. I told Grace at the kitchen table that her mom and I had misnamed her when she was born. Emily took over and explained in simple words that we'd both picked names without talking, which had produced complications. We learned that parents must collaborate, listen, and most importantly, listen to their children. When Grace inquired if Lila was her real name, Emily responded yes for a while, but now it was Grace and would stay that way. Grace paused and stated everyone makes errors, but we rectified it. Emily accepted our explanation so easily that we both tightened our throats. Grace begged to play now, and we agreed. She hurried to her room, leaving us at the table reassured and humbled by her simple forgiveness. A few weeks later, I was collecting apples in the grocery store produce department when someone called my name. The county clerk who handled my emergency name change application was there with her cart when I turned around. She looked awkward and apologized immediately, claiming she should have asked more questions before filing. She felt terrible after learning she'd been tricked into letting me hurt my daughter. I stopped her and stated it wasn't her fault. I told her I'd lied to her and used the system and owed her an apology. She was astonished but relieved. So we talked about Grace's progress for a while. The cashier was delighted things worked out after I showed her a recent phone shot of Grace smiling during her ballet recital. After we parted, I held my bag of apples, grateful that strangers who'd been involved in my mess forgave. Emily shocked me by asking for help with something in the living room that week. She got a wonderful frame for Grace's school drawing of our family. We posted it on the wall near the couch for daily viewing. Emily stated she wanted it there to remind her what mattered. Grace and our family, not our egos or rightness. In the weeks that followed, Emily or I would point at that picture when we started bickering or attempting to control things and stop and reset. We communicated that we were reverting to negative habits. Grace's precise drawing of the three of us holding hands always reminded us of what we were safeguarding. In February, our couples therapist suggested monthly sessions instead of weekly. Emily and I looked surprised because it felt like a significant milestone we hadn't seen coming. The therapist was proud of our communication and joint decision-making improvement. However, she reminded us that strong relationships required constant effort. Not just crisis intervention. She said, couples who stopped working on their relationship after therapy often relapsed within a year or two. Emily and I committed right then to keep checking in with each other and prioritizing our family over our individual needs to be right. Our family was in a good place a year after Grace's courthouse hearing, where she became Grace. We still had disagreements and tough days, but we were honest and respectful, like never before. Grace was making friends and loving first grade without worrying about her name. Emily and I rebuilt trust through consistent effort and thousands of small choices to communicate instead of control. We'd learned the hard way that our daughter's well-being had to come before our egos every time. Our name war scars were still there and probably always would be, but they were reminders of hard lessons we'd learned. We were better parents and spouses after facing what we'd done to Grace and changing instead of blaming and retaliating. My sister tried to take over my new beach house with 10 friends, but when she presented a fake document, I had the proof to defeat her. I signed the beach home paperwork on a Tuesday morning and drove there alone in the afternoon since all I wanted was peace. Not a flex, not a family gathering spot, and not a stage for someone else's material. Just silent. The property was just a block from the sand in a neighborhood with palm trees and tight restrictions. People gently waved before reporting you if your trash bin arrived 45 minutes early, the type of location I chose on purpose. When I pulled into the driveway, the air smelled like salt and sunscreen from another person's life. I stood there for a second, holding my keys and staring at my own home door, when I felt something relax inside my chest. Perhaps I could finally stop bracing for impact. I'd hardly stepped into the living room when my sister called, and I did not respond at first. I simply watched the ocean light flicker through the window and let it ring, then it rang repeatedly. So I picked up because sometimes you pick up not because you want to talk, but because you want evidence. Hello, I said. She did not inquire about the drive. She didn't ask if I was all right. She didn't even seem to care that I'd finally purchased something that belonged to me. She laughed. She said 3 hours, as if she were announcing a delivery window. I'm coming in 3 hours with 10 friends. I remained quiet. She took my silence as consent and continued as if she had previously planned the schedule. Will you cook dinner? She said. Clean the bathrooms, make up all the beds with fresh sheets, stock the fridge, and chill the wine. I blinked slowly. I was impressed by how nonchalantly she assigned me to servitude, and obviously, she added with a cheery voice. I am taking the master suite. My fingers curled around the phone. She suggested you could sleep on the couch as if it were a wonderful offer. We're staying for 3 weeks. 3 weeks? I could already see it. Strangers in my kitchen, wet towels on my furniture, sand crushed into my floors, and my sister video herself living her best life as I became the unpaid employee. The older version of me would have argued. The old version of myself would have reminded her that I paid for the house, that I was fatigued, and that I had earned this, and she would have laughed even more because my emotions were her preferred fuel. So I did not give her any. I gazed at my new living room again, empty, clean, and silent, and I let my voice drop. Sure, I replied, and she stopped as if she expected a battle. Then she laughed even more loudly. Good, she said. See, you're learning. And before she hung up, she added the part she usually did to make it sting. Oh, bring some extra towels, she said. And don't be weird. My friends are excited, they've never been to a beach house like this before. My heart was pounding, but my face remained calm because my plan had already been set in motion before she made the call, not because I'm a genius, but because I know my sister. She never asks. I set my phone down on the kitchen counter and walked slowly through the house, not admiring it, but checking it. Front door, side gate, backslider, window latches. She does not invite herself like a normal person. She arrives like an entitlement audit, and I'd been preparing for that my entire life. Then I opened the folder my realtor had left on the counter. HOA rules, neighborhood regulations, short-term occupancy policies, parking pass requirements. I didn't buy in a place like this by accident. On page 3, the HOA had spelled it out in bold as if they were speaking to someone exactly like my sister. Maximum overnight occupants, 5. I contacted the property manager indicated on the welcome letter. I didn't want drama, but I wasn't going to allow my quiet become a public Airbnb for her ego. I read that sentence again, then placed the document down and sighed. Violations result in daily fines and removal. A woman answered with a clipped, unprofessional tone that made me instantly trust her. This is Janet from Sebright Community Management. Hello, Janet, I said. My name is Rachel, and I just closed on a home in Ocean View Heights. Congratulations, she said, already sounding busy. Thank you, I replied. I had a quick question. What happens if someone shows up with a group and claims they're staying for 3 weeks but they're not registered? There was a brief, unsurprising pause. We handle it, she said. We issue a notice, contact the homeowner, and if they refuse to comply, we involve security and law enforcement if necessary. My voice remained calm. What if the homeowner doesn't consent? They're trespassing, she said simply. Janet didn't ask for a backstory, she asked for proof. Okay, I said. Then I need to put you on notice. My sister may show up today with a large group. I do not consent to any unregistered occupancy, so please enforce policy. If you want this handled cleanly, do not engage with the group directly, she continued. Confirm you are the owner and send me a recent photo of the front of the home so my security knows which property. I responded I could do that. Let security be the border. I glanced at the ocean light again and felt my pulse settle into something cooler. Yes, I answered. That's precisely what I want. I hung up and promptly sent the email with the ownership confirmation photo in one clear line. I do not approve my sister or her guest to access or remain at the property. The second step in my plan was to open the smart lock app that the previous owner had transferred to me that morning and change all of the codes, including the front door, side door, and garage entry. I also disabled the guest profile and created a single temporary code for one person, the community security officer, so he could enter if necessary without breaking anything. I didn't feel triumphant, but rather methodical, because the difference between a boundary and a fight is whether the limit can be enforced without your voice cracking. My phone rang again, and my gut nodded automatically, a text from my sister. We're bringing cameras, don't disgrace me. I walked upstairs, stood in the master bedroom doorway, and imagined 10 strangers dragging suitcases across those floors while my sister pointed, laughed, and told me I was too sensitive. I took a screenshot and saved it in a folder called Ocean View Heights, not because I wanted to build a case, but because I was tired of pretending my life wasn't being treated like a stage. Then I walked back downstairs, took the welcome binder, and highlighted 2 lines with a pen. Occupancy limits. Unregistered guests prohibited. When people like my sister hit a wall, they always say the same thing. You can't do that. You're being dramatic. You'll regret it. Family is family. But the best walls aren't made of feelings. At exactly 3 hours after her call, I stood behind the curtain in the living room, hands down at my sides, watching them unload suitcases and ring lights as if they owned the place. SUVs, a rental van, and my sister's white coupe in front, like a leader arriving to be worshipped. My sister went up to my front porch, her phone already filming, her smile wide enough to hurt, and she knocked once hard, then tried the doorknob, as if the house recognized her. When it didn't, her smile tightened, and she knocked again. That's when I noticed Janet's security officer pull up at the curb, placid and unformed, clipboard in hand, going toward my porch as if this was exactly what he was hired to stop. My sister turned to him, still filming, and I couldn't hear her words through the glass, but I recognized the posture, outrage disguised as humor. Then the security officer held up a sheet of paper, and my sister's smile froze because he wasn't holding a welcome but a notice. The security officer lacked my sister's energy. He didn't smile for her camera, didn't flinch at the ring lights and the suitcases lined up on my porch like a takeover. Instead, he held the paper up at chest level, angled away from her lens, and spoke in the calm voice of someone who'd ended 100 vacations that were really just entitlement. Ma'am, he said, this is a notice of violation and a no trespass directive from the homeowner. My sister's smile remained fixed, but her eyes hardened. You're kidding. She laughed, turning her phone slightly to catch his face. We're family. This is content and relax. He did not glance at her phone. Instead, he looked at the URL at the top of the page, followed by my name. I'm not here to debate family, he added. I'm here to enforce policy. My sister's laugh grew brighter and meaner. She echoed. This is a house, not a prison. Behind her, her friends had stopped unloading and were watching like they'd paid for a play, with some starting shooting. I remained behind the curtain, hands down at my sides, and felt my pulse steady into something icy. Because this was exactly what my sister wanted, a scene where she could be the victim of my overreaction, and I wasn't going to give it to her. The security officer opened the notice and read one sentence aloud, as if he wanted every phone camera to record the same thing: maximum overnight occupancy is 5. My sister's face twitched with rage, not grief or embarrassment. She snapped her head toward the living room window, as if she could stare me into unlocking the door. Rachel, she called, her voice bright and weaponized. Come say hello. Don't be weird. I didn't move. The security officer lifted one hand slightly, not aggressive, just controlling the flow. "Ma'am," he said. "I need you and your party to leave the property." My sister's expression turned into innocent confusion. "I have permission," she said smoothly. He didn't argue. He asked for proof. "Show me the homeowner's written consent," he told me. "Hi," my sister laughed, as if the question was disrespectful. "Written?" she repeated. "Who does that?" He did not blink. "People who want boundaries," he said. One of her pals whispered, "This is awkward." My sister gave her a look that indicated, "Shut up and film." My sister then tried the next strategy. She became sweet. "Officer," she said, dropping her voice to sound normal. "I drove 3 hours. We have food in the car. It's fine. We'll be quiet." He nodded briefly, as if accepting her words, then reiterated the boundaries. "I'm not negotiating," he explained. "You must leave." My sister's charm evaporated. "You can't make me," she snapped. He didn't respond to it. He merely raised his radio and stated, "Unit 7 to dispatch. I have a party refusing to comply with a no trespass directive. Stand by for assistance." My sister's eyes widened for a split second, then she forced another laugh. "It's too loud." "You're calling the cops, because a sister wants to pay me a visit?" she asked, gesturing toward my window. "That's insane." I observed her pals shift uncomfortably, realizing that a beach excursion had turned into a police presence in a gated enclave. My sister placed the camera back on herself and began speaking, her voice wavering on purpose. "Guys, this is crazy," she told her audience. "We just wanted a wholesome girls' getaway, and my sister is doing this." My gut nodded. Not because I questioned myself, but because I recognized what she was creating, a story. So I did something my sister can't stand. I made it factual. I moved away from the curtain, to the front door, and opened it. Not wide, not inviting, just enough for my voice to be plainly heard on any phones that were recording. I did not step upon the porch. I kept inside my limit. My sister's face lit up with victory, as if she had forced me into the arena. "There she is," she said, pointing the camera toward me. "Tell them why you're doing this." I stared at her and then at the security officer. "I do not consent to any of you entering my home," I stated quietly. "You are not invited." My sister's eyes tightened. "I called you," she explained. "You said, 'Sure,' and I nodded once. I said, 'Sure, because I wanted you to arrive and hear no from someone you can't bully,'" I replied. A couple of her friends sucked in air, as if they hadn't expected such a clean line. My sister's cheeks flushed. "So, you tricked me," she snapped, her voice rising. "I protected my property," I said. "That's not a trick." The security officer looked at me quickly and asked, "Ma'am, can you confirm that you want the no trespassing order enforced?" He asked. "Yes," I said. He nodded once and turned back to my sister. "You heard the homeowner," he said. "You need to leave." My sister's jaw tightened. She tried to laugh again, but it came out thin. "This is cruelty," she said loudly, aiming it at the group and the cameras. "You're humiliating me." I didn't give her a speech. I told her the truth. "You humiliated yourself when you demanded my master's suite and told me to sleep on the couch," I said. Her friends were stunned because she hadn't told them that part. She'd told them it was a girl's trip, not a servant. My sister's smile cracked for real. "Don't lie," she yelled. "I'm not lying," I replied calmly. "I have your SMS regarding cameras. I got your call. And now you're on tape refusing to go after being told no." My sister's eyes darted to her pals, and she attempted to restore control by turning on them. "Get the bags," she yelled sharply. "We're going in." She reached for the front door handle, as if she could override my words with motion. The security officer stepped between her and the threshold, not touching her but occupying space like a professional wall. "Do not approach the door," he said. "You've been given lawful notice." My sister's voice rose. "Touch me, and I'll sue you," she said. He didn't move. "I'm not touching you," he replied. "I'm telling you to leave." A car rolled up behind the line of SUVs, quiet and unmarked except for a small logo on the side. Community Patrol. 2 more security personnel stepped out, one holding a clipboard and the other already looking at license plates. My sister's companion started changing from enthusiastic to "we should go," but my sister wasn't done. She turned to me, her eyes sparkling with something ugly. "You think you can keep people out of a beach house?" she said. "You think money gives you power?" I didn't even blink. "I believe my actions make me the owner," I stated. "And your entitlement doesn't change that." She stared at me for a long beat before doing what she always does when she realizes she's losing in front of witnesses. She changed the game. She pulled a folded piece of paper from her tote bag too quickly, too theatrically, and held it up. "I have paperwork," she announced loudly enough for everyone to hear. "This house belongs to the family, and I have a right to be here," the security officer said, his eyes narrowing. "What paperwork?" he inquired. My sister shook it like a flag. "A document," she answered. "A legal document." I observed her hands. The paper was crisp, as if it had been printed that morning. And the way she held it, cautious not to let anyone else touch it, indicated that it wasn't proof, it was a prop. The security officer extended his hand. "Let me see it," he said. She hesitated before giving it to him as if it were an honor. He looked down, inspected the top, and finally the signature block. His face did not change substantially. It transformed in a more harmful manner. Professional alertness. He turned slightly, concealed it from her camera, and softly told the other patrol personnel, "Get dispatch on the line." My sister attempted to snatch the paper back, saying, "Hey, give that." The officer raised it higher, out of her reach, but not touching her. "Ma'am," he said with a firmer voice. "This document includes a claim of ownership interest." "So," she mumbled. "It's true." He took a slow glance at her. "Then you won't mind explaining why the notary stamp on this is from a county 4 hours inland," he joked. "And why doesn't the parcel number match this property?" The group became silent. My sister's pals looked at her as if she had just spoken in another language. Because people rarely make mistakes with package numbers unless they are fabricating documents. My sister's face flashed white, then crimson. "That's," she began. The police did not let her finish. "Ma'am," he said, "step back. You are now being documented for attempted fraudulent representation and trespass." My sister's voice broke into screams. "Fraudulent?" she exclaimed. "Rachel set me up. This is harassment." I stared at her calmly, and for the first time, I sensed fear beneath her rage, not fear of me, but fear of the record. Because when she took bogus documentation into my porch, it ceased being sister drama, it became a legal occurrence. The officer raised his radio again. "Dispatch," he exclaimed. "Request law enforcement response for trespass refusal and suspected fraudulent document presented as ownership claim." Then he glanced at me and inquired, "Ma'am, do you have your deed or closing statement inside?" "Yes," you replied. "Please bring it," he responded. "We need to confirm ownership against what she presented." I nodded and returned to my residence. I did not feel shaky. I felt clear since my sister had arrived with luggage and cameras expecting a 3-week takeover, but she had instead given me something far more significant than an argument. She had handed me proof. I strolled into my kitchen, opened the folder that had just closed, and pulled out the cleanest paper on the planet. My deed packet is stamped, dull, and authentic. The noise outside was still deafening. My sister's voice rose, her pals murmured, and the security officer's radio chirped in short spurts. However, inside my residence, it was quiet enough to think. That is why I did not rush. Rushing is what individuals like my sister thrive on. If I rushed, she would have a shaky shot to film. A crack, a sentence she could cut. So, I proceeded gently, as if this were ordinary for me. I grabbed both the deed and the closing statement. Then I opened my phone and went to the county recorder's website, which indicated that my ownership had been documented. Not because anyone needed a website to prove that, but because it is useful to stack proof in layers. When I returned to the door, however, I did not swing it open. I held the papers up, remained within the threshold, and passed them to the security officer through the breach. He accepted them the same way professionals accept evidence. 2 hands, cautious, eyes searching immediately. My sister attempted to lean into the doorway holding her phone. "Smile," she said, her voice pouring. "This is going viral." The officer took half a step, blocking her camera from seeing the paperwork. Not dramatic, just competent. He looked at my deed, then down at the paper my sister had handed him, before returning to my deed. He didn't need long. "Ma'am," he told me, "this deed packet matches the property address and parcel number for this home." My sister laughed. "Because she printed it," she retorted. "Anyone can print things." The cop responded without looking at her. "This is recorded," he stated, tapping the stamp. "And the parcel number matches county records." My sister's companions were silent now, as the word registered carried weight. My sister reached for the paper in his hands. "Give me that," she growled. The cop raised it again, not touching her, and ordered, "Step back." She didn't. She took a step forward, mouth taut, eyes flashing. And that's when the police arrived. 2 officers, not community patrol, dressed in official city clothes, calm expressions, body cams visible. The type of quiet that transforms a good weekend into a legal issue. One of them went to the security officer first. "What's going on?" he inquired. The security officer gave a brief, confused summary. Homeowner reports group attempt to enter without consent, refusal to leave, presentation of document claiming ownership rights, apparent inconsistencies. The officer nodded and turned to me, saying, "Ma'am, are you the homeowner?" "Yes," I said. He looked at my deed packet momentarily before asking, "Did you invite this group onto your property?" "No," I said. "My sister called and said she was coming with 10 people. I responded, "Sure," because I knew she wouldn't accept no from me. I did not give permission for entry or overnight stay. My sister made an indignant sound, as if I'd accused her of a crime. The officer turned to face her. "Ma'am," he answered, What's your name? She raised her chin. Emily, she said, as if the name might unlock doors. And what is your relationship to the homeowner? He was curious. My sister, Emily answered. And this is family property. The officer's expression remained unchanged. Family property is still property, explained the politician. If you don't own it and you don't have permission, you need to leave. Emily's laugh was harsh. I do have permission, she stated, pointing to the paper in the security officer's palm. That proves it. The officer extended his hand. Let me see it, he said. Emily hesitated. Just a flicker. Then she attempted to steal it back from the security guy, as if she needed to rectify it before it reached official hands. The security officer kept it out of reach and gave it to the cop instead. The officer swiftly scanned it. Then he turned the pages. Then, his eyes narrowed. He looked up at Emily and inquired, "Where did you get this?" Emily's smile tightened. "It was sent to me," she said too quickly. "By who?" he inquired. Emily's eyes flickered back to my living room window, as if she expected me to fight for her. "It doesn't matter," she replied. "It's legal." The officer did not argue legal theory. He pointed to a piece of the page. "This notary stamp is from a different county," he informed me. Emily reddened as she said, "And the parcel number on this doesn't match the address we're standing at." "It's a typo," she said abruptly. The officer remained cool. "A parcel number isn't a typo," he explained. "It's an identifier." One of Emily's friends remarked gently, "Emily?" as if to warn her. Emily gave her a piercing look before returning to the officer and raising her voice. "This is harassment," she stated. "My sister is doing this because she's bitter." The officer's demeanor remained unchanged, but his tone intensified somewhat. "Ma'am," he continued, "you presented a document to gain access to a property you were told you couldn't enter. That's not bitterness. It's a potential crime if the document is fraudulent." Emily's camera shook slightly in her fingers. For the first time, I noticed it. She realized her short arrival video had morphed into a body cam moment. The officer looked at me again. "Ma'am," he answered. "Do you want them trespassed?" "Yes," was my response. Emily snapped. "You can't trespass on your sister," the officer told her calmly. "I can trespass anyone who refuses to leave private property after lawful notice," he stated, referring to his sister. He turned to face Emily's group. "All of you," he continued, his voice forceful but not shouting. "You must pick up your belongings and leave the property immediately." Some of her pals began moving instantly, relief on their expressions as if they had been waiting for someone official to give them permission to bail. Emily did not move. She stared at me as if she was attempting to force me to fold. Then she tried one more pivot, which my family always does when they can't win under duress. She tried to make me appear unkind. "Fine," she remarked aloud, demonstrating for her phone. "She's kicking us out. She'll regret it. This is why no one likes her." I didn't reply. The officer pointed towards the street. "Move," he commanded, and his voice became non-optional. Emily's friends grabbed up suitcases and trudged to their cars. Several of them avoided looking at me, embarrassed. One of them mouthed, "Sorry," without saying anything, and Emily remained motionless on my porch, phone still on. The second officer approached and asked, "Ma'am, please turn off the recording and leave." Emily's eyes widened. "I have the right to film," she snapped. "You can film from public property," the officer said. "Not from a porch you're being trespassed from." Emily's lips opened, then closed, her gaze returning to the document still in the first officer's palm. "Am I getting that back?" she insisted. The officer examined it again. "Not right now," he replied. "This could be evidence." Emily's face turned white. "What?" she muttered, her tone no longer theatrical. The officer remained cool. "If this document is fraudulent, it needs to be reviewed," he concluded. "You can speak to the investigating officer later." Emily's phone lowered slightly. She glanced at me again, and I could almost see the calculation in her mind. If she fought now, she would be detained on TV in front of her friends. So she did what she always does when she can't win the situation. She promised vengeance. "This isn't over," she explained quietly. For once, there was no laughter. "You're going to wish you'd let us in." She went off my porch, shoulders rigid, and into her white coupe. Her convoy drove away in embarrassment. Cars reverse clumsily, luggage are half-zipped, and someone drops a cooler and scrambles to pick it up. And then my street became silent again. The officer stayed for an additional 10 minutes, largely to document. One of them accepted my statement. The other spoke with the security officer and photographed both documents, my deed package and Emily's paper. Before leaving, the officer handed me a tiny card. "Case number is written on the back," he informed me. "If she returns, call us and mention this." I looked at the number and nodded. I didn't want my sister arrested, but I did want her to understand that the border was no longer emotional. It was a procedure. When the cops finally drove away, Janet's security officer remained by the curb. "Do you want extra patrol tonight?" he inquired. "Yes," I answered. He nodded once. "Well, loop in the HOA board as well," he continued. They don't tolerate violations. I watched him leave, and the silence returned in layers. Ocean light, palm fronds, and the gentle hiss of distance. For approximately 30 seconds, it felt like tranquility. Then my phone vibrated. Emily sent a text. "You think you won? Wait until you see what mom and dad have already filed." My stomach constricted. And not because of her threat, but because of the wording used. People like my parents enjoy systems. They enjoy paper. They adore anything that can be marked and used to pretend you're not allowed to say no. And Emily had just informed me, without realizing it, that this wasn't just her prank. This was an organized effort. I didn't respond. I took a snapshot and saved it before returning to the county recorder's website and searching for my parcel number once more. Everything appeared to be clean, but I continued to be skeptical. So, the next morning, before the office became busy, I drove straight to the county records building, clutching my closed folder and focusing on one purpose. Secure my title before my family may touch it. When I approached the counter, the clerk, a woman with sleepy eyes and a neat bun, inputted my parcel number and stared at her screen. She froze in a way that was frighteningly familiar. Then she looked up at me and gently inquired, "Ma'am, did you authorize a document to be recorded against this property yesterday afternoon?" The county records facility smelled like toner and outdated air conditioning. Fluorescent lights, beige walls, a line of individuals carrying folders as shields. I stood at the desk, closure envelope tucked under my arm. Calm face, steady hands, as if this were routine. Because the moment you appear panicked in a situation like this, everyone treats you as if you're the problem. The clerk typed my parcel number again, looked at her screen, and froze. Then she looked up at me and softly inquired, "Ma'am, did you authorize a document to be recorded against this property yesterday afternoon?" "No," I replied. One syllable, no apology, and no explanation. "I closed 4 days ago. I have not authorized any new recordings." Her gaze returned to the monitor. "I need to get my supervisor," she said. She did not say it dramatically. She said it in the way that people do when they've seen it before. And they know that the next steps will involve forms rather than feelings. While she walked away, I stood there, staring at the edge of the counter, hearing a printer spit pages behind me and feeling that familiar tightness in my chest. Not panic, but something colder. Emily's text was not a threat, but rather a preview. The clerk returned with an older supervisor, with his hair clipped back and glasses on a chain. She did not smile. She did not soften her voice. "What's your name?" she inquired. "Rachel Lawson," I announced. She asked for my ID and the deed packet. I moved them over calmly. She compared my ID to the deed packet and nodded. "You are the grantee on the deed recorded this week," she told me. "Now we have a document recorded yesterday that appears to create an interest." "Create an interest," I said again. The supervisor looked at her clerk and then back at me. "A quit claim deed," she said. "Or something styled like one. We can't determine legal effect. We can only tell you what was recorded." My jaw clenched. "Let me see it," I said. She hesitated before turning her monitor slightly. Just enough for me to see without distracting the people in line behind me. A scanned document filled the screen. My property address is at the top. I recognized a paragraph of legal language in the closing papers. And then my name typed where a grantor would be. Rachel Lawson, grantor. Transferring interest to. My stomach dropped even before my eyes were fully focused. Our Lawson Family Trust, the name of my parents' trust. The supervisor watched my face carefully. "Do you recognize this?" she asked. "I recognize the name," I said. "I did not sign this." She nodded once like she'd expected that answer. "We need to print the recorded image and the receipt," she said. "Then we'll discuss your options." A printer began to hum. While it printed, I forced myself to look at the signature block on the screen. There was a signature in ink, messily rushed, meant to resemble mine, and under it, a notary stamp. The stamp was from an inland county, the same kind of detail the security officer had flagged on Emily's porch. My throat tightened, but my voice stayed flat. "This is forged," I said. The supervisor didn't argue. She slid a printed copy across the counter. "This is what was recorded," she said. "It is now part of the public record unless it's corrected." "How is it corrected?" I asked. She tapped the paper once. "There are 2 tracks," she said, "administrative and legal. Administratively, we can place a fraud alert on the parcel and block certain types of electronic recordings while you pursue relief. Legally, you may need to file an action to quiet title or record an affidavit of forgery depending on the county rules." I exhaled slowly. "I have title insurance," I said. "Good," she replied as if that was the single most useful sentence I could have said in this building. She slid another paper across the recording receipt. It listed the date and time, yesterday afternoon. It listed the method, e-recording, and it listed a submitter ID. The supervisor's finger hovered over that line. "This is the detail that matters," she said. Henry leaned in. The submitter name wasn't Emily. It wasn't my father. It was worse because it meant this wasn't a spontaneous stunt. It was someone who knew how filings worked. "Submitter." Helen Carter. My mother. I felt my jaw tighten so hard it ached. The supervisor watched me, not unkindly, just firmly. You're saying you did not authorize this and did not sign? She said. Yes, I replied. Then we document that, she said. Right now. She handed me a form titled Property Record Fraud Statement and pointed to the signature line. This does not remove the document. She said it flags the parcel, triggers our internal review, and helps law enforcement if you file a report. It also can restrict additional filings while you pursue correction. Restrict how? I asked. She nodded toward her clerk. We can place a recording hold so that new documents presented electronically are paused for manual review, she said. In some cases, we can require in-person verification for any future deed-type recordings on this parcel. My pulse steadied. Do it, I said. I filled out the statement with clean, factual language. I closed on the property 4 days ago. I did not sign. I did not authorize. I have a police case number from last night's trespass incident and suspected fraudulent document presentation. And I believe this is part of a coordinated attempt by family members to create a false claim. The supervisor read what I wrote, then nodded. Good, she said, no extra drama, just facts. She took my form and disappeared behind a door marked Recording Services, and I stood at the counter holding my copies, the forged quitclaim deed, and the receipt while my mind did what it always does under pressure. It built the cleanest timeline possible. Emily shows up with 10 people. She presents a fake ownership paper on my porch. She gets trespassed. She texts me, wait until you see what mom and dad already filed. The next morning, the county confirms a quitclaim to my parents' trust was recorded yesterday afternoon by my mother's filer account. That wasn't random, that was coordinated. The supervisor returned with a new printout. She slid it across the counter. Your parcel is now flagged, she said. And this is the internal note. Manual review required for any deed-type recording attempts going forward. I looked at the paper, it was boring. It was simple. It was powerful. Oh, what about the notary? I asked. The supervisor nodded. You can file a complaint with the State Notary Commission, she said. If the notary didn't actually witness the signature, it's a serious violation. Your title insurer or attorney can handle that. My mind stayed steady. Can you tell me what device or email submitted this e-recording? I asked. She shook her head. Not at the counter, she said. But law enforcement can request it from the e-recording vendor. We can also preserve the submission metadata internally. Preserve it, I said. She nodded once. Already started. I stared at the forged deed again, my name, my property, my parents' trust. Trying to picture my mother sitting at a laptop, calmly filing paperwork that would let her say, later, we didn't take anything. It was recorded. That's the thing about my mother. She doesn't shout. She stamps. I stepped away from the counter and called my title insurance number in the closing packet. A recorded menu answered. I pressed the option for fraud or claim, then waited while elevator music played like this was just a normal morning. A man finally picked up. Claims intake. He said, my name is Rachel Lawson. I said, a forged quitclaim deed was recorded against my property yesterday. I need an emergency response. He paused. Recorded where? He asked. I gave him the county and the instrument number. He typed then went quiet. Then he said, I see it. My voice stayed flat. It was submitted through e-recording under the name Helen Carter. I said, my mother, I did not sign. I did not authorize. There was another pause. Then his tone sharpened into procedure. Okay, he said. Do not confront them directly. We're opening a claim. We will assign counsel. I need you to email the recorded image, the recording receipt, your deed packet, and any police report numbers. I have a case number from last night, I said. Good, he replied. Email everything. We'll request an immediate corrective action strategy. In most cases, this becomes a quiet title action or an emergency injunction, depending on the state. I closed my eyes for half a second. The phrase quiet title sounded like a legal term for the exact thing my sister had tried to steal. Quiet. I'll email it now, I said. As I stepped out of the building into the bright morning, my phone buzzed. A new text from Emily. They told you it was recorded, didn't they? You can't erase family. I didn't reply. I took a screenshot and saved it next to the others. Then I sent one email. Clean subject line. Are all attachments to my title insurer, my closing attorney and the investigating officer's email listed on the case card. Subject, forged quitclaim recorded. Submitter Helen Carter. Instrument number attached. I hit send and within minutes, my closing attorney called. Rachel, she said, voice tight. I got your email. Where are you right now? Outside the records office, I said. Do not go home alone yet, she replied. Meet me at my office. We're preparing an emergency filing today and I want the title insurer's counsel looped in. Okay, I said. Then she added one line that made my stomach tighten again. And Rachel, this recording receipt, she said. The submitter account name is only half of it. What do you mean? I asked. She took a breath. There's also a contact email on the submission metadata. She said. The county won't tell you at the counter, but I can request it through counsel. My pulse steadied. Whose email? I asked. She paused, and when she spoke again, her voice was lower. If it's who I suspect, she said. Then your sister didn't bring cameras to make content. She brought cameras, my attorney continued, because your family expected you to lose your house on record, and they wanted to film your reaction. I stood in the sunlight holding a forged deed with my name on it. And suddenly, Emily's arrival video made sense in a way that felt sick, because they weren't just planning a beach month. They were planning a takeover. And the next proof was sitting in someone's inbox waiting to be pulled. I didn't go home. I met my attorney, Grace Matthews, at her office. Small building, quiet hallway. The kind of place where people fix disasters without broadcasting them. She didn't greet me with sympathy. She greeted me with a printer already warming up. Sit, she said, and don't answer any family calls. I won't, I said. Grace had my email open on her screen, the forged quitclaim, the recording receipt, Emily's text, the police case card, the county fraud statement, everything stacked like bricks. This is what we're doing, she said. 3 moves, all boring, all effective. I nodded. 1, she said, holding up a finger. We coordinate with your title insurer's counsel. They file the quiet title action, an emergency injunction. 2. We file an ex parte request for a temporary restraining order preventing your parents and sister from recording, attempting to record, or presenting any documents about your property without court permission. 3. We notify the Notary Commission and request preservation of the e-recording vendor metadata. I exhaled slowly. How fast? I asked. Today, she said. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I didn't look. Grace didn't either. She slid a legal pad toward me. Write your declaration, she said. Facts only, timeline, no adjectives. So, I wrote the purchase date, the closing, the call from Emily, the demands, the arrival with 10 friends, the no trespass notice, the fake document, the police response, Emily's threat text. The next morning at the county office, the forged quitclaim, the submitter name, the partial mismatch on her paper, the internal hold placed by the county. Then Grace took my declaration, read it once, and nodded. Good, she said, no emotion, just evidence. A man joined the call on her speakerphone. Title insurer counsel, smooth voice, fast questions. Miss Lawson, he said, have you had any contact with Helen Carter or Emily Carter since the forged recording was discovered? No, I replied. Good, he said. We will seek emergency injunctive relief and file for quiet title. The goal is to neutralize the forged deed and prevent additional recordings. Grace cut in. I want the e-recording metadata, she said. Submission email, IP, upload time, device identifiers, preservation request today. Already in motion, he replied. We'll subpoena if needed. We'll also send a litigation hold to the e-recording vendor. The call ended, and Grace stood up. We're going to the courthouse, she said. The courthouse was less dramatic than people imagine. It smelled like floor polish and stale coffee. We filed our emergency packet at a window behind thick glass. A clerk stamped it without looking up. Grace spoke to the clerk quietly, professionally. Ex parte TRO request, she said. Active forged recording, ongoing harassment, documented trespass incident, risk of continued filings. The clerk nodded like she'd heard this story in 100 different costumes. We waited. When the judge took us, it wasn't in a big courtroom. It was in a smaller hearing room with a tired flag and a calendar full of other people's crises. The judge skimmed the forged deed, the recorder's fraud statement, the title insurer's confirmation letter, and my declaration. He didn't ask why my parents would do this. He asked the only question that matters in emergency relief. Is there evidence of ongoing threat? He said. Grace handed him Emily's texts. The judge read them, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Then Grace added, and the family arrived with cameras in a group the same day the forged recording was filed, which suggests they expected a reaction and further escalation. The judge looked up. They showed up with cameras? He asked. Yes, I answered. He looked down at the forged deed again, then back at the texts. All right, he said, and his voice turned flat. I'm issuing a temporary restraining order, no contact with the property, no attempted recordings, no harassment, no third-party inducement, and I'm setting a hearing for a preliminary injunction within 14 days. I didn't feel relief yet. I felt traction. When we walked out with a signed order, Grace said, and we served them immediately. A process server met us in the courthouse lobby like this was a routine pickup. Grace handed him the packet. Helen Carter, she said, and Emily Carter and any known associates. He nodded. All business. Home address? He asked. Rachel gave it. Then she looked at me. Now we lock down your home systems, she said. Back at her office, she had me change every access point. Smart lock codes, garage keypad, Wi-Fi password, alarm passcode. Then she had me call Janet at the property management office and provide the TTRO case number for their file. Janet's voice didn't soften. It became sharper. Understood, she said. We'll issue a HOA enforcement notice as well. Occupancy violation attempts, filming, harassment, they'll be flagged. Rachel emailed the TTRO to the county recorder's fraud unit, the title insurer's counsel and the investigating officer. Subject line stayed simple. TRO issued, forged recording, preserve metadata. And then finally, the quiet title counsel sent the email Rachel had been waiting for. E-recording vendor preservation response received. Submission metadata attached. Rachel clicked it open, scrolled, and her face went still. What? I asked. Rachel didn't answer right away. She rotated her screen so I could see. There it was. The submission email used for the forged quitclaim. Not my mother's personal email, not a random burner, a branded email under a domain I recognized immediately. At heartmediahouse.com, my sister's content studio, my sister's little business entity she bragged about at every family event. The one she used to pretend she wasn't just filming herself, she was running a brand. Rachel pointed at the next line. Upload timestamp. The same hour Emily called you. My stomach tightened hard because that meant the forged quitclaim was already being uploaded while Emily was telling me she was coming with 10 friends. It wasn't revenge after being told no. It was the plan. Rachel scrolled again. IP address origin. Heart Media House Office Network. I stared at it until it stopped looking real. Rachel's voice stayed calm, but there was an edge now. This ties Emily directly to the forged recording, she said, not just your mother. My phone buzzed again. This time, I looked. A voicemail notification from my mother. Rachel held up her hand. Don't, she said. I didn't listen, but I saved it. Because Rachel was right. We weren't collecting feelings, we were collecting records. An hour later, the process server texted Rachel. Served Helen at residence, served Emily at studio. Both acknowledged. Emily said, this is fake, and refused to sign. Rachel read the message out loud and nodded. Good, she said. Refusal noted. That evening, I drove back to the beach house with the signed TTRO in my bag. Not as a talisman because if they came back, I wanted the paper ready. The street was calm. The ocean sounded the same. But my chest felt different because I was no longer waiting. I was not hoping they would respect me. I had 2 systems on my side now. A fraud hold was placed by the recorder, and a judge issued an order. The following morning, my title insurer's counsel emailed me a single line that felt like a door closing. Quiet title action filed. A lis pendens recorded. Forged deed challenged. Lis pendens meant anyone trying to buy, refinance, or transfer would hit a public notice. The title is in dispute due to fraud. It didn't fix what had gone wrong. It prevented the future. 2 days later, the county recorder provided confirmation. Fraud hold active. Electronic deed submissions on this parcel require manual review and owner verification. My sister's favorite weapon, paper, had become her trap because it left fingerprints. 2 weeks later, at the preliminary injunction hearing, my parents tried their usual performance. Concerned expressions, we were trying to protect her. Family misunderstanding, she's emotional. The judge did not argue with them. He asked for documentation. Rachel presented the e-recording metadata, Emily's domain email, office IP address, upload timestamp, and forged deed image. The judge took a long look at it before turning to face Emily. Do you deny this is your business domain? He sought clarification. Emily's face became tight. She started. Rachel did not speak. She did not need to. The judge upheld the preliminary injunction, extended it, and referred the metadata and forged deed to the proper investigative unit. Then he looked at my parents and said flatly, this court is not a stage for your family's content. The beach house remained mine, not because my family suddenly developed a conscience, but because the record finally pushed back. What would you have done in my position? Would you have cut them off sooner or handled it the same way? Tell me in the comments. If you enjoyed this story, please like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next. My wife screamed, apologize or divorce. I left with 3 words and never looked back. My wife's suffering began from there. The sound of my wife's voice reverberated around our kitchen like a throne itself. David, if you don't apologize to my son right now, we're going to end up getting a divorce. The words struck me so forcefully that I could feel them in my MERS. With her arms crossed, her chin up, and her eyes bright, Sophia stood by the sink. Her eyes were brilliant with that obstinate sparkle that she got when she convinced herself that she was right and that the world could just accommodate. Under the cabinet lights, which were located behind her, cast a harsh light on the mess that was on the countertop. Bags of groceries, a bag of pretzels that was only partially open, and my pill organizer were all sitting in the same spot each time, serving as a subtle reminder that I was no longer 24 years old. In addition, there was Ethan, her son, who was 28 years old and was still wearing his cap backwards inside the house, as if the house were a fraternity. He was resting against the doorframe in the corridor. In fact, he wasn't even putting on an act of regret. A sneer appeared on his face as if he was already aware of how this situation would finish. It was as if he had seen Sophia do this to other individuals in the past. The old David was the one they were waiting for. The individual who took it in order to find serenity. The person who mended the faucet that was leaking while remaining silent about it. It was the person who paid the bills and pretended that the disrespect was nothing more than a nuisance. The air became more dense. This is not poetic. Weighty. Extremely thick. The kind in which you have the sensation that your shirt is sticking to your back and your lungs are resisting the need to take a complete breath. The refrigerator made a low hum. The clock that was mounted on the wall over the microwave ticked as if it had something to demonstrate. I looked directly at my wife. The lady I had married 7 years ago in a small church outside of Cedar Falls, Iowa. At that time the pastor had mispronounced my middle name and we had a good laugh over it later in the parking lot. When there was a long line at the VFW fish fry, the woman who used to hold my hand was the one who did it. For example, there was a woman who used to cry in my pickup truck because she was so afraid that her son would never return home. Now she was ranting at me as if I were an employee who was doing inappropriately. "I'm sorry, David," but she yelled even louder. "Have you heard me?" I didn't turn my gaze away. First, I didn't blink at all. I did nothing but wait for the silence to continue until Ethan's grin began to flicker, indicating that he was becoming bored. In the back of my mind, I heard my father, William Carter, who was born and raised in Grundy Center. It was as if I was hearing a voice from another existence. This is the kind of man who could mend a combine with nothing but shame and baling wire. If a man begs today, he will pay for it forever. My jaw became very tense. My left shoulder, which had been affected by arthritis for many years, was the location where I felt the pain. Almost as if my body itself had become weary of keeping everything together. I cast my gaze directly at Ethan, passing by Sophia. After being let go from his sales position in Des Moines, he had moved back into our home 2 months previously for a brief period of time during which he had been there. After all, Sophia was the one who said it. There was a variation in Ethan's interpretation depending on who was listening. On occasion he was terminated from his position. At other times, it was management that was toxic. One time I overheard him over the loudspeaker explaining to a friend that he had left the company because he refused to sell his soul. This was what I was aware of. When he arrived at our house on Prairie Lakes Drive, he brought with him 2 duffel bags, a PlayStation, and an attitude that was so huge that it could fill the entire ranch-style house. Additionally, as he remained in our home for a longer period of time, Sophia's bravery and honesty shrank, and eventually everything in our house began to revolve around Ethan's moods. When he slammed a door, the supper was a hushed affair. In the event that he rolled his eyes, Sophia would apologize to him as if he were the one who had been hurt. Her handbag was the first thing she reached for if he wanted cash for gas. This evening had begun in the same manner as any other winter evening. When the windows were pressed against the cold of Iowa. The furnace is operating continually. I am still wearing my work boots and I smell like the dust from the factory and the oil from the machine. When I got home, I would look forward to seeing Meatloaf on the local news. Instead I came into Ethan giggling at something on his phone while Sophia was sitting at the table with a stack of mail. Sophia was holding the stack of mail. One of the envelopes was already open. On it was written my name. I felt as though I was being accused by the Black Hawk Credit Union emblem which was staring up at me. "Oh, what is that?" I inquired about it. Just comments were said by Sophia. She did not glance at me. I heard Ethan snort. It's as if he doesn't already know that he's on the verge of bankruptcy. I halted this. My apologies. It seemed as if Ethan were in a movie when he slowly stood up. I continued. "You're acting like you don't know. You're always on my mom about money, like you're some hero because you pay the bills." Sophia finally looked up at that moment, and the expression on her face was not one of apology. The admonition was given as if I was the issue since I had poked the bear that she had been feeding herself. "Ethan," she whispered in a low voice. However, it did not have any bite to it. With his hands resting on the table, he leaned forward. "What are you aware of, David? The way you behave as if you own everything is getting old for me. It's not your tiny factory where you work. Moreover, this is the home of my mother. What about you?" He took a quick look at the photograph that was framed and displayed in the corridor. At James Lake, my father was seen wearing a flannel shirt and holding a crappie. Ethan's lip tightened up. Not only that, but your cherished elderly gentleman quit flashing his ghost around like a badge. He has not arrived. He is no longer there. And you continue to be little more than a maintenance person. That is what caused it to happen. This is not an insult to me. At 2 in the morning, when a conveyor belt is falling, I've heard men chat more loudly in the break room than they normally would. I am able to have a hit. On the other hand, my father was the kind of man who never talked to anyone by raising his hand, and continued to educate 50% of the county on what constitutes decency. There was no reason for Ethan to speak to my father. I moved closer to the object. Make sure you don't bring up my father. Suddenly Ethan's eyes lit up. Or, what is it? Sophia jumped up from the chair, her palms facing outward like if she were trying to break up a brawl in a club. Stop what you're doing, David. Just halt, if you please. It was he who initiated it, and I detested the fact that my voice sounded worn out, harsh, and older than I actually felt on the inside. When Sophia turned her back on me, that was the moment when she decided to press the nuclear button. I beg you to tell my son that you are sorry, or we are going through with a divorce. To the extent that the previous 7 years could be reduced to a switch that she could turn in order to maintain Ethan's comfort. We had arrived at this point. A loud noise, 2 brilliant hearts, and the lights in the kitchen. When Ethan was in the corridor, he was smiling as if he had already won. The nostrils of Sophia became tense. While continuing to smile, Ethan folded his arms and said, "Say it." At that moment, I looked back at my wife and said, "Go ahead, David. Tell me you're sorry." When I looked for the woman I married, I looked for her face. For the person who had previously stated to me, "I just want a peaceful home." For the one who promised me we'd be partners. What I witnessed was someone standing between me and her kid, selecting him once more without even being aware that she was doing it. Not once did I yell. No, I did not criticize anything. I didn't give Ethan the joy of watching me finally cave in to his demands. I have just expressed the one and only truth that's still in my mouth. I am finished with this place. With a blink, Sophia appeared as though she had not yet absorbed the English language. What is it? My old brown Carhartt jacket was waiting for me as I turned around and walked to the coat rack. I found my keys hanging on the hook. I was the one who took them. When I went to retrieve my duffel bag from the closet, it was only partially packed because I had been on a work trip that never took place, as the cosmos knew. Sophia called David and voice climbing was heard. "Don't you dare to say that." A momentary delay at the entrance allowed me to take one more look behind me. Ethan's sneer trembled slightly, as if he had just become aware that the game might be about to change. Neither of them received another word from me. When I went outside, the cold forcefully struck my face. The snow glistened like shattered glass as a result of the illuminated porch. A cloud of white air was produced by my exhalation. I walked to my truck, got inside, and then I closed the door behind me. In a way, the fragrance of the cab was reassuring because it smelt like stale coffee and motor grease. I was sitting there with my hands on the driving wheel, peering at the window of our living room, where the curtains moved as someone moved inside. Then, my phone began to buzz. To Sophia. I chose not to respond. I shifted the truck into reverse and backed out of the snowy area, the tires making a crunching sound. While I was driving toward town, passing the black outlines of cornfields that were sleeping under the cold, a single thought settled in my chest like a stone that was heavy and settled sure. During that evening, when I was sitting in my truck in the parking lot of the VFW, I became aware of something that they had not yet recognized. There was a place that I needed to go. Unfortunately, I hadn't made it there yet. That night, I hadn't gotten a lot of sleep. The couch that Tom had was old and had a depression in the middle. It was the kind of couch that could recall every man who had ever slept on it. The wheezing sound that the furnace made as it turned on and off brought to mind the sensation of my own knees on chilly mornings. On Highway 20, a semi-truck was seen lowering its gears somewhere outside. It sounded like a lengthy sigh as it reverberated deep within the darkness. While I was lying there, I was staring at the ceiling fan and watching it wobble. I was thinking about the way Sophia's expression had become more stern when she presented me with that provocation. Not so much angry as certain anger, as if she had a genuine belief that I would give in. I gave up on getting any sleep by 6 o'clock in the morning and sat down at Tom's kitchen table with a mug of coffee that had the flavor of something that had been reheated an excessive number of times. He was watching the local news on his small television. There is nothing about a 56-year-old man who just walked out of his own house with a duffel bag and his dignity damaged. There is nothing about snow totals because schools have been delayed. A old John Deere hoodie was worn by Tom when he entered the room, and he scratched his eyes. According to Helly, you have a similar appearance. I feel even worse, I responded. When he poured himself coffee, he did not exert any effort. That was one of the things that I liked about Tom. There were times when he learned to let quiet speak for itself. The table was where my phone was buzzing. To Sophia. It was not touched by me. After that, there was yet another buzz. Tom gave the phone a quick glance before turning his attention back to me. Will you respond to that question? Not at this time. He gave a single nod. Very astute. The first of the texts arrived in the middle of the morning. It is 7:42 in the morning, Sophia. We need to have a conversation. It is 8:03 in the morning, Sophia. Yesterday evening you made Ethan feel ashamed. It is 8:17 here, Sophia. It is hard for me to accept that you just left in such a manner. Without a doubt there was no, "Are you okay? Have you left the house?" These were nothing more than allegations cloaked in concern, which was the way Sophia had learned to handle situations involving her son. Around 10 o'clock a fresh message appeared on the screen. This is 10:11 a.m. Sarah. If you do not return home, I will have to consult with a legal professional. I was fixated on that one for a considerable amount of time. Solicitor. There was a heavy feeling in the air, like if a door had just slammed somewhere in the distance. There was Tom leaning on the counter. Feeling hungry? No, not really. It's a shame. A dish of eggs and bread was placed in front of me by him. In any case, eat. When one is hungry, decisions are more difficult to make. I pried a couple bites out of my mouth. It was not hunger that caused my chest to feel tight. Rather, it was something else. Anxiety, perhaps. Alternatively, the gradual revelation that this was more than simply a quarrel. As a line, this was it. While Tom was washing the dishes, my thoughts wandered back to a bygone era, one that was more gentle. To be honest, Sophia and I had not always been like this. We were married for the first time when Ethan was 21 years old and lived in a different state. Following a heated argument with Sophia, which resulted in her trembling on the couch, he had hurriedly left the room. Despite her conviction that she had lost him for good, mascara streaked. I remembered that night clearly. Sophia had sat in my truck in the HIE Park parking lot, gripping the seatbelt with both hands like it was the only thing holding her upright. I failed him, she whispered. I pushed too hard. He'll never come back. I'd reached over and taken her hand. Kids come back, I said. Especially when they know there's still a place for them. A year later, Ethan did come back for Thanksgiving. Then for Christmas, and when he finally moved home again, I was the one who said, let's give him a chance. I was the one who was responsible for cleaning out the back room. I was the one who told Sophia he just needs time. That recollection burned now, like pressing on a scar you didn't realize you had. By lunchtime I found myself holding my phone, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. I'm sorry. Let's talk. The phrase sat there, spelled out, shimmering softly on the screen. For a moment, I imagined driving back, apologizing, swallowing my pride for the sake of the marriage, sitting across from Ethan at the kitchen table while he smirked and pretended to forgive me. Peace at any price. My thumb hovered over send. Then Tom spoke, his voice, casual but sharp enough to cut through my thoughts. You know my buddy Steve, he said. I looked up. The guy from Cedar Rapids? Yes, we are the same age as you. A similar ultimatum was once presented to him by his wife. He expressed regret. Thought he was being the larger guy. Tom shook his head slowly. She learnt something that day. What? That if she pushed hard enough, he'd buckle. Took her 5 years to clear out his retirement and left him with a leased apartment and a terrible back. The room went quiet. I looked back at my phone. The words were still there. I'm sorry. Let's talk. In my head, my father's voice came back clear as if he were sitting across from me at that table, cap pulled low, hands wrapped around a mug. A man who begs. Today pays forever. I exhaled long and slow. Then I deleted the message. The screen went blank. Tom didn't smile. He just nodded once like he'd seen this moment before and respected the weight of it. That afternoon, while Tom went out to run errands, I drove downtown to Blackhawk Credit Union. The building sat on the corner like it always had. Brick, sturdy, unpretentious. The kind of place that remembered your name if you'd been there long enough. Inside, the heat hit me along with the smell of old carpet and fresh coffee. A young teller smiled politely. I asked to see someone about past refinancing documents. Name? She asked. David Carter, I said. Account ending in 481. She typed, glanced at the screen, and her eyebrows lifted just a touch. "One moment, Mr. Carter." I sat in a chair near the window, watching cars crawl past on icy streets. My hands rested on my knees, steady now, not calm, but focused. A man in his 40s with wire-rimmed glasses came out and shook my hand. "David, haven't seen you in a while. I need copies of the refinancing paperwork from 2 years ago," I said. "The full packet." He nodded. "The ones from when your father passed?" "Yes. That'll take a few minutes," he said. "You want coffee?" I declined and waited. As I sat there, something shifted inside me. Not anger, not even resolve. Clarity. Sophia had always assumed I handled the boring stuff. Bills, paperwork, contracts. She signed where I pointed, trusted me to keep things running, and she'd never once asked what any of it meant. When the man returned with a folder thick enough to thump on the desk, I felt a strange calm settle in my chest. I didn't open it right away. I just rested my hand on the cover and thought about the way Sophia had looked at me in the kitchen. So sure I had nowhere to go. They assumed I'd come crawling back to save my credit at my house. My marriage. They were wrong about one thing, and that one thing was going to cost them everything. I opened the folder in my truck, not inside the credit union. Some things deserve privacy. The paper smelled faintly of toner and old files the way official documents always do. I spread them across the passenger seat, smoothing the corners with my palm like they might talk back if I handled them rough. There it was. The refinance paperwork from 2 years earlier. The notary stamp, the signatures, mine neat and steady. Sophia's rushed and slanted like she'd been thinking about something else. I remembered that afternoon clearly now. Sophia had been distracted. Ethan was calling again, angry about something, convinced the world was unfair. While standing at the bar and tapping her pen, she had quickly glanced over the documents. "Is this all standard?" she said. She had inquired about it. "Yeah," I responded. "Just protection stuff." "Fine," she murmured, already half turned away from me. "You always handle this." That was true. He talked about contingencies, about how second marriages sometimes got complicated, about how protecting assets wasn't about mistrust. He said that people don't plan to fall apart. They just don't plan for when they do. At the time, I thought I was being careful and responsible. Now I realized that I'd been building a door that I never thought I'd walk through. He was a gray-haired advisor at the credit union who had known my father. He explained things slowly and without drama. He had been a quiet man who had previously explained things to me. He had been a familiar face to my father. The language was plain once you looked at it without fear. The house, the refinancing, the asset structure tied to accounts in my name, the protections that kicked in if shared funds were misused or if someone attempted to leverage property without proper authorization. Nothing sneaky, nothing illegal, just thorough. I sat back in the truck and let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. I wasn't trapped. I drove back to Tom's place and spent the rest of the afternoon reading everything twice. I made notes in the margins with a pen. Tom handed me the ink, scratching loud in the quiet room. I didn't feel clever. I felt sober. That night, Sophia called again. I watched the phone buzz across the coffee table like it was alive. I didn't answer. As an alternative, I poured myself a glass of water and stood by the window. The snow fell slowly and steadily, covering tire tracks and erasing evidence. It was the first time since I had walked out that I felt something that was close to solid under my feet. The following morning, I scheduled an appointment with a local family attorney, whose name I had heard at the VFW more than once. He was not a shark, but he was steady. He listened more than he talked, which I appreciated. When I was finished, he leaned back and folded his hands. He said, "You didn't set this up to hurt anyone. You set it up to protect yourself." I nodded. He was the kind of man who explained things in terms that you could take home and sleep on. We sat in his small office above a hardware store which was located downtown. After that, he continued, "Making assumptions about your wife." I remarked, "That appears to be the central idea." A grin was on his lips. It was not a really impressive strategy by the time I departed. It was not yet time for vengeance. It was little more than preparation. Patient preparation in a quiet and legal mode. My father used to do things in a certain way. I went online and checked my accounts that afternoon. All of the components remained unharmed. It was just numbers sitting where they had always been sitting. There were no sirens or alerts. Finally, in the late evening of that day, my phone rang. A number that is already known. The call was left on my voicemail. The sound of Ethan's voice was piercing and loud, as if he were walking away from the phone when he phoned. "Hey David," he said with a huge amount of sarcasm. We need to talk right now. There's some kind of issue with the accounts. Mom's freaking out. So if this is some kind of stunt, you made your point. Make your selection. My eyes were fixed on the television. A stunt. After 10 minutes there was yet another voicemail. The same number but a different tone. So, pay attention. This time, Ethan said slowly. One is misunderstanding the situation. I had just been attempting to take care of a few things when all of a sudden the car stopped working perfectly. It's not typical at all. This has to be fixed by you. Neither did I move. Another ringing sound came from my phone an hour after that. To Sophia. On this occasion I responded. David. Her tone of voice was firm and under control. It seems that there is a problem with the account. I sat back in the high recliner and stared up at the ceiling as I relaxed back. What exactly is the problem? Apparently it is frozen over. There was something that Ethan was attempting to pay for, but it was denied. What do you pay for? A brief pause transpired. She spoke softly and whispered. A boat. A well-used boat for fishing. It was an excellent deal according to him. I lowered my gaze and closed my eyes. A vessel of fishing. Without a doubt it was. You didn't even think to ask, did you? I stated that. Please come, David. She reacted angrily, but then she calmed down. Not at this moment in time. The bank's phone rang. Apparently, they required your authorization to proceed. I held my silence for a long time. Rather than punishing her, to allow the truth to be heard, I asserted that I had not delegated any authority. She responded, well, you need to. As she felt a growing sense of frustration. This is completely absurd. We can't allow accounts to just become inaccessible in this manner. Sophia, I said, maintaining a steady tone in my voice. Your son made an attempt to use funds that were provided without my permission. She stated that he resides at this location. It is his family. I repeated. So am I. There is yet another pause. The one that is heavier. When she said this, the old certainty began to creep back in. We'll talk about this when you come home, she declared. I responded by saying that I would not be returning home. When the line was cut off. The calls came in waves over the course of the subsequent 2 days. Ethan was first furious, then he appeared to be pleading, and finally he pretended to be reasonable. Messages were also left by Sophia. A clipped and demanding tone was used for the first. The second was tense with anxiety and tension. After 3 days I noticed that her voice had begun to crack in a way that I hadn't heard in years. She spoke softly into the phone. David, as she spoke. I don't understand what's happening. Please call me. I listened to each one of them once and then I set the phone down with the face facing down. This was not something that I was enjoying. That took me by surprise. What I experienced was something that was more akin to relief. Everything that they had been living with, including the shouting, the entitlement, and the assumptions, had at long last come to a head with something solid. No, I am not yelling, and I am not making threats. This is the truth about paper time. In the evening of the third day, when the sun was setting behind the snow-covered roofs, I picked up my phone and typed a single message. We are going to have a public conversation. Before I had a chance to question my own judgment, I sent it. My thoughts turned to how peculiar it was that all of this, years of stress, months of animosity, and a single yelled ultimatum, all coming down to paperwork and patience as the screen began to fade. I had no intention of engaging in a fight. It was not my intention to beg. I was going to rest my case and let the facts speak for themselves. In the presence of everyone who was significant. In the morning of the following day, at 7:18, the first voicemail arrived. With the same chipped mug in my hands and the same gloomy Iowa sky pressing against the window, I found myself once again seated at Tom's kitchen table. During the time that I waited for the notification, I let the phone to ring on its own. Brand new voicemail. It took me some time to pay attention. Initially, I completed my cup of coffee. It seemed to be significant. At the moment that I finally hit the play button, Ethan's voice erupted from the speaker. He spoke out in a terse manner. David, what the hell is wrong with you? In the background I could hear the sound of wind, as if he were walking about outside. That card was refused in front of people, and they asked, you think you can just lock us out of our own money? When they saw it. Would you have any clue how I seemed as a result of that? Unconsciously I was able to picture it. While Ethan was standing in some marina office or sports goods store, his credit card was sliding back over the counter, and the clerk was smiling at him in a manner that was both friendly and embarrassed. Just a little bit I felt sad for him. Not quite. Ethan continued by saying, "You are performing some kind of power move there. This is something that you always do. Despite the fact that you are acting cool and as if you are the brightest guy in the room, you are actually being petty. Over here Mom is completely losing her head. With that, congratulations. You come out on top. It is now time to correct it." The communication abruptly ended abruptly. After putting the phone down, I looked at the surface of the table. As a result of decades of use, the wood grain has become smooth. When the Wi-Fi connection was lost, I reminded myself of the several occasions on which Ethan had spoken the phrase, "fix it in my house," when he was unable to start his car, and when life did not give him what he believed he deserved, in other words. The second voicemail arrived a little under an hour after the first one. The same number, but not the same voice. "Okay," Ethan responded, this time in a more deliberate and cautious manner. "Look, maybe I came in hot earlier. That's on me. This got blown out of proportion." I was able to hear him breathing. It seemed as though he was selecting his words. "We can work this out. You don't need to make it a whole thing. Just unlock the account and we'll talk. I'll even apologize if that's what you want." There was the solution. The offer, followed by the phony humility. The communication was removed without a response being sent. By the time noon rolled around, Ethan had ceased making calls. It was at that point that Sophia began. The first voicemail she left was brief and professional in tone. "David, the credit union is requesting that you give them a call," she announced. "Without first obtaining your permission, they will not communicate anything. This is becoming a really severe matter." 5 hours later, the second one arrived. "David," she said, and all of a sudden, the edge had disappeared, and it was replaced by tension. "Please, we need to sit down and talk." At the end of the third day, her voice hardly sounded like her own. "Dylan didn't mean for things to go this far." "David." She made a hushed voice. The one that stayed with me for a longer period of time than the others was the one that said, "I don't know what to do. He keeps asking me what's happening, and I don't have answers. Please call me." It brought back memories of Sophia in her younger years, when she would giggle at stupid advertisements, stress over the garden in the spring, and be proud of the way I managed to keep everything operating well. It was also her terror that I recalled. The manner in which she clung to Ethan as if he were to vanish without a trace if she let go of him. It's possible that fear can cause otherwise good people to perform poorly in math. Tom arrived home early on the afternoon of the third day and saw me sitting on the front steps with my coat pulled up to my chest and my phone in my hand. His question was, "Are they still active?" "More so," I remarked. The wood squeaked beneath the weight of both of us together as he sat down next to me. "Are you all right?" The idea crossed my mind. I expressed my belief that this is the case. "I'm just weary." Tom gave a slight nod. "That is very typical. You are putting in a demanding effort." I turned my head to gaze at the street. There was a plow that drove by, and it threw snow into the tidy white walls that were along the curb. Everything appeared to be spotless and in order, as if the town had been reorganized in the previous night. Over the course of that evening I drove by my previous residence without slowing down. The light on the porch was on. There was Sophia's car parked in the driveway. Ethan's as well. When I anticipated to sense a tug, I didn't experience it. No compulsion to turn in. There is no natural inclination to make things better. I was instead aware of a distance. Distance that is clean and unobstructed. When I got back to Tom's house, I finished listening to Sophia's final voicemail one more time. The one in which her voice suffered a crack. This was not something that I was enjoying. I placed importance on that. It was not about punishing her in any way. Putting an end to something that had been decomposing for a considerable amount of time was the goal. One and only one message was typed by me. "We are going to have a public conversation." I took a moment to look at it before clicking the send button. After that, there was no sound from the phone. I was resting on the couch that night and for the first time in my life, I did not hear my father's voice. Sophia's ranting was not audible to me. Ethan's sneering was undetectable to me. I was experiencing something that was more consistent than anger. It was not my intention to yell. I had no intention of engaging in a fight. I was going to rest my case and let the facts speak for themselves, in the presence of everyone who was significant. All limestone and narrow steps that have been worn smooth by boots for 100 years make up the Black Hawk County Courthouse, which is located on a quiet street in the downtown area. Despite the fact that I had driven by it 1,000 times, I never once imagined that I would visit those doors for the purpose of getting married. On that particular morning when I arrived, the parking lot was already 50% full. Among the vehicles that I recognized from the facility were pickup trucks, sedans with faded dealer stickers, and a few of automobiles. It took a while for the news to spread in a town of this size. It made its way in a circuitous manner, making its way through talks at gas stations and church corridors until everyone acquired just enough information to be fascinated about it. Inside there was a subtle odor of paper, aged wood and the drying off of winter jackets to be found in the air. On the ceiling, the fluorescent lights made a faint buzzing sound. I took a seat on a sturdy bench and folded my hands on my lap, observing how steady they were. I was absorbed in the experience. After 10 minutes, Sophia finally showed up. She was dressed in a navy coat that I had purchased for her for Christmas 2 years prior. Her hair was set with care and her makeup was neat, but she was in a hurry. She appeared to be trying to count the number of allies in the room as she gazed about. Ethan arrived closely behind her, dressed in an excessively formal manner for a courthouse on a weekday morning. Clean jacket, brand new boots and a clenched jaw. He took a look around the room before focusing his attention on me. On his face, I caught a fleeting glimpse of uncertainty for a fraction of a second. After that, it became more rigid. There was a gentle filling of the room. An employee of the credit union took a seat a few rows behind the other patrons. My lawyer gave me a single nod, remaining as composed as ever. In the vicinity of the wall, a couple of town residents whispered to one another while pretending not to stare. After taking her seat, Sophia did not look at me at any point. At the beginning of the proceedings, there was no drama at all. Nothing but names, dates, and voices that were calm and collected spelled out the facts in the manner in which facts prefer to be laid out methodically and without passion. The material, including the documents pertaining to the refinancing, the signatures, the asset structure that Sophia had just briefly seen a few years previously, the calendar of attempted transactions, and the account activity that had been reported, was brought out. There was a movement in Ethan's chair. During the time that the representative of the credit union was speaking, the point was made. Simply put, there is no allegation, no drama, simply an explanation. She stated that there were multiple instances of unauthorized attempts to access shared assets within a short period of time. Consequently, an automatic review was triggered. Suddenly Sophia's head jerked up. She stated that we had not committed any wrongdoing. There was a hand raised by the mediator. "Dear Mrs. Carter, I ask you." Ethan moved his body forward. "This is really absurd," he mumbled. Simply said, "This is money." What followed was a complete silence in the room. Over the glasses she was wearing, the mediator gazed at him. People get serious about money when they believe it isn't serious. It wasn't long before the subsequent section arrived. "It is the house." The phrase was taught to Sophia in words that were easy to understand, and her shoulders sagged. Not legalese, but the truth of the matter. Without David's permission, she was unable to use the house as collateral, leverage or guarantee it. She could not utilize it under any circumstances. Not at any point in time. Ethan snorted with disdain. "You are not being fair." I refrained from looking at him. A turn was made by the mediator to Sophia. "While you were signing these documents, Mrs. Carter, did you take the time to read them?" Sophia parted her lips and then shut them again. "I trusted him," she said in a low voice. I finally spoke. "And I trusted you," I stated in response. When I was my partner, my voice carried further than I had anticipated it would. After that, Ethan stood up. "You planned this," he said at me, pointing at me. "You set this up so that you could control everything." A bailiff came up and took a position. "Sir, please take a seat." But Ethan did not. "I was fired from my job," he continued, his voice rising. "And you sit down," the bailiff said once more, this time with a greater volume. "I needed help." Ethan sank back into his chair, his cheeks red and his chest heaving from the effort. Holding one's breath caused the room to hum with the sound of it. She appeared to be staring at the table in front of her as if it were about to open up and consume her in its entirety. The judgment was not delivered with the force of a hammer when it finally arrived. It was not necessary for it to be. The mediator spoke steadily and in a comprehensible manner. The property would continue to be safeguarded. Up until the proper separation is completed, the accounts will remain frozen. In cases where there was an abuse of financial resources, further responsibility would be allocated in addition to the division of legal fees. At that moment, Sophia's eyes shifted to mine. She murmured, "I had no idea that it would come to this occurrence." One more time, I feared that I might lose him. A hush fell over the room. I stood in a sluggish manner. "The day you forced me to make a decision," I said. "You have lost me." I did not raise my voice. I switched my attention to Ethan. I told you that I had apologized to you many years ago for not being your father. You owe me a great deal more than just an apology presently. His mouth was completely empty. After it was ended, individuals began to leave in small groups while whispering to one another. My hand was shaken by the representative of the credit union. Tom gave me a single applause on the shoulder and smiled as if he had just witnessed a combat that was balanced. And that is how it ought to be. Sophia lingered close to the entrance. She referred to David. Her gaze caught mine. What I stated was that I hope you find serenity. When I finally made my way past her and out into the chilly air of Iowa, I felt something lift off my chest that I had been carrying for a longer period of time than I had anticipated. The apartment was quiet in a way that hadn't been the case in my previous residence. There is no television humming in the background. Nobody is smashing doors. There is no tension humming under the flooring, which is a sign of poor wiring. Simply the gentle ticking of the wall clock, accompanied by the constant hum of the refrigerator performing its duties without making any complaints. 2 weeks after the courthouse, I moved into my new home. The Riverwalk is not too far away from this cozy one-bedroom apartment on the outskirts of town. It's nothing grand. There is a balcony that is just big enough for a folding chair and a cup of coffee, and the walls are beige, and the carpet is brown. The type of location that you select if you have exhausted all of your efforts to impress somebody. On the very first night that I was there, I ate a sandwich that was still in its wrapper while sitting on the floor with my back against the couch. Mustard, turkey, and a straightforward approach. Also, for the first time in a very long time, I did not have a tightness in my chest. The work continued in the same manner as it had in the past. The factory continued to smell like oil and metal that had been heated. The machines continued to malfunction at the most inopportune times. Younger males continued to complain about their shifts, while older guys continued to act as if they were not aware of their complaints. There were a few individuals that inquired. It had spread throughout the town in the same manner that it does in a place like ours. "David, how are things doing at your house?" I gave a slight nod. "Yes, we are making progress." So that was sufficient. From that point on, I made it a habit to visit the VFW on Friday evenings. There were the same long tables, the same awful jokes, and the same fish fry that for some reason tasted better as you got older. Tom never failed to offer me a seat. He pushed a drink across the table one evening and said, "You smiling more." I hadn't noticed, but he was true. I was smiling more than I had before. Only about a month after the hearing, Sophia sent a single text message. "I'm sure you're doing fine." I admired the message for a considerable amount of time. But I didn't despise her. I too was taken aback by that. One sentence was typed back by me. "I pray that you are able to find some serenity." That was the end of it. I was informed by people in the community that Ethan had left not too much longer after that. Or perhaps a cousin who lives in Illinois. Still another new beginning. I sent him my best wishes. To tell you the truth, the world is already challenging before you start giving it the incorrect things. There was a Saturday morning when Tom and I decided to go fishing at James Lake. We brought 2 inexpensive fishing rods and a thermos of coffee with us. The water was placid, with a grayish-white coloration that gave the impression that it was contemplating something quite significant. Very little was caught by us. None of it mattered. At one point, Tom leaned back in his chair and asked, "You ever regret it?" I thought about the kitchen, the ultimatum, the smile, and the way my stomach had dropped when Sophia spoke the word divorce as if it were a weapon. I found myself thinking about all of these things over and over again. My mind wandered to the couch at Tom's apartment, where I was sitting with the phone in my hand, and having just composed and deleted an apology. My palms are resting on the bench in the courthouse. "No," I told them in the end. "It's a shame that I kept my mouth shut for such a long time." Tom gave a slight nod. "That makes sense." My father's voice came back to me one last time while I was driving home that afternoon with the windows cracked and the sun getting low over the fields. "If a man begs today, he will pay for it forever." Now, I have a different understanding of it. The issue was not one of pride. It wasn't about coming out on top. Understanding when your own voice counts more than maintaining calm at whatever cost was the key to success in this situation. I did not come out on top. I just couldn't bring myself to lose myself. Those 3 words that I uttered in my kitchen, "I'm done here," were not intended to be a kind of retribution at anyone. They were intended to serve as a gentle reminder that I still had some control over my own life. It turned out that was sufficient in the end. If you thought this narrative was familiar to you, if you've ever swallowed your words in order to keep things calm, Or if you've ever wondered how much of yourself you've given away in order to avoid conflict. I hope that it brings to your attention something that is both straightforward and significant. When you plead for peace, you are not getting it. The decision is entirely up to you. If you found that this story prompted you to reflect on something, you might want to consider telling it to someone who could benefit from hearing it. You should also make sure that you are registered to the newsletter if you want to hear more tales like this one, stories about standing up in a respectful manner, legally, and with dignity. We appreciate your attention. At Thanksgiving, my cousin claimed my house was her wedding gift in front of 30 family members. Despite my refusal, her mother kept pressuring me. My relative insisted that I give her my house as a wedding present. At Thanksgiving dinner, my cousin Avery revealed her engagement to Logan and turned to me, revealing that she knew what my wedding gift would be. I assumed she was referring to the crystal vases I had been collecting for family weddings. But she answered no. I'd give them my house, not aid with a down payment or lend them money, but my actual house, which I bought 3 years ago after saving for 11 years. She said it aloud in front of 30 relatives, as if it had already been settled. I laughed, expecting a joke. But Avery was serious. She said that because I was unmarried and had no children, I didn't need a 3-bedroom house while they started a family and deserved a proper home. She used the word deserved while sitting in my dining room, eating the dinner I had prepared. My Aunt Linda, Avery's mother, nodded along, saying it was extremely generous of me to assist the young couple in getting started. When I told Avery I wasn't giving anyone my house, her face got scarlet. She accused me of being selfish for having a family home to myself, when I could easily rent an apartment, as someone my age without children should. Anyway, she said those same words to me. Logan was 27 years old, and lived in her mother's basement when she became a 3-year-old homeowner. The entire family went silent, but no one defended me. My Uncle Frank stated that sharing was crucial in families. My mother suggested that I think about it because I could someday afford to move elsewhere. My father remained silent, which meant he agreed without having to say anything. Avery spent the rest of supper informing everyone about the changes they were going to make to my house, like converting my office into a nursery and repainting everything because my color selections were too dark. She planned my house as if she already owned it. After dinner, Avery approached me and told me that she had already informed Logan's family that I was giving them a house as a wedding gift, so I couldn't back out now without making her look like a liar. She stated that his parents were impressed with her family's generosity in providing housing. She had apparently been talking for weeks about her wealthy cousin, who owned land, and was going to set them up for life. She claimed, if I didn't follow through, Logan's family would think she was a trashy person who made empty promises. I told her it was her fault for lying, and she burst into tears, accusing me of destroying her wedding before it even took place. For several weeks after that, Avery pretended the house was already hers. She'd bring Logan over without asking to measure rooms and arrange furniture. She'd tell them we were performing a title transfer and were simply finalizing the paperwork. She had letters delivered to my address, claiming to be updating her information early. She even informed the neighbors that she would be moving in after the wedding, and inquired about the neighborhood association's bylaws. Logan's family also contacted me regarding the house. His mother called, thanking me for my generosity and inquiring about the property taxes. His father contacted me via email regarding transferring utilities, and whether the roof had been recently rebuilt. They were all talking about my property like it was a done thing. Avery had convinced everyone that I had consented to this mad plot. The tipping point came when Avery provided me a realtor she wanted me to hire to arrange the transfer. Caroline, the realtor, called me perplexed, since Avery had stated that I intended to gift my house, but had not produced any papers verifying ownership or agreed to this. Caroline stated that she needed the deed and my signed authorization before proceeding. That sparked an idea for me. I promised Caroline I'd bring everything to Avery's wedding planning gathering that weekend. Avery had invited both families to help plan the wedding and arrange the house transfer. She'd planned an entire event at Logan's parents' house, with catering and everything. I arrived with an official-looking packet, and Avery virtually glowed, thinking I had brought the deed. Logan's parents often praised me for giving their son such an early start in life. His grandmother hugged me and said that not many people were that generous. His siblings were constantly asking about supplementary bedrooms and whether the basement was finished. Avery had obviously offered them all space at my home. When everyone had assembled, Avery asked me to submit the documents. I took out the deed and presented it to Caroline. Caroline read it and was perplexed. Requested Reds is available on Spotify today. Check the link in the description, or the comments. Caroline looked up from the deed, puzzled, and stated she didn't see any transfer or gift paperwork in the packet I'd brought. Logan pushed forward to get a better look at what Caroline was holding. But Avery's smile froze. I returned the deed to Caroline, and explained gently that it was my property deed, with sole ownership in my name. No co-owners, no pending transfers, and no sign that I had ever committed to give this house to anyone. Except for the sound of someone's phone buzzing on the table, the room fell silent. Logan's mother paused in the middle of a sip of her wine and delicately laid it down. Avery began shaking her head, and insisting that it wasn't the appropriate paperwork, that I must have brought the wrong folder. But her voice became high and thin. I took out my phone, and showed Caroline the text conversations, in which Avery told me many weeks ago that she had already contacted Logan's family about the house present, and I couldn't back out now without making her seem bad. Caroline raised her eyebrows with each line of the messages. Logan seized Caroline's phone and went through the conversation himself, as his father stepped closer to read over his shoulder. Logan's expression changed as he read Avery's message to me, which stated that his parents were so delighted by my generosity, that she had been bragging about her wealthy cousin to them for several weeks. His jaw tightened as he read the line where Avery warned if I didn't follow through, his family would think she came from the trash. Logan looked up at Avery and asked her directly when I had agreed to give them my house. Avery mumbled that it happened at Thanksgiving dinner in front of everyone, but I interjected to tell Logan that 30 relatives obviously heard me decline that dinner. My mother shifted in her seat and gazed down at her hands. Avery took a different approach, claiming that even if I didn't directly promise them the house, I had hinted that I would help them, and she had simply been hopeful about the nature of that assistance. Logan's father interjected, saying that Avery had expressly told them that I was transferring the deed as a wedding gift, not that I would assist with a down payment or lend them money. She had shown them photos of my house, and discussed which rooms they would repair first. Logan's grandma piped up quietly, saying Avery had promised her the guest room when she visited because the house would be theirs free and clear. The hurt in her voice caused Avery to cry, but this time, her tears were different. This appeared to be a state of panic. Logan stepped up and requested Avery to join him outside, but she grasped the table and refused to move. She suggested that if we could all calm down and talk about it rationally, we'd realize that this was a misunderstanding that had been exaggerated. I asked her explicitly how it was a misunderstanding that she had sent a realtor to my house, had mail forwarded to my address, informed my neighbors that she was moving in, and came Logan over many times to measure rooms without my consent. Avery's face flushed scarlet, and she accused me of humiliating her in front of Logan's family. My Aunt Linda finally stepped up, saying that even if I hadn't made a formal pledge, family was expected to support family, and it was cruel to shame Avery in this way. Uncle Frank nodded, but he appeared less confident than he had at Thanksgiving. Logan's mother sat down with such vigor that her wine glass clinked against the table, stating that she needed to understand the sequence of events. She asked Avery directly when they initially addressed the house situation. Avery stated that I was very happy for her after the engagement, and mentioned wanting to assist them get started in life. I shook my head, insisting that it never happened. The first time Avery mentioned the house was during Thanksgiving, when she revealed to everyone that she knew what my gift would be. My father's brother, who had been quiet in the corner, cleared his throat and stated he had been to that Thanksgiving dinner, and he remembered me very vividly saying no to giving up my home. Several other relatives present at the wedding planning party nodded in accord. Avery looked around the room with wild eyes, and shifted tactics again, claiming that she might have misunderstood certain signs. But that didn't change the fact that they needed assistance, and I had the resources to deliver it. Logan eventually lost his patience and informed Avery that they were going immediately. She clutched his arm and begged him not to do this in front of everyone. Just give her a chance to explain properly. He released his arm and moved to the door. Avery looked at me with genuine desperation in her eyes, saying that if I cared about her at all, I'd tell Logan that everything was a mistake, and we'd work things out. I looked at her and told her that I cared about her, which is why I cooked Thanksgiving dinner and collected crystal vases for her wedding. But I would never give up the house I had worked hard for almost 11 years to obtain. I informed her that she had caused this problem by lying to everyone, and now she had to face the consequences of her falsehoods. Logan's father stood up, explaining that his family needed time to comprehend what they had just discovered. His mother hugged me briefly and apologized for the confusion. Logan's grandmother grabbed my arm as she passed and apologized for any pressure I felt. They filtered out of the room one by one, leaving Avery standing there, tears streaming down her cheeks, and my Aunt Linda rushed over to comfort her. The days after the party were strange and silent. I learned from my mother that Avery had left Logan's mother's basement and returned to Linda and Frank's home. Linda appeared to be telling everyone who would listen that Avery was upset, and that it was all my fault for being selfish with my things. My mother claimed Linda was conveniently ignoring that Avery had deceived 2 entire families and attempted to steal a house. I didn't hear from Avery directly, but Linda sent me several angry texts, accusing me of ruining her daughter's life and destroying her chances for happiness. I banned her phone number after the 6th message. My mother called, 4 weeks after things fell apart at the party, to inform me that Logan had formally called off the engagement. She said Avery was sad and was living in her old childhood bedroom, not eating or leaving the house. I felt truly awful for Avery going through that kind of heartbreak, since breakups are painful no matter what the cause. But I also knew the relationship was based on lies she had said. And it would have ended eventually, even if the housing issue hadn't forced everything into the light. A relationship that begins with one person fooling the other person's entire family is unlikely to last. My phone started ringing more frequently during the next week, with family members calling to discuss what had transpired. My cousin Marissa called and said she had been thinking about the issue, and was shocked by what Avery had attempted to do. She claimed she would never ask anyone to give up their home, and apologized for not speaking out sooner while other family were pressing me. Her support meant more to me than I imagined, because Marissa and I were not very close, but having her approval made me feel less alone in the family. Other family contacted out as well. Some apologized for remaining silent during Thanksgiving, while others admitted to being uncomfortable with the pressure campaign but unsure how to intervene. I began to wonder whether I wasn't the family evil after all. I spent a Saturday day replacing all of my locks, since I didn't trust Avery to do anything nasty now that everything had crumbled. It felt paranoid as I was unscrewing the old deadbolts and replacing them. However, it also felt necessary. Avery had previously demonstrated that she had no regard for boundaries by having mail delivered to my address and informing neighbors that she was moving in. I couldn't risk her showing up with a key or attempting to set up residence on my land. I also had a security company install cameras at my front and back doors, as well as in my garage. When the installer inquired if I had had any break-ins in the neighborhood, I just stated that I wanted to feel safer. Watching the camera feeds on my phone that night, and seeing my own front porch from several perspectives, made me feel more comfortable, even though it was unfortunate that I required security measures against my own cousin. My mother texted the next day to see if I wanted to meet for lunch. I almost said no, since I was still upset that she didn't defend me at Thanksgiving. But something in her reply suggested that she wanted to discuss what had transpired. We met at a restaurant midway between our residences, and she seemed nervous as I sat down. She ordered coffee and then began apologizing before the server went away. She expressed genuine regret for not instantly protecting me at Thanksgiving when Avery made her declaration. She claimed that she was so taken aback by Avery's audacity that she went into peacekeeping mode, attempting to smooth things up rather than sticking up for what was right. She stated that she has learnt that some situations do not call for peace. They demand for definite boundaries. And she should have warned Avery right away that claiming someone's home was utterly wrong. Hearing my mother admit it meant everything. She explained that she had spent several weeks reflecting on her own conflict avoidance, and how it had allowed Avery's conduct to escalate because no one had shut it down sooner. If she'd spoken up firmly at Thanksgiving, Avery might not have felt empowered to continue lying and planning as if the house was already hers. I accepted my mother's apology and expressed my gratitude for seeing what had gone wrong. However, I made it clear that in the future, I expected her to actively assist me in family problems, rather than remaining neutral or attempting to keep the peace at my expense. She agreed right away, and stated that she understood how her silence had seemed like abandonment. She recognized that her conflict avoidance had facilitated Avery's increasing conduct by failing to shut it down early, and she resolved to be more straightforward in the future when calling out unacceptable behavior, even if it made family gatherings unpleasant. We talked for over 2 hours over lunch, and I could feel our friendship beginning to repair. It was not totally repaired since trust takes time to develop, but it was a true start. She paid for lunch and held me in the parking lot for longer than usual. A month after the celebration, I had to attend a family funeral for a distant relative I barely knew. I was dreading going because I knew Avery would be there, and I had no idea how she would respond to seeing me. When I entered the funeral home, I instantly noticed Avery seated in the front row close to Linda. She wore black, and was focused straight ahead, not glancing around. When I walked by to sign the guest book, she did not even look at me. Linda kept Avery close by her side during the service, and gave me nasty stares if I moved. Uncle Frank was also present, but stood somewhat aside from his wife and daughter. And when our gazes connected, he nodded at me. It was not friendly, but neither was it unfriendly. It might have been a grudging admission that things had gotten out of hand. After the service, at the church reception, my father's brother approached me near the coffee table. He said he had been thinking about everything that had transpired. And he wanted me to know that he thought I had handled the issue appropriately. He stated that Avery needs to face the consequences of her manipulating and lying, and that family members should be held accountable even if it is uncomfortable. He stated that other family members were unhappy with the pressure campaign but did not speak up, and he regretted his own silence. Having him say that out loud, acknowledging that others had recognized how terrible it was but remained silent, validated me in unexpected ways. I began to make more of an attempt to mend connections with family members who had either supported me or apologized. I called Marissa back, and we had coffee. I accepted invitations from family members who had contacted out. I was gradually developing a narrower group of family members who respected limits and could be trusted. At the same time, I had to realize that Linda, Frank, and Avery would most likely never forgive me for not allowing the home theft. Linda continued to refuse to speak to me at family functions. Frank was polite, but distant. Avery entirely avoided me. It hurt because we were close when we were younger, but I knew it was a necessary boundary for my own safety. I couldn't have individuals in my life who believed it was appropriate to try to seize my home through deception and manipulation. During one of our phone chats, my mother indicated that Linda was struggling financially, which is why she was so invested in Avery acquiring a house. She worded it in such a way that I should understand or forgive what had transpired. I felt a surge of pity since financial hardship is very difficult, and I didn't want Linda to suffer. But then I reminded myself that their financial issues did not oblige me to give up a decade of savings and my home. Many people struggle financially, without resorting to stealing houses from their families. Linda's financial position may explain her desperation, but it did not excuse her complicity in Avery's falsehoods and manipulation. I informed my mother that I was sorry for Linda's problems, but it didn't change what Avery had tried to do or what I had to do to stop it. 2 months had passed, and I found myself standing in the grocery store's produce area, holding a bag of apples, and trying to recall if I needed anything else. I turned to walk down the bread aisle, and almost ran into Logan. We both paused, and there was an awkward moment when neither of us knew what to say. He looked different, either leaner, or simply fatigued in a way that made him appear older. He said hello first, and I responded. And then we stood there with our shopping carts as a barrier. He inquired how I was doing, and I answered fine, keeping my tone neutral because I wasn't sure where this talk was headed. He nodded and said he wanted to thank me again for being open about everything, that it had been difficult, but that he was doing better. He informed me he was concentrating on his own life, and being more cautious about whom he trusted. And the way he stated it, made it plain that he was referring especially to Avery. I told him I was glad he was okay. And I really meant it since seeing him harmed at that party had been terrible, even if none of it was my fault. We talked for about 5 more minutes about nothing significant, like the weather and traffic, and how the grocery store had moved everything again. He then said he should get going. We exchanged goodbyes and went our own ways. And I felt an odd mixture of relief and regret that we were able to have a normal chat. A week later, when I was preparing dinner, my mother called to tell me that Avery had accepted a job in another state. She spoke it as if it were excellent news, as if Avery was moving ahead in the world, but I could sense her concern. My mother stated that Avery wanted a fresh start away from the family strife and the memories of her broken engagement. I understood the temptation because starting over somewhere fresh might feel like pressing the reset button on your life. But I also suspected Avery was fleeing from having to face what she had done. From her family members, who now knew she'd lied. And from her neighbors, who had witnessed her planning to move into a house she didn't own. My mother asked if I thought Avery would be fine out there alone, and I answered I wasn't sure. I wanted to tell Avery that she had made her choices and now had to deal with them. But my mother sounded unhappy enough already. After we hung up, I stood in my kitchen, stirring pasta, and reflecting on how Avery had tried to steal everything from me just to leave everything behind. After Avery left, the next few family gatherings felt different. There was less tension in the room, less fear that someone would say the wrong thing and spark another brawl. But Linda still refused to look at me when we were in the same room. Linda spent the entire time at my cousin's graduation celebration on the opposite side of the yard, conversing with other relatives while ignoring me whenever I approached. Linda, according to my mother, blamed me for Avery's relocation and isolation from relatives. That bothered me since Avery had secluded herself via her own actions, lying, manipulating, and refusing to accept responsibility. Linda said that I had personally taken Avery out of state, when in reality, Avery had drove herself there to avoid face the consequences of her actions. My mother attempted to mediate, suggesting that perhaps time would let Linda see things differently. But I wasn't holding my breath. 4 weeks later, I attended a family birthday party for one of my younger cousins. I arrived early to help set up for the party, which was held at a park with picnic tables and a playground. As additional family arrived, I saw something peculiar. People who had pushed me to share my house, who had argued that family should help each other and that I had more space than I needed, were suddenly quiet around me. Nobody questioned my living circumstances or commented on my 3 bedrooms. When someone mentioned real estate pricing, the topic swiftly turned to something else. Uncle Frank was present, and he graciously nodded at me, but did not attempt to initiate any discussions about family obligations. My mother's sister, who had suggested at Thanksgiving that young couples needed help, now told me about her garden. It seemed like a little win in creating boundaries, as if they'd finally realized that my house was mine and not up for family debate. Following that, my father began phoning me more frequently, inviting me to dinners and family gatherings with a deliberateness that felt intentional. At a BBQ at his house, one of my aunts mentioned the Avery situation, saying something about how horrible family feuds are. My father abruptly cut her off, stating that the problem had been settled, and that we would no longer discuss it. The aunt looked astonished, but nodded and changed the subject. Later, my father grabbed me aside near the grill and apologized for not speaking up at Thanksgiving, saying he should have defended me immediately. I told him that I valued his help now and that it made me feel less isolated inside the family. He squeezed my shoulder and told me he was proud of how I handled everything, which made my throat tighten because I had been waiting to hear it for months. 4 months after the disagreement at the wedding planning party, my mother invited me to lunch at a cafe near her job. We ordered sandwiches, and she appeared anxious, fumbling with her napkin and not quite meeting my gaze. Finally, she informed me that Linda had told her something privately. Linda had stated that Avery had always struggled with honesty and entitlement, and she had anticipated that marriage would mature her and teach her responsibility. Linda, according to my mother, was so committed in the engagement's success because she saw it as Avery's opportunity to mature, regardless of how he arrived. I sat back in my chair, contemplating this knowledge, recognizing that Linda was aware of Avery's character flaws but chose to ignore them. Linda, according to my mother, believed that a husband and a house would help Avery. External events, for example, can alter a person's inner personality. Hearing Linda acknowledge Avery's character flaws made me feel validated in unexpected ways. Someone who had previously been entirely supportive of Avery stated, at least privately, that Avery had severe troubles. But I was also irritated that Linda continued to blame me, rather than making Avery responsible for her own actions. I told my mother this over our sandwiches, and she agreed slowly, agreeing that some people will always tolerate their children's misbehavior, rather than confront the discomfort of setting boundaries. She claimed Linda loved Avery so much that she couldn't see how her continuous excuses and shielding had harmed her. I understand that you love your child, but there had to come a moment when you stopped covering for them and forced them face the consequences. Linda has never gotten to that stage with Avery, and she probably never will. The stress of all that had transpired, the family betrayal, and the violation of my boundaries, began to catch up with me in ways I could not ignore. I wasn't sleeping well, and I was continually scared that Avery would show up or that another family member would put pressure on me. Finally, I phoned a therapist and began attending weekly sessions. The therapist, an elderly woman with gray hair and a soothing voice, assisted me in realizing that my sorrow over Avery's failed engagement was misplaced. She stated that I was not to blame for the repercussions of Avery's falsehoods. Rather, Avery had manufactured the entire situation, and I had simply refused to be victimized by it. We talked about how I'd been carrying the weight of family judgment, and wondering if I'd done the right thing, but in reality, I was only protecting myself from theft. The therapist stated that it was not only acceptable, but also vital, for no one to give up their house or financial stability in order to maintain family peace. Several more therapy sessions helped me understand that some family connections were permanently ruined, and that was okay. The therapist helped me realize that not all relationships are worth maintaining if they require me to accept being exploited or controlled. She asked me what I would tell a friend in my circumstances, and if I would advise them to sell their home to prevent family conflict. I said, "Of course not. That would be insane." She then pointed out that I deserve the same consideration as a friend. We discussed how choosing myself over family peace did not constitute selfishness. It transformed me into someone with appropriate boundaries. I began to feel less bad about Linda's refusal to speak to me and Avery's departure, because they were consequences of their own acts, not punishments I had imposed. 4 months after everything went down at the wedding planning party, I decided to have a little dinner party at my house. I invited my parents, my father's brother, who assured me I had handled things right, my cousin, who had called to express her horror at Avery's actions, and a few other family members who had either backed me or apologized since then. I spent the afternoon cooking and setting my dining room table, where Avery once declared that I didn't need my house. When everyone arrived, the atmosphere was warm and relaxed, unlike anything I'd seen at a family gathering in months. We ate supper and talked about regular topics like work, hobbies, and vacation plans, but no one mentioned Avery or the housing issue. After dinner, my father's brother lifted his glass and expressed his gratitude for being in a home where limits were respected, and everyone clinked their glasses with him. It felt fantastic to have people in my family who respected my boundaries and applauded my accomplishments rather than attempting to take them away. To reclaim this area as mine, surrounded by relatives that behaved appropriately, my mother arrived with a bottle of wine and a container of her renowned potato salad, depositing both on my kitchen counter before pulling me into a tight hug that lasted longer than normal. She'd been attending more of my events recently, making an effort to show support in ways she hadn't before everything happened with Avery. When everyone sat down to dine, she stood up without my permission and cleared her throat to draw everyone's attention. She informed the entire group that she was proud of me for refusing to give up something I had worked so hard for. Her voice shook slightly when she said that, watching me defend my boundaries, had taught her an essential lesson about the difference between maintaining peace and facilitating violence. I felt my eyes well up with tears because seeing my mother say those things aloud in front of other family members meant more than I could express. She sat back down and squeezed my hand under the table, and I reciprocated. Both of us realized that our relationship had evolved into something stronger and more honest than before. My cousin Marissa informed me that Avery had settled into her new city and obtained a job at a marketing agency that paid handsomely. Marissa stated that Avery had made new acquaintances and appeared to be establishing a life for herself, away from all of the family drama and the broken engagement. Part of me was relieved that she was okay, that she hadn't completely broken down after everything crumbled. I hoped she'd learnt something from the whole ordeal, that being forced to face consequences had pushed her to mature and stop expecting the world to give her things she hadn't earned. But I also knew I had no desire to rebuild any sort of relationship with her. Not after she tried to take my house and persuaded 2 entire families to do so. Some individuals can recover from treachery, but I am not one of them, and I am fine with it. 6 months after the wedding planning party fiasco, I received an email from Linda in my inbox on a random Tuesday morning. The subject line simply said, "Thinking of you," which appeared cautious and non-committal. I opened it, anticipating a complete apology or a new round of blame. But what I received was something in the middle. She said that the issue was tough, and that she wishes things had turned out differently for everyone concerned. She made no apologies for backing Avery's attempt to seize my house. Did not admit that Avery's actions were stealing. She refused to recognize that she was wrong to put pressure on me. But the email felt like regret, even if it wasn't complete accountability, as if she understood things had gone wrong but couldn't bring herself to admit who was to blame. It was more than I anticipated from her, given how enraged she had become, and how thoroughly she had shut me off after I uncovered Avery's falsehoods. I reread the email 3 times, attempting to figure out whether there was a secret message or request buried in the careful writing. But it appeared to be just that. A little gesture made by someone who couldn't exactly apologize but wanted to open a door. I sat with the email for more than 2 days before responding, writing and deleting drafts ranging from warm to cold to completely ignoring it. I finally settled on something polite but distant, thanking her for reaching out and expressing how much I appreciated her thinking of me. I didn't invite you to coffee or suggest that we try to mend our relationship. I kept my response brief and polite. The kind you'd send to someone you used to know but didn't want back in your life. Some relationships could exist in a civil but distant state, which felt appropriate for me and Linda, given that she'd never fully admitted that her daughter attempted to steal my house through lies and manipulation. I could be polite without being close, and I could respond without exposing myself to additional pressure or judgment. I hit send and felt fine about it, neither guilty nor angry. When my parents called to invite me to Thanksgiving dinner, I asked directly if Avery, Linda, and Uncle Frank would be present, because I needed to know before agreeing to attend. My mother did not hesitate or try to avoid the question, which I appreciated. She told me that this year, they were having separate celebrations to avoid tension, with her and my father hosting one group and Linda hosting another on another day. She said it truthfully, and did not try to make me feel bad about being the reason for the breakup. Did not suggest that I just get over it so that the family could be together. I thanked her for being open about it and for her willingness to accommodate everyone's needs, even if it required more work and planning. It felt good to have a parent who respected my boundaries enough to make room for them, rather than expecting me to shrink in order to make others comfortable. Thanksgiving at my parents' house was more relaxed than I'd seen family gatherings in months. The people there had either supported me from the start, or had come to understand why I refused to sell my home. Nobody mentioned Avery, or the entire disaster. Nobody made any direct comments about forgiveness or family togetherness. Several relatives inquired about my home, and appreciated the renovations I'd been making, accepting it as obviously mine without question or animosity. My father's brother inquired about the new deck I'd built in my backyard. My cousin inquired about my plans for the kitchen remodel, and everyone treated my home ownership as normal and deserved, rather than something I should be ashamed of. We ate turkey, stuffing, and pie, recounted tales, and laughed at old family jokes, and it felt great to be together, sitting at my parents' dining room table with a plate of food and folks who genuinely respected me. I recognized something had changed within me. I'd stopped feeling bad about Avery's failed engagement, and the familial conflicts that had come from my refusal to be exploited. The people who mattered had either supported me from the outset, or had eventually come to understand the situation clearly. Those who hadn't, who still believed I should have given up my home to ensure family harmony, weren't relationships worth sacrificing my self-esteem and financial security for. I'd spent months questioning whether I'd done the right thing, if I'd been too harsh, or if I should have handled it differently. But sitting there on Thanksgiving, I was persuaded that I had taken the only decision I could have made without compromising myself. 7 months after the incident at the wedding planning party, my employer summoned me to her office and informed me that I was being promoted to senior manager with a hefty rise. I'd been working toward this promotion for more than a year, putting in more hours and taking on additional projects, and ultimately seeing results. Seemed like reinforcement that my professional life was prospering even though my domestic life was a nightmare. I celebrated by starting to renovate my home office. Avery had planned to convert the room into a nursery for children she did not yet have. I hired a carpenter to build custom bookshelves along one wall, purchased a new desk that fit perfectly beneath the window, and painted the walls a deep blue that I'd always wanted but hadn't had the time to do. Every time I stepped into that room and saw my books sorted on the new shelves, and my work materials put out on the desk, I felt strong in a way that had nothing to do with others. I'd reclaimed that place for my own aims in life, transforming what Avery had attempted to take into something wholly my own. My mother came over to see the completed office remodeling and wandered around the room, touching the bookcases and enjoying the paint color. She remained in the doorway for a minute, simply staring at everything, before gently remarking that Linda had asked how I was doing, which could be a modest start towards reconciliation. I told my mother I was open to civil ties with Linda, but I couldn't deny that the house scenario demonstrated major family dysfunction in which Linda had actively engaged. I stated I'd be courteous at family gatherings, and send occasional emails, but I wasn't interested in pretending we were close, or that what had happened was simply a misunderstanding that everyone could get over. My mother nodded and said she understood, that she'd tell Linda I was fine and leave it at that. I went to a different cousin's wedding, one of the younger ones on my father's side who had just from college. Avery was not present, which did not surprise me given that she had moved away, and was unlikely to return for family occasions in the near future. But Linda was sitting with Uncle Frank at a table near the back of the reception area. When I walked in, we established eye contact, and I approached their table to say hi because ignoring them would have been awkward and obvious. Linda stood up, and we exchanged polite greetings, answered basic inquiries about how each other was doing, and made no mention of Avery, houses, or the calamity that had broken our family. It felt like the appropriate amount of contact, courteous yet detached, acknowledging each other's presence without seeming to be close. Uncle Frank complimented my attire, saying the color looked well on me, which could have been his way of extending an olive branch without outright apologizing for pressing me to give up my home. I thanked him and proceeded on to my designated table. I am fine with the brief interaction, neither unhappy nor overly warm about it. During the reception, my cousin Chloe, who is 24 and has just begun her first professional job, approached me near the dessert table. She asked if I had any suggestions on saving for a house because she wanted to start early, just like I did. I advised her to start a separate savings account that she never touched, and to automate transfers from each paycheck, so she would never see the money. Her friend Mia joined us, and inquired about down payment percentages and closing fees, treating me as if I had figured something vital out rather than someone who should have given everything away. I spent 25 minutes explaining loan rates, property taxes, and inspection expenses, and I felt useful in a way that had nothing to do with sacrifice. Chloe stated that she wanted to own her own home by the age of 30, and that watching me keep my house demonstrated to her that it was possible to stand up for yourself even when everyone else pressed her to do otherwise. Mia nodded and said her parents kept encouraging her to rent forever since buying was too difficult, but seeing me made her reconsider. I noticed the younger relatives did not see me as selfish. They saw my boundaries as a source of strength, proof that you could protect what you worked for without having to apologize. 2 more relatives came over, inquiring about mortgage pre-approval and credit scores, and I felt genuinely delighted to share what I'd learned rather than fighting my right to keep it. My father discovered me alone at the parking lot after the most of the visitors had left. He put his hand on my shoulder and told me he was happy of how I handled everything with Avery at home. When he informed me that standing up to family pressure was more courageous than anything he'd done at my age, he spoke quietly but firmly. He admitted that he should have spoken out at Thanksgiving instead of remaining silent, and that his silence made things more difficult for me when I needed help. My throat tightened, because his regard meant more to me than I realized until he said it aloud. He added that seeing me refuse to back down showed him the difference between maintaining peace and allowing terrible behavior. My father explained that he had spent too many years avoiding conflict by remaining silent, allowing others to push boundaries because speaking up was uncomfortable. He informed me that getting his open support was worth the temporary family disruption, and that he'd rather have an honest connection with me than a phony, calm one based on me sacrificing myself. We stood there for a few minutes, without saying anything, just being at ease with each other in a way we hadn't been since the whole thing began. When we returned to the reception hall, I felt lighter since my father finally understood why I couldn't give up my home to make others happy. 8 months after the altercation at the wedding planning party, I awoke in my home on a Saturday morning feeling perfectly at peace. The drama had faded into something that had occurred, rather than something that was still happening, and my life had settled into a comfortable routine. I had maintained relationships with family members who respected boundaries, such as my father and cousin Chloe, who understood that protecting yourself was not selfish. I had built a gap from Aunt Linda and Uncle Frank, seeing them at large family gatherings but not pretending we were close or that everything was good between us. Avery was still living in another state, and I received updates from my mother but did not ask for further information. I'd learned that defending myself wasn't something to be ashamed of, and that prioritizing my own well-being over familial pressure was the healthiest thing I could do. Some connections were permanently broken, which was fine because continuing them would have forced me to tolerate being exploited. I prepared coffee in my kitchen, the same one Avery had attempted to claim as her own, and thanked God for every decision that had resulted in my continued presence. The house was silent, and utterly filled with my furniture, my choices, and the life I'd created without anyone's approval. I sat down in my newly remodeled office with my laptop, eager to get started on a project that I was truly interested in. My books were stored on special shelves, my things were spread on the desk under the window, and the deep blue walls reflected light in a way that made me smile every time I stepped in. This was the room Avery planned to convert into a nursery for children she didn't have. Instead, it became the place where I produced my best work. I had saved for this house for 11 years, worked extra hours, skipped vacations, and made sacrifices that Avery would never understand or appreciate. Avery's attempt to take me home showed me that I was capable of standing on my own if necessary, that I could withstand family rejection and social pressure without collapsing. But I was pleased that I didn't have to stand absolutely alone, that the individuals who genuinely mattered stood by me when it counted. My father was really supportive of me. My mother gradually understood, and the younger cousin saw me as someone to learn from rather than someone to share everything. I felt truly comfortable and secure sitting in my house, working on something I like, living a life I had chosen and protected. The struggle to maintain my home revealed who I truly was. Someone who would not sacrifice herself to keep others comfortable. I liked that person. My husband destroyed my daughter's piggy bank. To teach sharing, leading to his arrest for defacing currency. I divorced him and protected my daughter. To teach sharing, my new husband broke my daughter's piggy bank in half. Bank cashiers quickly called the Secret Service. Since arriving here 3 months previously, Adam, my new husband, had eyed Emma's piggy bank. He continued repeating an 8-year-old shouldn't have that much money as he passed her room. Today's youth have no sharing ethic. In our garage over beers, telling his pal Carlos. When I was young, my family owned everything. No one could hoard cash like a king. Before dying, Emma's grandmother gifted her a porcelain piggy bank cow. Adam felt personally insulted. My husband was unemployed for 7 months before marriage. He sought the ultimate managing position. My daughter saved $math BBS $200 from birthday and neighborhood chores. Adam started small. My daughter saved $math BB. Emma, since you live here, why not help with groceries? The intensity grew. Our cable cost could be covered. Do you realize how selfish hiding money from family is? Emma would clutch the cow and explain it was for next summer camp. Adam was in Emma's room with the busted piggy bank on her carpet when I arrived home from work last Tuesday. Ceramics everywhere. Emma cornered crying. Money chilled me. He cut all bills. Cut them cleanly in half. Math BB. S. $25, 10s, 2s, cut centrally. Adam started his statement when he saw me. Sarah needs to share. I propose splitting everything 50 over 50. Her mini camp half. Household half. I had to show greed's consequences due to her rage. Literalized it. Fair and half-half. Emma rushed me with mangled bills. Mommy. He broke grandma's cow. Cut all my money. Have saved long. Adam. Rolling eyes. Don't overreact. Kid. Banks exchange damaged bills. Your half goes to bank tomorrow. New bills. No harm. Household contributions are also included. Thank you. Adam shouted to Carlos in the living room. You believe this, Ray? Kids acting like I committed murder instead of teaching a life lesson. Adam insisted on meeting us at the bank the next morning. Wanted to confirm Emma was keeping half and contributing half to home expenses. Though in the car, he cautioned her. Tell them you want to deposit half into my account, I mean our household account for groceries and bills, like a good family member. A senior First National teller, Helen, helped me open Emma's savings account 4 years ago. Just seeing the bag of cut money transformed her face. Emma, what happened to your bills? Adam interrupted me. Accidental child cutting. This happens regularly, right? Replace these with new banknotes. $50. $1 to her. $50. $1 to me. Time to teach sharing. Helen got Math BBS. $25 off. It was properly checked. Sir. Did you cut this money? Adam puffed up. I mentioned equal distribution and visual learning for kids. Very good parenting. Helen put down the bill and took her phone. I must call. One moment. Adam chuckled. Really? Damaged bills? Unrealistic customer service. Here. We spend well. Within 10 minutes, 2 suit-clad men entered the bank. Official Secret Service agents, not local police. Taller Agent Thomas analyzed bills while shorter Lucas answered inquiries. Sir, Title 18 Section 333 criminalizes willfully destroying USSA cash. Adam blanched. What? Not so. Teaching my daughter to share. Agent Lucas grabbed a notebook. Sir, your daughter? Did I have Emma before? Said softly. We married 4 months ago. Agent Thomas looked up from invoicing. You broke your stepdaughter's money. Her legal funds. That destroys federal currency and property. 2 crimes. Adam stuttered. Teaching her family contributions. Avoid youngster money hoarding. Bad for health. Lucas' eyebrow lifted. Teaching youngsters to share doesn't hurt money, sir. Federal violations can result in fines and 7 months in prison. Plus, this appears to be theft and destruction of minors' property. I can't go to prison for cutting paper, Adam shouted. This is absurd. You're all mad. Agent Thomas uncuffed. Sir, multiple witnesses heard your federal felony confession. Arresting you. Adam seemed purple to me. His face went purple like a clog. Agent Thomas held Adam's wrists behind his back before he could finish his statement. He falsely claimed to teach Emma about family and responsibility. Agent Lucas held this small card and read Adam's rights in a flat, bored voice like he'd done it 1,000 times. Helen appeared to watch justice unfold as Adam was arrested with her arms folded behind the counter. Adam stared at me, opening and closing his jaws. Others stopped at the bank. Fishing cap wearing old man stared. A mother with 2 kids attracted them. As Agent Thomas took Adam to the door, Adam shouted at me over his shoulder. He told me to hire a lawyer since I wasn't supporting him and married people should support each other. He shouted as they approached the door. Agent Thomas asked if I needed medical help since my hands were shaking so much I couldn't hold Emma. I hugged Emma and told him I was fine. She hid her face in my shirt. Adam shouted as they pulled him outside the bank doors. My mistake was huge. How he remembered. It was quiet save for bank sounds after the doors closed. A copy machine and typists. Helen approached us from behind the counter. Emma's eye level was reached by kneeling. Emma was assured softly that the bank would replace the clipped bills with new money. Emma raised her red eyes from my shirt and requested that they fix her grandma's cow. I declined because the ceramic bits were broken, but we could get a bespoke piggy bank. Possibly another animal. Emma nodded but said nothing. Helen stood up and patted my arm before talking to someone behind the bank. A suit-clad bank manager came from an office. He recommended a private meeting. We followed him past the teller stations to a small desk and 3-chair office. He gave Emma and me drinks and tissues across the desk. He explained the Secret Service needed Adam's cut-up cash, but the bank had already counted with agents watching. With their count and Agent Thomas and Lucas official papers, Emma's account would get $math BBS $200 today. Despite taking a few days to appear in the system, it was accepted. He left us alone in the office after I thanked him. I called Rebecca with my phone. Like usual. She answered on the first ring. I told Emma, Adam broke up her money and was arrested by the Secret Service at First National. She kept going. She said we were moving in with her family immediately. To keep Emma away from that house today. I relaxed my chest because I had no idea how to handle this alone. Rebecca suggested packing luggage for a few days and preparing the guest room. Despite my doubts, I drove when she requested. Office Agent Lucas offered me his business card. He predicted Adam's downtown federal court's arraignment tomorrow morning. He stated Adam or his lawyer will ask me about bail, but I can refuse. I had no obligation to post bail or defend him. To assure comprehension, he spoke plainly. I thanked him and put the card in my purse. Emma and I got in the car holding hands after leaving the bank. Drive home took 15 minutes but felt longer. Emma calmly looked out the window. Carlos' truck was in the driveway when we arrived. I told Emma we were dressing and going to Aunt Rebecca's. She nods. I quickly grabbed toothbrushes, Emma's favorite books, and clothes from drawers and closets. She took her unicorn, Teddy, and floppy dog off her bed. Carlos was sitting on the living room couch looking uncomfortable when we brought our things out. He stood forward and apologized for not stopping Adam. I interrupted him and told him to leave my house now. After arguing, he glanced at me and left. I locked the door after him. Sophia hugged Emma at Rebecca's house that night. A 15-year-old relative took her job seriously. Emma learned she was giving up her room and sleeping in her parents' sleeping bag. Emma could have the property to herself. Emma said, "Thank you," but did not go. Emma barely touched Rebecca's chicken and rice dinner. She pushed food around her plate at the table next to me. Ben, Rebecca's husband, watched Emma before gently recommending we treat her. He said this kind of thing, having a trusted adult destroy your property and savings could have lasting effects. Yes. Rebecca agreed and will find child therapists tomorrow. I put Emma to bed in Sophia's purple room with unknown band posters. Emma slept cuddling the unicorn and woke up screaming 2 hours later. I ran in from the living room hearing her. She was awake in bed complaining of being violated. In bed, I cuddled her and vowed Adam wouldn't touch her again. I pledged to safeguard her. She slept on my shoulder again. I lay there in the dark thinking about the signs I missed. Emma, money remarks. He always wondered what she should do with her funds, talked about kids today, and didn't comprehend sharing. I ought to protected her from him earlier. His nature should have been clear. Adam called at 10. I ignored. 5 minutes later, it rang repeatedly. At midnight, he called 17 times. Finally, I checked one voicemail. He yelled at my jail abandonment. Being his wife. How could I leave him? He became furious as the message progressed. After barring his number, I went to the kitchen. Rebecca made tea. We sat at the kitchen table with a mug. She calmly asked what I missed, what signs Adam was dangerous to my daughter. I told her about his unemployment, obsession with Emma's piggy bank, and need to know her savings. Rebecca listened without judging. She kept refilling my tea and discussing till I ran out of words at 2 a.m. Emma snuggled with me on Rebecca's couch the next morning. My phone had 7 hospital missed calls. Calling back, I reached my supervisor. I requested emergency family leave since my husband was arrested and my daughter was traumatized. She desired nothing specific. Her only advice was to take the week and my shifts would be covered. Thanks, but Adam hadn't contributed to our household income for 7 months, which made me queasy. A missed week of work costs important pay. Emma awoke next me. She knew where we were after seeming confused. I rubbed her hair and promised Aunt Rebecca saved her. Agent Lucas's name appeared on the phone again. I replied quietly and entered Rebecca's kitchen. Agent Lucas told me Adam was arraigned in federal court this morning. Bail was Math BBS, $16,000. Adam could never afford that, so I was relieved. Agent Lucas said Adam's mother provided a bail bondsman $10. My stomach dropped. Adam would be released later today with limitations, including no contact with me or Emma. He was detained for federal charges yesterday. How could that be? Agent Lucas said bail is usually granted unless the suspect is a flight risk or community hazard. Adam had no criminal record, and the judge didn't consider currency destruction violent. The no contact order protected me best. In Rebecca's kitchen, I shook after hanging up. Adam leaves afternoon. He returned to our house, his too. I told Rebecca Agent Lucas's arrival remarks. She instinctively scanned her phone for family law attorneys. She ignored my assertion that I couldn't afford counsel. She encouraged me to defend Emma legally and negotiate money later. Emma played with Sophia upstairs while I talked for 2 hours. Most attorneys charge Math BBS, $4,000 Math BBS, $6,000 to initiate cases. One lawyer told me to call when I could afford it. Another refused additional clients due to his workload. Rebecca gave me a James Poole number before I quit. She said he was Ben's church friend and family law expert. A pleasant man answered the third ring. I instantly explained my situation. The Secret Service arrested my husband for destroying my daughter's money after 4 months. I needed a divorce and restraining order but couldn't pay a lot. Without interruption, James listened. After I finished, he asked about Adam's federal accusations and arrest. He then replied that the criteria were obvious and that he has addressed domestic financial abuse. He and I could pay. He wanted Math BBS $500, which I could pay Math BBS $500 now and the rest over 7 months. Almost cried tears of relief. James agreed to start the papers at Rebecca's that afternoon. He brought a leather briefcase, and fancy suited too. He shook my hand and joined me at Rebecca's dining table. Emma and Sophia stayed upstairs. James made legal pad queries. How long did I know Adam before we married? His job situation? When did Emma's money behavior become worrisome? Was there more control or hostility? Answered everything honestly. The fast courtship after my Emma's money. Ex left. Adam was unemployed for 7 months. Emma was accused of hoarding money. Nodding. James took notes. He said Adam's arrest helped my divorce and custody case. Federal accusations showed lawlessness and poor judgment. His damage of a child's property demonstrated he was hazardous among kids. James advised, requesting emergency orders to keep Emma away and prevent him from accessing their money. We had to act fast before Adam's lawyer demanded marital property or visitation. James clarified each signed document. Request divorce, alleging irreconcilable differences, and child endangerment. Under an emergency restraining order. Adam must stay 500 feet from me. Emma. This home. Emma's school. And my company. Temporary complete custody without visitation pending criminal proceedings. James intended to file everything in court tomorrow morning. Emma descended as James packed his briefcase. She cautiously observed him from the doorway. She was received kindly and smiling by James. A family safety attorney, he claimed. Emma grabbed my hand. After James left, Emma asked Adam to come home. I told him he might return because it was home. He couldn't approach her or me owing to court order. She requested we move somewhere he didn't know. Fear shrank her voice. She felt unsafe at Rebecca's house. She thought Adam could find us anywhere. She was on my lap as I protected police and courts. Adam would go to jail if he approached her. But her eyes didn't trust me. I received an odd call later that afternoon. Leave voicemail. Emma's advisor. She said Emma's teacher noticed her nervousness and withdrawal today. Not participating, she appeared distracted. The counselor asked about household life. I called back to elaborate. My husband was arrested for Emma's property destruction. The divorce was filed when we were with family. A counselor listened and sympathized. She provided Emma with daily check-ins and a safe space to communicate at school. She stated several trusted caregivers may help traumatized children. Gratitude and heartbreak came from her. My 8-year-old needed this help since I married a dangerous man. James contacted Thursday morning to report filing the divorce petition and urgent restraining order. Clerk gave him case number and stamp. He promised a 10-day court hearing. Provisional order took effect immediately. Adam could not contact us or approach Rebecca's house, Emma's school, or my hospital within 500 feet. I should contact the police and arrest him if he broke it. James said he gave Adam's last known address, and the bail bondsman who posted his bond copies of all the documents. Within 48 hours, Adam was served. James called back at noon. Antonia told me Emma was processing trauma well but would benefit from weekly sessions after we left. So Michelle Smith called me that afternoon. Adam's federal prosecutor. She said Adam risked federal charges for defacing UAS money. The case was strong since he admitted cutting the money in front of witnesses, including Secret Service agents. State fines were also available for small theft and property destruction. Michelle indicated she'd work with the local DA on accusations. She asked me to testify about Adam's activities in the incident. Adam wounded Emma, so I'd do whatever it took to punish him. Michelle advised me to prepare to answer questions about Adam's pre-event actions, including his demand that Emma split her money. I pledged to help. On the weekend, Ben took his toolbox and hardware store bag to Rebecca. He promised to change my house locks while Adam was away. I was worried since Adam had a right to be there, but Ben said Emma was more important than property law. As we drove to my house, I worried Adam would come even though he wasn't supposed to. Mark promptly replaced the front and back door deadbolts. I was given 3 sets of keys, and told to hide one outside in case of emergency. I called James to detail our job. He grumbled and warned Adam's counsel I could be seen as preventing him from returning home in divorce court. He then stated he understood why I did it. No judge would condemn a mother for protecting her daughter. Adam was to break in or call the police. James advised Adam against trying that as the restraining order requires jail time for any contact. 2 days later, security called my apartment during my 4th floor rounds. They said Adam's looking man asked for me in the foyer. My employer told me to stay and requested security remove him. I saw 2 security officers lead Adam out from the break room window. Keeps turning to see where I work. Adam fled when a guard touched his arm and pointed at the building. The police arrived. As 2 cops exited their car and conferred with security guards, Adam flushed red and gestured furiously. Adam tried to flee after one policeman drew handcuffs, but the other grabbed his shoulder. Watching the police car pull away with him in the back, I had to sit because my hands were shaking. I worked even though my supervisor handed me water and told me to miss the rest of my shift. I called from the break room and James was on it. After calling police, security phoned him quickly. Adam would be punished for disobeying a court order, according to his contempt motion. Adam's contempt hearing was scheduled for Friday morning, less than a week after his hospitalization. I skipped work to see James in court. Adam appeared fatigued and furious with David. The judge entered swiftly. Adam was asked why he disobeyed the restraining order. Adam asked for 5 minutes to talk and suggested we could work things out if I listened. He claimed I was exaggerating a parenting issue to save our marriage. The judge intervened to clarify a restraining order. Adam said yes, but it wasn't fair because I was his wife and he could talk to me. Judge treated him like a shoe clog. She said, restraining orders don't have exceptions for convenience or hurt feelings, that Adam had been explicitly told to stay away from me and my workplace. She asked whether he felt exempt. Adam tried to respond, but David grabbed his arm and sat him down. James stood up and stated this violation showed Adam was dangerous and couldn't follow court orders, and my daughter and I needed protection from someone who placed himself first. Judicial sentence. The restraining order was renewed for 7 months and Adam was imprisoned for 5 days. She told Adam the next offense, would mean months in jail. Adam changed purple again and rose up, but David pulled him down and murmured something to keep him down. I went home with Rebecca and Mark to pack more while Adam was in county jail. Starting with Emma's room, we carried garbage bags and boxes. I took her clothes, books, art supplies, and some toys. Adam's bedroom was left the same after I took my clothes and accessories. Adam's laptop was open on his desk while Mark carried everything to Rebecca's SUV. Forum was still showing. Sat down to read. Adam wrote months about entitled kids and cowardly mothers. He reprimanded kids who hoarded money instead of assisting family. He wrote extensively about how kids nowadays had no regard for authority and needed to learn that everything they had belonged to the family. Other readers recalled pressing kids for birthday or allowance money. Reading it made me queasy. This exceeded Emma's piggy bank. Adam thought so. I screenshotted everything on my phone. James said anything showing Adam's thoughts could help with custody disputes was priceless. I screenshotted every Adam post and comment about pressing kids to learn. Several were from about a year before we married. Emma's next Antonia session exceeded expectations. Rebecca took Emma as I signed divorce forms. She returned lighter. Rebecca said Antonia bonded with Emma's chattiness during the session. Emma informed me later that night she regretted her money. She questioned Adam's claims that good kids share with their families. She was asked Antonia's words. Emma claimed Antonia showed her saving money wasn't selfish because she earned and received it. Antonio said adults hurting children are responsible, not the children. Emma wondered whether Adam's piggy bank smash wasn't her fault. I comforted her and told her Adam's bad choices weren't her fault. She nodded against my shoulder and said Antonia told her that grown-ups sometimes do bad things and blame kids, but that doesn't make it true. James contacted the following week about the federal case. Michelle Smith offered Adam a plea deal to avoid trial. Adam admitted to federal cash destruction, paid $1 math BBS $6.0 fine, served 7 months of home detention with electronic monitoring, and received anger management counseling. James said David informed him Adam was considering taking it but wanted confidence I wouldn't seek state charges. I asked James to clarify. He said Adam may face charges for small theft and property destruction in addition to federal charges. Adam required my promise not to aid state prosecutors. James said that wouldn't happen because I didn't make such decisions. The district attorney filed charges without my consent. I should ignore Adam's demands because of the divorce hearing, he said. James spent 2 hours preparing me for divorce. He argued against me in his office. Citing Adam's likely points, he claimed Adam would likely argue I was exaggerating, that he was parenting Emma, and that counseling may save our marriage. James taught me to stay calm and not dispute. I was told to focus on Adam's unemployment, money-controlling behavior, and repeated requests for an 8-year-old to pay family bills. We practiced my testimony until I could tell the story without crying. James said the judge will watch for vindictiveness or unreasonableness. I needed to seem as a compassionate mother making logical decisions, not a vengeful wife. I gained confidence after the session. I knew Adam's words and how to respond. Adam had his divorce hearing on a Tuesday morning 4 weeks after his contempt punishment. James and I met outside the courtroom in our best work clothes. Adam was represented by David in family court. Judge called the case after we entered. David stood and called Adam to testify first. Adam approached the witness stand humble and forlorn. Being poor and having to share everything with his brothers, he taught Emma about family duties. He said he wanted Emma to learn how families help, not hurt or fear her. He described his struggles with unemployment, money anxiety, and how teaching Emma to contribute would teach her morals. If Adam regretted his actions, David asked. Adam said he loved Emma and wanted to be involved, but regretted his actions. He suggested counseling to salvage our marriage. So I gave him another chance to be a wonderful husband and stepfather. Testifying opportunity. James wondered about pre-piggy bank months. Adam frequently suggested Emma pay for groceries or cable. I told my 8-year-old daughter that Adam was unemployed the whole time we were married and expected birthday money and chore wages while providing nothing. Emma cried about her damaged piggy bank and cut up funds when I got home from work. I told the judge about Emma's grandmother's porcelain cow, Adam breaking something valuable, and Emma's drama because she was upset. James questioned Adam's finances. He schooled Emma in the car, admitting to cutting the money in front of Secret Service agents and sounding innocent. Judge noted and listened. Her look revealed she didn't buy Adam's family values argument. When I told her about Adam's detention and restraining order violation at work, she sounded suspicious and upset. Witness Josephine testified next. I sounded scared and bewildered on the bank call. She told the judge. She stated Emma was shaking and crying when we arrived to her house that first night. Josephine debated whether Adam would find Emma's dreams at her house. After weeks of monitoring her niece, Emma still seemed apprehensive and scared. Mark testified. He testified that he helped me change the locks to keep Adam out. Forum threads and Adam's laptop recovery were discussed. James asked him about his vision. Child entitlement and weak mothers. The judge heard Mark's findings despite David's repeated claims that the laptop evidence was improperly obtained. Mark recalled Adam's months of posts, including his opinion that parents own children's money and his thoughts about forcing kids to give up their savings. The judge read my screenshots for several minutes in a quiet courtroom. Putting down her pen, the judge regarded Adam. She spoke calmly when ruling. Divorce granted. Sarah has sole custody, Adam has no visitation. Monthly child support based on $math BBS $600 imputed minimum wage full-time job income. She verified the court reporter's recording. Adam abused children financially. An 8-year-old was emotionally abused and manipulated. The court thinks he lacks judgment and self-control to safely interact with children. Pale Adam's cheeks grew red. He gripped the table edge so hard his knuckles turned white. Adam leaped from his chair. This is unfair. All of you hear her lies. She's poisoned everyone against me from the start. My stepfather rights exist. She was my wife. That gives me legal standing with the kid. The bailiff immediately approached as the judge raised her hand. Sir Peterson, sit down and contain yourself, or I will hold you in contempt of court. Adam shouted, ignoring her. She turned everyone against me. From cops to lawyers to you. I was teaching the kid family responsibility, but everyone assumed I killed him. David muttered as he had Adam sit down. The bailiff grasped Adam's shoulder. Adam rejected him. Do not touch me. System is rigged. Judge grew stern. I find Mr. Anderson in contempt. Restrain him, bailiff. David stood embarrassed as the bailiff placed Adam's arms behind him. I regret my client's overreaction. He's anxious. Judge silenced him. Your client proved the court right regarding his child fitness. Contempt will land him in county jail tonight. Adjourn. James gathered his papers as Adam was carried away, muttering about scheme and injustice. He stopped me quietly in the corridor. Adam probably appeals custody. He's entitled, and David will likely counsel him. You must understand. Appeals can take months or years. Recent instructions apply throughout. Adam can't see Emma. Not reaching you both. Child support due. No change till appeals court rules. That performance makes me skeptical. A judge will reverse this. After adjusting his glasses, James faced me. That rant helped us. It displayed his uncontrollable rage. His inability to manage challenging situations was shown. Most importantly, he didn't comprehend why his actions affected Emma. Any appeals judge will see a man who blames everyone but himself in that transcript. My chest eased after weeks of tension. 2 days later, my phone rang as I was folding clothes at Rebecca's. Michelle's name appeared. When I replied, she was blunt. Adam rejected the plea. Federal trial is his goal. I sat on the couch due to leg wobbles. In frustration, Michelle continued. Disappointed. Not shocked. Adam thinks he did nothing wrong. He hopes the jurors see him as a struggling stepfather teaching morality, not a federal criminal. He stated Brian, his new lawyer, convinced him they could win at trial. Michelle stopped, rustling papers. Sarah's understanding is needed. Adam's calculation erred greatly. The evidence against him is overwhelming. He admitted cutting money before Secret Service agents. Bank surveillance footage. Our witnesses are Emma, you, and the bank teller. Trials stress everyone and take time. I'm sad you must cope with this without pleading. Next Monday, I saw my hospital supervisor. When it was quiet in the morning, we sat in the staff break room with coffee because the HR office was too cold. I briefly described the issue as rising legal bills and my need for money. The supervisor took notes on a little pad while listening. She was likely in her 50s and worked at the hospital for about 20 years. After I finished, she put her pen down and looked troubled. Sarah, a trusted nurse, has been with us for 7 years. A hospital employee help fund can aid you. Workers experiencing family emergencies receive non-repayable grants. A form was in her folder. Complete immediately. The committee meets on Thursday and can provide money within a week if your situation qualifies. She explained documentation and fees throughout. Fees for lawyers qualify. Emma spent on therapy. I hoped the financial strain wouldn't destroy us after we finished. Sophia saw me in Rebecca's kitchen 4 weeks following Adam's jail time. I made Emma's school lunch sandwiches the next day to preserve routine. Sophia leaned on the counter and watched me work before saying, "Aunt Sarah, Emma must be discussed. She cried after your evening shift." My stomach dropped and I stopped spreading peanut butter. Sophia continued carefully. "I miss your home," she murmured. Missing her room, toys, and neighborhood, she's frightened to return knowing Adam may be there. She wondered whether he could find her at our house. She doesn't grasp the restraining order despite my explanations. She's 8, but she only knows a trusted adult hurt and broke her stuff. I dropped the knife and grasped the counter. Rebecca couldn't host us forever. They kept saying we were welcome and there was no rush, but this wasn't home. Emma wanted permanence, not a temporary safe haven since Adam didn't know the address. The next afternoon, James summoned me into his office to discuss divorce property settlement. He had mortgage, home value, and equity projections on his desk. "Adam paid nothing for your marriage. He was unemployed throughout, paying no bills, groceries, or mortgage. Criminal activity and the restraining order demonstrate he lost marital property. Request full house ownership for you." Adam addressed the expected response in the small office across from me. "David will argue that Adam deserved half the house equity regardless of income because it's marital property. True under regular situations, not here. Federal charges against your daughter landed Adam in prison. Breach of restraining order. His financial abuse was clear. Giving him property would encourage his criminality. The judge will realize." James adopted another shape. "Due to his imprisonment and active restraining order, I'll dismiss his claim. He shouldn't profit from sin." The HR lady called me Friday afternoon when I picked up Emma from school. "Employee Assistance Committee approved your request. You get Math BBS 3, $500 for legal fees. Tears impair vision, so I stopped." Friendly and professional, the representative spoke. "You okay, Sarah?" I agreed, despite throat constriction. She explained. "You can get the check Monday. Any case-related legal charge can be used. Emma's attorney, court, and therapy costs. Reserve receipts for our records. The hospital looks after patients. We do it, not just say. Your health and daughter's healing are priorities. Leave your work schedule to us. We'll guarantee shifts and time off." I cried for 10 minutes in the school parking lot after hanging up. Not despair this time, but relief and gratitude that my co-workers helped. Michelle requested a trial 2 weeks later. 6 weeks till Adam's trial. This case is prioritized by the prosecution since it's fast for federal court. Proof of Adam's context is needed. The jurors must realize Emma's money obsession was trending. Michelle outlined what to expect after my immediate acceptance. Because Adam hired private counsel, David, Brian will likely portray Adam as a trying stepfather teaching principles. Adam's debt and unemployment will stand out. Adam's plight will be appealed. Stay calm and honest. Avoid arguing with Brian. Being honest about your observations and experiences. Then we practiced for an hour. Michelle criticized my answers. Too emotional. Consider facts. Good. Clear and precise. Avoid guessing his motives. Just recount his actions. Reliving everything made me stronger but exhausted. Emma had her weekly session with Antonia Thursday afternoon. Again, I browsed periodicals in the reception area without reading. Antonia recommended I stay a few minutes after the session. Emma hadn't been so relaxed on the couch in weeks. Antonia smiled at us. Our session today was fantastic for Emma. She laughed at my lousy jokes. She shared her feelings and told me something important. Antonia nodded to encourage Emma. Emma talked clearly but quietly to me. "I want to save for summer camp and a bike, but Adam might steal it." Leaning forward, Antonia Adam's destructiveness was compared to money's safety. Most don't rob youngsters. Most adults protect kids and property. Adam committed crimes. That doesn't risk saving. It claims Adam was dangerous and no longer steals or hurts. I looked down at my shaking hands from the session. Antonio offered Emma tools to process everything. My daughter laughing again was like sunshine after weeks of storms. Rebecca found me in the kitchen that evening, while Emma and Sophia were upstairs doing schoolwork. She filled 2 coffee mugs and sat across from me at the table. I've evaluated your situation. You and Emma have been through hell, and you're afraid to dominate. She thrust me a mug. Stay here long term. Basements can become small residences with bedrooms and living rooms. Own it. She raised her hand as I protested. Family helps Sarah. Not negotiable. Sophia adores Emma. Your presence fills the house. Gratitude, not fear, prompted tears. She took my hand across the table. Allow it. You need steadiness. And we have space. Ben recruited me for the basement conversion the following Saturday morning. The layout was created and supplies were purchased at cost through his contractor connections. We erected a shower-equipped little bathroom and a kitchenette with a compact fridge and microwave over the weekend. Emma requested help decorating her new bedroom with paint swatches on Sunday afternoon. Lovely hue reminded me of lavender fields. She softly rolled paint on the walls with her tongue out in concentration. She finally felt excited after weeks. She kept checking her work, wondering if her granny liked the color. Mark stated she had impeccable taste. The basement became a 2-room secure haven at dusk. James called Tuesday about family court. Judge ruled on house. You own everything, and Adam has 30 days to sign the deed. If he declines, the court transfers without his signature. He stated I could sell or rent the property and keep the proceeds. Sarah, this changes your finances tremendously. Sale or rental income could help you rebuild. I thanked him and hung up, checking my phone. This house Adam wanted to use as leverage was mine. He destroyed Emma's piggy bank, securing our finances. I spotted an unknown number on my phone Thursday afternoon. Something made me respond. Mom sobbed immediately. Drop the charges against my child. The great guy erred. Due to unemployment and melancholy, your miscommunication is harming him. My jaw tensed. Your son committed federal crimes against my 8-year-old daughter. She persisted, raising her voice. He wanted to teach her responsibility. He wanted to raise her well because kids today are spoiled. He's being destroyed pointlessly. Stop her. Emma's money is scissors cut. He broke her grandmother's gift. He scared my kid in her bedroom. Federal offense is not parenting. She argued. But I hung up. I blocked the number with shaking hands. Michelle informed Adam's legal team Friday morning. He fired David and recruited Brian Meyer, a white-collar federal crime lawyer. Adam's family probably pays his defense. She paused. Meyer attacks harder than David. He will try to depict Adam as a horrible stepfather who made a bad decision under financial pressure, but the evidence is overwhelming. The Secret Service received everything from Adam. Were our chances affected? Michelle laughed. Not really. Meyer can't change Adam's words or behavior. He can degrade the trial for everyone. Next Tuesday was Emma's school conference. Her teacher smiled as I sat in the tiny chair opposite her desk. Emma's anxiety has decreased in 2 weeks. More active in class, raising her hand for questions, playing with friends at recess. Emma used check-ins well, according to our school counselor. Antonia helps her recover from trauma. Talking instead of suppressing her emotions. I was relieved. Progress was finally made. Daughter was fixing, not breaking. I revisited Mark about the house. He suggested renting instead of selling and found a fair property manager. Your rental income pays your mortgage and adds math BBS, $450 month. Sarah, money exists. To restore funds and pay legal bills, the management company found tenants a week after signing the contract. My house, where Adam tortured my child, would support our recovery and freedom. Adam's trial began Tuesday morning. I drove downtown to the federal courthouse on my day off. Michelle explained outdoors. She said Brian Meyer's pricey outfit was smooth and powerful. He asked empathetic questions about Adam's unemployment and finances when I testified. Did he teach your daughter family duty? Wasn't he trying to teach morality after growing up poor? Michelle regularly protested. Her questioning demolished Brian's story. She highlighted that destroying federal cash is illegal regardless of purpose or parenting style. She highlighted Adam's months of obsessive comments about Emma's money, growing demands, and disregard for my daughter's property and emotional well-being. The jurors noted my words. Helen then described Adam's bank conduct. Lowering the budget teaches, he said. He kept talking about kids sharing without apology. Her successor, Agent Thomas, testified about Adam's arrest confession and entitlement. Prosecution displayed bank surveillance footage. Adam told Emma to say the money was for car home charges, which the jury saw. He demonstrated his visual learning method to Helen by puffing up his chest. They saw him argue with Secret Service agents about paper cutting. Jurors shuffled uncomfortably. The jury returned in under 3 hours. The four-person read the verdict standing. Found guilty of federal currency defacing. Adam rose up with a red face, but Brian grabbed his arm and spoke something sharp, making him sit down. Weight off my shoulders. The verdict proved everything. He said it was bad parenting. But Adam did something illegal. The court dismissed the jury and set punishment for 2 weeks. Michelle and I left the courthouse breathing freely for the first time in months. 2 weeks of paperwork and waiting. I attended the jury verdict and Thursday morning sentence session in the same courthouse. Brian and Adam sat at the defense table while Michelle gathered her notes in a navy suit at the prosecutor's table. Adam donned an orange jumpsuit when imprisoned for contempt. His features looked thinner and rougher than at trial. Michelle first sought for the maximum sentence in court. She reported Adam's remorselessness, restraining order violation days after incarceration, and financial abuse of an 8-year-old. Adam spoke about entitled youngsters and weak mothers who don't discipline in his laptop forum posts. The judge listened and took notes. Brian rose and tried a new plan. Adam's difficult childhood, unemployment, and family merger were discussed. Since Adam lost his marriage, home, and reputation, he argued that probation with community service was preferable than prison. He said Adam learned from court and needs anger management counseling. The judge specifically requested Adam's testimony. Adam stood slowly. So I expected an apology. Instead, he said modern youth don't understand sacrifice. How his generation learned to share everything with family. He just wanted to teach Emma domestic duties. Brian tried to stop him, but Adam stated the incident was exaggerated and that cutting invoices shouldn't result in federal charges. The judge's face clouded as Adam proceeded. She ordered him 7 months in federal prison, 3 years of supervised release, $1, math BBS, $6.00 fine, and twice weekly anger management counseling for 3 years. As the judge sentenced Adam, his face grew red. Adam glared at me as the marshal took him. He hated me like I damaged his life instead of my daughter's property and possessions. Holding his eyes changed something. I no longer panicked when he broke Emma's piggy bank. Adam no longer frightened me. I regretted marrying him, introducing him to Emma, and dismissing his fretting about an 8-year-old's birthday money. Emma's father betrayed her, so I felt awful. Adam no longer controlled us, therefore I wasn't afraid. Adam would spend 7 months in prison analyzing his conduct since the judge had taken that power away. Since Adam never believes they're wrong, he probably wouldn't consider it. I picked Emma up after school and we sat in her temporary bedroom at Rebecca's that night. She barely touched her assigned math. She eventually looked at me and asked if Adam would be in prison long. On the edge of her bed, I said that 7 months wasn't long for adults but plenty for us to feel safe and settled. I promised her our own place again and Adam wouldn't reach us by the time he left. While thinking about this, she chewed her pencil, as she usually did with unpleasant thoughts. A cow reminded her of Granny and Adam's harm, therefore she requested a turtle piggy bank. She wanted to save again and trust that her money was safe, which relieved me. I took her to the downtown gift store that weekend, where she spent 20 minutes looking at every porcelain animal bank before choosing a bright green turtle with a smiling painted face and big eyes. She went home holding it softly in both hands. James finished my case the following Tuesday in his office. He presented the divorce and custody orders in a neat folder. Adam's prison sentence and criminal record made appealing, improbable, and even if he did, it would take months and require him to prove the judge erred. James stated Adam signed the house deed from jail through his lawyer, making it mine. James replied that he was charging half his regular fee for the case. He said the problem was clear and he was happy to help. Emma was tough and had a nice mother. In his office, I cried, astounded by people's kindness amid this ordeal. Helen at the bank called the Secret Service instead of exchanging bills. Rebecca immediately opened her home. Mark helped fix locks and basements. James took my case knowing I couldn't pay his full rate. They all arrived when I needed them. Antonio worked with Emma twice a week after her arrest. During one of our parent lectures, she suggested a Thursday night community center support group for single mothers. I attended the following week, afraid to share my story. Talking to other women about exiting abusive marriages helped me overcome my embarrassment at marrying Adam so soon after my first husband left. I kept wondering if I should have detected the symptoms, protected Emma, and waited longer to add someone. Catherine, a nurse who left her husband after he controlled their finances for years, said Adam's behavior increased after marriage. She said that was usual abuse. Abusers sometimes leave their worst acts until after commitment, knowing their victim is imprisoned. I shouldn't blame myself for not predicting Adam would destroy my daughter's property because that escalation was unanticipated. The group leader agreed, stating abusers can hide their true nature until they feel safe. 4 months after Adam's imprisonment, Emma and I felt comfortable in Rebecca's basement. Monthly house rental income covered the mortgage and gave me $mathbb.s $450 more. Emma occasionally had nightmares about people breaking her stuff, but they had generally stopped. This time, she locked her turtle piggy bank under her bed so only she and I could open it. She saved $mathbb.s $70 by assisting Rebecca with housekeeping and yard work. I sometimes watched her count bills to ensure they were intact. It hurt that she needed that reassurance, but I was glad she felt safe enough to rescue again. Antonia organized a parent meeting to discuss Emma's progress. Emma assured me she was doing well considering her situation. Antonia said well-supported kids are tough. I probably saved Emma's mental health by quickly removing Adam from her life. If I had stayed with Adam or condoned his acts, Emma would have learnt she didn't need protection or that harming her stuff was okay. Instead, she realized that adults who mistreat children are punished, and that her mother will always put her safety first. Antonia recommended several months of therapy before monthly check-ins. Adam's probation officer emailed me 7 months post-sentence. After his federal prison sentence, Adam moved to Arizona with his mother. The probation officer wrote in the email that Adam could not contact us on supervised release and would be returned to prison immediately. He got weekly probation officer visits, anger management twice a week, and work. Breaking these rules would send him back to prison to fulfill his sentence. James advised me to keep all probation officer communications in case we needed them after I forwarded the email to document it. He didn't think Adam would break his release terms because he'd served 7 months in federal prison and didn't want to return. Emma's 10th birthday was celebrated with garden decorations at Rebecca's in May. Sophia invited 2 of her friends who had become Emma's relatives in recent months and 6 schoolmates. Everyone watched Emma give gifts at the picnic table while enjoying pizza and ice cream cake. Grandparents sent birthday cards with money, and her aunt from California gave $mathbbs $60. Emma gently took the birthday money and walked to her room after opening everything. I saw her flatten each bill before inserting it into her turtle bank through the top hole. Her announcement at the party that she was saving for summer camp restored her right to save and plan. She no longer feared theft or damage. She trusted me to protect her money. My hospital supervisor called me into her office the following week. I thought something was wrong, but she mentioned a surgical unit senior role. Day shifts, greater pay, and more stability would replace my rotational schedule. She said I deserved the promotion for handling everything in recent months while maintaining quality. The extra $mathbbs $10 per month would let me rent a little house for Emma and me. Rebecca stated there was no rush when I told her about the promotion and move. She told us to stay till we found the perfect home, that Sophia had benefited from us, and that she missed Emma every day. So she looked at me like she understood why we needed our own space again and why Emma needed to feel at home. I checked rental listings on my phone during hospital lunches in May. With my promotion pay, I could afford a tiny but respectable place for Emma to have her own room again. She loved Rebecca's house, but she missed ours. A 2-bedroom house 3 blocks from Rebecca's let Emma walk to Sophia whenever she wanted. Emma toured the closets and backyard with the landlord on Saturday morning. She asked us to paint the bedroom with the window facing the enormous oak tree purple like Rebecca's. We signed the lease that afternoon after I gave the landlord the first month's rent plus deposit, money from my promotion, and rental revenue from my prior residence. Rebecca helped me move from the basement flat, wrapping dishes in newspaper and tagging boxes with markers. For snatching and hiding her teddy bears in boxes, Emma laughed and chased Sophia. Mark put the bed frames, drawers, and small couch Rebecca gave us when we moved into a work truck. We spent the weekend carrying boxes up the front steps and furnishing the new rooms. Emma organized her bookshelves and paints while Sophia hung posters. The first night at the new house, Emma took her turtle bank from the bedroom stuff box. She carefully placed it on her dresser, not in a drawer or locked box. Emma gently touched the porcelain turtle's cheerful painted face before leaving. I heard she saved $mathbbs $300 for summer camp, lunches, and souvenirs. When asked whether she wanted to leave it out, she nodded and claimed she wasn't afraid anymore. She said I would defend her and that evildoers who mistreat youngsters pay. The pressure in my chest since Adam wrecked her cowbank dissipated. Later that night, I put Emma to bed in her purple room with the oak tree outside her window. While she was partly asleep with her favorite rabbit, I stroked her hair back from her forehead on her bed. I glanced at our protected place made from Adam's debris and knew we'd done well. We owned house. Family support from Rebecca, Mark, and Sophia. Marketing and renting my house provide financial security. Most importantly, Emma felt safe and valued. Although life wasn't ideal and we experienced anxieties, we were happy. Emma enjoyed kayaking, arts and crafts, and making new friends at July summer camp. I wanted to watch her grow up safe and confident, have new adventures, and decide who was in our family. I paid the bills for my sister's wedding, but my mom uninvited me. Am I the asshole for canceling every payment and making their wedding a disaster? Mom didn't give me a call. She didn't even think twice. She just contacted me, saying, "Please don't come. The family wants a drama-free wedding." My sister Emily seemed to appreciate it, as if my absence were a present to everyone. I felt a subtle crack inside of me as I gazed at the TV. You never forget the sort you don't hear. I then ceased being their safety net by typing back, "Great choice." They didn't know what was going to happen. Tell me where you're listening, so I know I'm not alone before I tell you everything. I wish I could tell you how surprised I was by that message. In actuality, though, it merely confirmed what I had been attempting for years to ignore. I'm Victoria, and I was never the favorite in my family. Not even close. I was the one who was dependable, well prepared, and consistently arrived with a strategy and a means of payment. Long before I was old enough to realize I could select a different position, that was the one I was assigned. We appeared impeccable from the outside. With a smile that could cut through a room, my mother Catherine carried herself, as if she were destined to throw flawless parties. When conflict arose, my father, Thomas, calmly stepped aside and drifted through life. Then there was Emily, my sister, who was lovely, loved, and often excused. People made room for her as she entered a room. People gave me tasks as soon as I walked in. The odd thing is that for a while, I didn't mind. My profession is project management. Timelines, spreadsheets, and color-coded priorities appeal to me. I think structure makes sense. Not always. People. As I always did. I agreed to assist the family in organizing Emily's wedding. There was no question at all. I was in charge of the catering, scheduling, lighting crew, venue arrangement, and deposits. I paid all of the bills as soon as they arrived on my desk. My mother anticipated it, not because Emily deserved it. My grandmother was the only person who ever really seen me. Time seemed to slow down because of the way she listened. She would prune roses in her little garden behind the house, and teach me that strength comes from not just what you carry but also from what you choose not to pick up. At the time, I didn't comprehend it. I believed that being strong entailed accepting everything. Little things, however, kept getting tighter around me in the run-up to the wedding, like strings being pulled by someone else. Catherine would praise Emily's decisions while seeing mine as a hassle. Even though Emily hadn't once thanked me, Thomas kept saying how appreciative she was. Additionally, Emily didn't even look up from her phone when I proposed changing the number of guests to fit the budget during one planning meeting. "Vic, can't you just make it work? You always do." She simply sighed. And that statement lingered in my chest for days. I persisted. Though, before making any big decisions, I went to see my grandma so that I might be reset by the peace and calm of her house. I didn't want to bother her, but she had a feeling something wasn't quite right. This family had already shown her too much disappointment. When the text message uninviting me arrived in the morning, I was sitting in my apartment going over the final payment schedule. My grandmother gave me a necklace with a small silver pendant that she said symbolized clarity, and the light from the window caught it. It's funny how things always become clear just before they break. I became aware that I wasn't a part of their celebration on that day. I was only providing the financing. And that truth didn't hurt for the first time. It gave me stability. Everything in my family's group chat took on an odd sheen in the days after that message. Too happy, too well-groomed, as if they were all putting on a show of solidarity without me. That was the initial indication. The second came softly, almost as a cover for enthusiasm. In order to impress Emily's prospective in-laws, Catherine declared her desire for a wedding week, complete with pre-events. Her eyes darted to my grandmother's savings packet on the counter while she spoke softly, as though she were talking about brunch alternatives. I went cold. The intention was evident, despite her best efforts to hide it. The small amount of money my grandmother kept hidden for emergencies, the fund she guarded like holy ground, was what they planned to utilize. I said softly, "Mom, That's not the purpose of that money. She blinked as though my tone had confused her. Don't be dramatic, Victoria. Emily is only getting married once. I turned to Emily in the hopes that she would acknowledge the seriousness of our mother's suggestion. She simply adjusted the sleeve of her new dress, which I had discreetly purchased, and shrugged. Vic, it's not a huge thing. That money isn't even used by Grandma. My stomach constricted. This was something they had planned, or at least discussed without my presence. I accompanied my grandmother to a dress fitting later that week. Her hand was warm in mine as she moved slowly but confidently. She was stroking cloth over her hips as she stood in front of the mirror. With the trembling gentleness that only reality carries, she said, "I heard your mother talking. They're preparing things without you." Unsure whether to acknowledge my feelings, I gulped. Before I could answer, the fitting assistant beckoned us over. After 2 days, everything finally fell into place. To deliver the completed schedule for the rehearsal dinner, I entered Catherine's living room. Emily was on the couch with her thumb hovering over the group chat on her phone. When she saw me, she responded. "Oh," in a non-hostile tone. "Didn't know you were coming by." It was much more contemptuous. Catherine gave me a quick look. "The guest seating is being confirmed. The layout you gave was not as good as the one Emily found." Better because it came from Emily. Not because it was kinder, or more equitable. My mother's message, the one that had uninvited me, then appeared on Emily's screen. Her thumb tapped the small heart beside it, right in front of me. Just one like. Something inside of me made a delicate, excruciating crack, like thin ice giving way. But it didn't make a sound. Emily didn't even raise her head. I remember looking at the two of them, the air becoming too heavy to breathe, and she simply locked her phone and said, "It's for the best, Vic. Everyone agrees. Everyone." I kept thinking about what my grandmother had said. "Without you, they are getting ready." There was no miscommunication here. There was no error of judgment here. This was deliberate, well planned, and executed with the same casual brutality one employs when swatting away annoyance. And I realized then that I wasn't dealing with an error. I had a plan to cope with. I sat by myself in my flat with the wedding payments open on my laptop the night after Emily loved the message that deleted me. I saw line after line glowing back at me. I approved and paid for venue deposits, lighting modifications, catering schedules, and floral installments. It appeared more like a ledger recording my own eraser than a celebration. I convinced myself for years that my family didn't intend to take advantage of me, that I was assisting, and that my assistance made things simpler. However, as I gazed at those payments, I at last realized the reality. They were eating me, not depending on me. Once, my phone buzzed. The family thread has a new message. Emily provided the revised seating map once more. Instead, Mom wants my layout. No thank you. No please. No recognition of the hours I'd put into creating a successful plan. The speed at which brutality can become commonplace seemed astounding. Before I could wonder what would happen next, I shut down the laptop. I didn't shake my hands. I didn't gasp for air. Something inside of me seemed to have become sharp and motionless. I typed 2 words into a private message to my mother. "Excellent decision." My reflection in the dark window glared back at me for a moment. A woman who had finally stepped out of a role she never chose collected herself calmly. The second sentence, which they hadn't anticipated, was then added. "After that, you won't have to pay me anymore." Just the facts, without any justification or rage. I sent the message. The ensuing quiet was almost sacred. I purposefully opened my laptop once again. I went over each contract related to the event one by one, as if I were unraveling strands from a tapestry. Everyone, all of the agreements, catering, lighting, crew, venue, coordination, decor, and rentals, were linked to my personal account. All of the approvals were in my name. I had always had the authority they had taken for granted. There was no need for me to dispute with them. All I had to do was cease making them possible. I sent separate emails to each vendor, referring to the terms and deadlines of the agreements. "We're not going to proceed. Cancel the outstanding invoice, please. Don't handle any further payments." I kept family matters a secret. This was not gossip about retaliation. It was tidy, professional, and boundary setting. There was a peculiar calm in the room as I worked. Nor contentment, nor retaliation, but alignment, as if I was at last behaving in a way that reflected my true feelings. I heard a gentle knock on my door at around midnight. My granny was there. In the hallway light, Her petite form appeared even more diminutive. As she often did when she was getting brave, she entered the house and settled herself on my couch, adjusting her skirt. "I know they hurt you," she said. Her voice wavered as she said, "But you don't have to carry them anymore." That more than anything else caused me to feel vulnerable. She had been handled in the same manner by my family, as an afterthought. A tool. She understood what it was like to love someone who didn't defend you. I grasped her hand. She nodded and said, "I'm done carrying them. Grandma, I'm choosing us this time." Her eyes shone with pride rather than despair. She said in a whisper before heading out, "When they come home, we'll be ready." And I believed her for the first time in my life. The city itself seemed to be holding its breath on the morning they were supposed to return. Every few seconds, my grandmother's gaze would go to the window, as she folded and unfolded the same napkin at the kitchen table. Just to keep my hands busy, I made tea, and as reality sunk deeper into my chest, the steam warmed my face. On this day, everything changed. I took one last look at my phone. I didn't receive any text from my family. Not even a polite flight update. Not, of course. They didn't think of me unless they were in need of a solution. However, they were going to require something very different today. My grandmother whispered, "Are you sure you're ready?" To me. I was more than prepared to nod. My grandma held my arm as we made our way through the terminal at the airport, which was earlier than expected. Although she didn't speak much, her steady, kind, and honest presence was the anchor I had needed all my life. It felt like I was regaining territory I was unaware I had lost with each step. Ethan, our lawyer, met us outside the arrivals hall. He was the type of person who kept things under control and made mayhem seem doable. He gave us a nod, and then opened a folder. His words, "Everything's in order. We'll wait until they exit baggage claim. They'll likely approach you first. Be prepared for that," I said. Prepared for their version of the story? He gave a small smile. My grandma squeezed my hand and said, "People who depend on you rarely prepare to face a world where you've stopped giving." We were drawn to the sliding doors by a rippling motion. With weary feet and rumpled clothes, passengers started to pour out. Then I caught sight of them, Catherine leading the way straight back, her face as keen as if she had just returned from a victorious vacation. Emily dragged an overflowing luggage behind her. With his face buried in his phone, Luke trailed following her. I felt instinct pull at me for a moment. The old desire to welcome them, to make amends, to remain modest enough to maintain harmony. However, I no longer lived the life that version of me belonged to. My mom was the first to notice us. Her expression briefly changed from confusion to annoyance. She yanked her coat closer to her shoulders and said, "What are you doing here? You didn't need to pick us up. We already have a ride. We're not here to pick you up," I said. Emily gave an eye roll. Then what? When my grandma said, "You're here to apologize for ruining our wedding plans," she took a short breath. Before I could say anything, Ethan moved forward. The color left my mother's cheeks as she said, "Good morning. My name is Ethan Hill. I represent Victoria and her grandmother in a matter requiring your immediate attention." Emily's chest rose in weak breaths as she blinked quickly. Catherine forced a laugh. "This must be a joke," she replied. "A lawyer? For what?" Ethan handed her an envelope and said, "For the financial exploitation concerning wedding-related funds," in an even tone, "and the attempt to use your mother's savings without consent." The document was grabbed by my mother. But she didn't open it. We didn't exploit anyone. Everything was agreed upon. Victoria offered to help. She always does. "That's the problem," I muttered. "You expected it not because I wanted to, but because you refused to see me as anything other than a source of solutions." Emily took a step toward me and pointed a finger at me. "You abandoned your responsibilities. You ruined everything. All you had to do was stay out of the way." My grandmother echoed, "Stay out of the way," in a shaky but firm voice. "You told her not to come. You told my granddaughter she wasn't welcome at a wedding she paid for." Emily stumbled, her scowl softening. My mom whirled in the direction of my grandmother. "Mother, stop being dramatic. This is a family matter." With a firm no, Grandma raised her chin. "Family doesn't discard one person to elevate another." Behind us, a crowd had started to gather. Travelers stopped to observe, and whispering as the atmosphere became more tense. Scenes were something my mother detested. Her cheeks flushed as she looked about as though I was somehow to blame for her public humiliation. "We didn't do anything wrong," Catherine insisted. "You're twisting this." Ethan pulled out a second folder. These are copies of the messages sent to Victoria, including the one uninviting her to the event. And this, he raised another document, is documentation of the payments she made. My mother's jaw tightened as I saw her eyes dart from page to page. Ethan then gave Emily another envelope. Emily raised her eyebrows and questioned. What's this supposed to be? Notice regarding the attempted redirection of your grandmother's emergency fund, Ethan calmly retorted. An account Victoria has been monitoring, as she is the only family member who has never withdrawn from it. Emily gripped the envelope as if it were going to burn her. Catherine's voice was shrill and thin as she turned back to me. How dare you bring strangers into our private affairs? You made it private when you pushed me out, I responded. And made it legal when you tried to use Grandma's savings because you ran out of mine. Luke, who had been strangely silent, suddenly said something. Look. Can we all calm down? This is getting blown out of proportion. My grandmother said, blown out of proportion, once more. You encouraged Emily to ask for more. More money. More support. Things she never earned. Luke clenched his jaw. That's not. Stop, Emily yelled at him. Just stop talking. She felt as though something inside of her deflated. Her shoulders slumped, her confidence evaporating in slow, agonizing pulses. She appeared more like a child caught acting selfishly than the glamorous bride she had imagined herself to be. As she pushed the papers back at Ethan. My mother's palm trembled. We can fix this. Just tell us what you want, Victoria. I inhaled steadily and confidently. I want you to understand that I'm done, I replied. Done being your safety net. Done paying for consequences you never learn from. Done pretending we're a family when you treat me like a mistake. Between us, a thick, oppressive silence hung. Emily then muttered. So you're punishing us? No, I said, shaking my head. I'm protecting myself. Once more, Ethan intervened. There are steps you'll need to follow. You'll have to respond to these notices, within the given time frame. And until this matter is resolved, you're not permitted to access the grandmother's accounts. At last, Catherine opened the envelope. Her countenance collapsed as terror replaced outrage as her eyes skimmed the first line. This could get us in trouble, she said. It already did, my granny said. Catherine's confidence crumbled as she glanced between us. Victoria, please, we're family. With a clarity I had learned the hard way, I met her gaze. Family is supposed to protect each other, not just themselves. She had no answer for the first time in my life. Luke stirred uneasily. Emily smudged her mascara as she cleaned her cheek. At last, Thomas, who had been quiet up to this point, spoke. Softly, I'm sorry, Vic, he said. We should have done better. I had never heard anything like an apology from him before. I accepted the words with a nod, not allowing them to justify anything. Ethan collected his files. We're done here. My grandmother steadily grasped my arm once again. My mother called after me as we turned to go. Victoria. What are we supposed to do now? I stopped long enough to look her in the eye. Figure it out, I informed them. The same way you expected me to. I then left, not because I was angry, but rather because I felt free. For the first time in years, I felt truly free. Over the next few weeks, things settled as truth usually does, quietly but irrevocably. As the notices Ethan filed progressed, my grandmother's funds began to have actual bounds for the first time. No more coercion under the pretext of family custom, no more borrowing. Both she and the account were safe. After that, I went to see her more frequently. She would trim roses the same way she used to when I was a kid, and we would sit in her little garden. However, she didn't appear worn out this time. As though she had been holding her breath for years without noticing, she appeared lighter. Almost immediately, the wedding plans fell through. Confirmations of canceled payments were sent by vendors. Some angry, some embarrassed, and others excruciatingly silent messages came into my phone. None of them received a response from me. Not because they were spiteful, but because they had run out of things to say. My grandmother put a hand over mine one afternoon. You saved both of us, she said in a low voice. I applied for a volunteer position at a local advocacy center that assisted older folks, like my grandmother, who deserved protection long before anyone knew they needed it. Since I didn't feel like a rescuer but rather like someone who was finally taking charge of her own life. I wasn't cleaning up mayhem for once. I was making a purpose decision. I used to believe that love meant sacrificing all for those who said they needed me. But true love, the type that restores rather than depletes, never asks you to give up your place so that others might shine. My boundaries defined me, not the decisions made by my family. Additionally, something broken didn't finish when you left. It was the start of something sincere. In the comments section, let me know where you're listening from, if this tale speaks to you, and don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss the next one.